It was May 8th, 2020 for the third time, and Ryan had already caused 2 traffic accidents. He blamed the people of New Rome for this. The city's inhabitants were as nervous as coffee addicts in the morning and drove their cars like monkeys out for his blood. Moving on the walkway would have been safer. Thankfully, he had saved right before passing the "Welcome to New Rome" sign at the end of the highway linking the city to the rest of the Campania region. Driving his highly customized red Plymouth Fury, Ryan stopped right before a tank truck would have hit him to the left, dodged a bliss-addict meth head, and then finally reached New Rome Strip. Owing to its reputation as the largest metropolis in Italy and a ravaged Europe's capital of sin, New Rome was quite the sight. Built around the shores of the Gulf of Naples years after Macron's drones bombed it to oblivion, it had the tallest buildings Ryan had seen since the end of the Genome Wars. None held a candle to the Dynamis Tower north of town, a glass spire symbolizing the company's power over the region. Corporate money had built New Rome, a city with no gods nor kings, only money. At the left of the driveway, Ryan could see the pristine Mediterranean Sea, glittering with the sunset, while a distant island cast a long shadow on the horizon on his right. He could glance at the countless casinos, gambling dens, and luxury hostels who drew so many tourists to the city. He even glimpsed the famous Colosseum Maximus, a modern replica of the old world's Colosseum. This district truly deserved its name of the Golden Coast. Ryan himself attracted a few glances from tourists since he drove in his quick-save costume. He covered his adorable face with a metal, mouthless mask with 2 rounded glasses for eyes and his black hair beneath a black top hat. Add to that a navy blue trench coat, a purple shirt, blue pants, black gloves, and boots, and you became style incarnate. The outfit was hot to wear and not very practical for fighting, but it looked amazing. To quicksave, that was all that mattered. As he continued moving north towards his destination, Ryan noticed a few eye-catching publicity boards. One of them portrayed the superheroine Wyvern, a beautiful Amazon of a woman with shoulder-length black hair, sharp grayish eyes, and a white bodysuit, showing off her muscles with a green potion in the background. Want to be as strong as Wyvern? With our Hercules elixir, what Hercules did in 12 labors, you will do in an afternoon. 100,000 euros only at Dynamis. Meth, everyone wanted to be a genome these days, even the shadow of one. Then again, who could resist superpowers in a can? Ryan hadn't, although he had taken the real stuff, not a cheap knockoff giving just a fraction of a real superpower. His life had been a roller coaster ever since. Driving in front of a cliff tourist spot in a Miami-like beach, Ryan reached a tourist district full of bars, nightclubs, and restaurants. The place smelled of drugs and alcohol, but it didn't look seedy either. The worst neighborhoods were in the north, from what he had heard. Having memorized the city's map, Ryan quickly found the place he was looking for, an unremarkable pub located between an Italian restaurant and a closed nightclub. Parking his car nearby, the courier stepped down and opened his trunk. Never good at organizing stuff, the young man had left all his belongings in a chaotic mess. His tools, computers, and weapons formed a mass of metal almost overflowing from the car, although none compared to his white rabbit plushie, the most devastating tool in his arsenal. After searching, Ryan quickly found the black briefcase he had been hired to deliver, seized it, closed the trunk, and then entered the pub. It was something of a cozy place with 10 tables, only a third of them occupied. He briefly noticed some Latin muchacho trying to impress his date by levitating a coin in the air. Must have wasted $50,000 on a knockoff elixir. A balding, wrinkled old man with tan skin stood behind the counter, looking at the newcomer suspiciously. "Hello, local humans, I come in peace." Ryan addressed the carbon-based lifeform called a barman. "Is this Renesco's?" Jolie Wrangler, the man behind the counter, glared at him. "It's written on the front door. What do you want?" Why did the bar's title involve both French and English words, while the barman sounded like a true Italian? Multiculturalism struck again. "Then you must be Renesco." Ryan handed the poor fellow the briefcase. "I've been hired to give you this. It's full of mushrooms and a bomb, but I didn't open it this time." "This time," the barman frowned. "Are you?" "I'm Quicksave." Ryan introduced himself, tipping his hat. "I'm Immortal, but don't tell anyone." "Man, you said it loud enough for everyone to hear." Someone jeered at the back, the few clients laughing. "That's your power?" the barman asked, unimpressed. "Immortality. It's part of a package deal," Ryan replied. "Whatever," Renesco grumbled while he seized the briefcase. "I'll tell my boss and you should receive your payment soon." "Good to hear," Ryan replied, a hand on the counter. "Hey, look, since I'm here, have you seen a girl called Len? Black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist." "Never heard of her," the barman said with a shrug. "If you're looking for a girl, try a brothel. Try Rust Town in the north if you're brave enough. You can always find interesting stuff at the junkyard, but it's full of cutthroats and psychos nowadays." The barman looked at Quicksave head to toe. "They're going to eat you alive." Ryan shrugged while he heard someone enter the bar. The temperature seemed to suddenly drop a few degrees. "Renesco?" the newcomer asked. "Yes," the barman replied, frowning. A second later, an ice spear tore out Renesco's throat and nailed him to the back wall. Ryan tried to activate his time stop, but a sharp icicle hit his chest at astonishing speed. It pierced his bulletproof jacket and his ribs like a spear, then came out on the other side, leaving a gaping hole where the lungs should have been. The room erupted in screams as projectiles shredded the tables and clients alike. Struggling against the sharp pain in his chest, Ryan collapsed on the counter but managed to glance at his attacker. The newcomer removed his hoodie, revealing his face, or rather his lack of one. He looked like a walking, skinless skeleton with vestigial muscles, skeletal fingers, and frozen eyes. An unnatural, chilling mist came out of his mouth and nasal cavities, transforming into ice weapons, a genome. Considering his physical mutation, maybe even a psycho. Adam sends his regards, the killer rasped. The muchacho man in the bar's back tried to telekinetically throw a chair at him, but the hostile genome grew an armor of ice over his bones. A few icicles later, the Spanish guy and his date had their face redrawn in a cubic style. I will get you. Ryan dramatically raised a finger at his murderer, blood flowing from his mouth, on my next save. The undead froze him alive with a wave of his hand, and all went dark. It was May 8, 2020 for the fourth time, and Ryan was pissed. 3 times. 3 times he had died trying to make this damn delivery. Then again, that was what he got when not paying attention. With the exception of his save point, his powers needed a conscious action to activate his enhanced timing sense, in particular, didn't kick in until after he had lived through events once already. Ryan didn't mind dying, since he had gotten used to it after the first 24 times, but dying so soon. Less than 2 hours after establishing a save point, 3 times in a row. His loops usually lasted days, allowing him to try new and interesting stunts while repeating the same things in quick succession bored him to death. This meant war. Ryan entered his autopilot mode, his mind wandering off while his body repeated all the actions of his previous save. He only stopped and regained full consciousness as he reached the bar. Instead of entering, Ryan remained in his car, waiting for his killer to show up. He didn't have to wait long, as the assassin walked out of a street corner, hands in his pockets and his ugly face hidden beneath a hoodie. It said something about New Rome that this crook didn't draw attention as he entered the Jolie Wrangler. There was only one rational, responsible way to act. Ryan moved the car right in front of the pub, set an AC/DC song on the radio, and then smashed the accelerator. Pedestrians screamed in panic, some leaping out of the way as the car drove into the Wrangler's entrance. Having been reinforced specifically for this kind of stunt, the Plymouth demolished the wall and hit the assassin from behind before he could attack. The collision propelled the hostile genome against the counter, like a deer on the road. Quicksave briefly looked around. In case he had accidentally hit any of the clients, he had been very careful to position himself in an angle with nobody but the assassin on the path, but you could never know. Thankfully, he hadn't harmed anyone, and the Spanish muchacho was too busy holding his terrified girlfriend in his arms to throw stuff at Ryan. Good, he wouldn't have to reload again. Hey guys, I'm Quicksave. Ryan told the shocked clients as he stepped down and moved behind his car. I'm Immortal, but don't tell anyone. I'm calling security. Renesco shouted while hiding behind the counter. Don't bother, I will be done in a minute. Ryan replied before opening his car's trunk, unconcerned. He looked at his weapons, trying to find the right one for the job. The pistol gauntlets, too intimate. The Gauss rifle, too quick. The shotgun, tempting but overdone. The rabbit plushie, far too powerful. The baseball bat it was. Who the fuck are you? The undead assassin hissed angrily, trying to manifest his armor of ice over his body as he did in the last loop, but too stunned to focus. And Augusti. Now I'm just a courier, Ryan said, trying to think of a good one-liner. Sorry, can you give me your name while you still have teeth? The skeleton responded by raising his hand, unleashing a volley of ice shards. In response, Ryan lazily stopped time. The world turned silent, everything gained a purple hue, and the icicles froze in midair. Froze. The courier memorized that pun for later. Yet you took me by surprise last time, Quicksave said as he moved around the path of the attack until he was right in front of his target. Neither clients nor the enemy genome could move, trapped between 2 seconds. Not gonna happen again. When time resumed and the world regained its colors, the skeleton kissed the aluminum bat intimately. The undead genome lost a few teeth since his jaw was tight, must have been his first time. The attack tossed the killer to his knees, and another strike introduced him face first to the ground. Ryan started beating him up to the tune of Highway to Hell, singing to himself. Between the shock of being hit by a car at full speed and the blow to the head, the enemy genome couldn't mount a resistance. Also, it seemed he had some frozen blood below the bones and vestigial flesh. I feel like the healthcare system, beating up a helpless granny. Ryan shook his head in disgust at the assassin before hitting him again. Look at what you made me do. The wicked fossil couldn't offer a good excuse, so Quicksave continued his assault. His unnatural resilience would allow him to survive far worse, and considering he had killed Ryan once, the courier didn't feel bad beating him up within an inch of his life. Drop your weapons. Ryan turned around, 3 men in black riot gear pointing energy rifles at him from behind. They surrounded his car, while they proudly displayed the Ouroboros symbol of the Dynamis Corporation on their chests, probably members of private security. A crowd of civilians had gathered outside the bar, looking at the scene while maintaining a respectful distance. Some had even started taking pictures. "Hey, I'm just trying to help," Ryan protested, waving his blood-stained bat in surrender after kicking the assassin with his boot one last time. "You blew up my bar," Renesco protested, emerging from behind the counter with a crimson face. "Oh, you want money." Quicksave quickly searched inside his trench coat as 3 red circles appeared on his mask, before bringing out a wad of banknotes worth 50,000 euros. "Here, have a treat." Renesco looked at the money, grabbed it, counted, and then made a conflicted face. "That's more than enough to pay for the repairs," he told the guards. "The guy on the floor tried to attack us. The other weirdo came to help." "You have a license?" one of the security guards asked Ryan, who shook his head. "You're a vigilante, an Augusti." "Company genome?" "Nope," Ryan replied. "Well, if you don't have a license, why shouldn't we take you into custody alongside that bone guy? What, you want money too?" And Ryan threw a bribe at him. The security captain grabbed the wad with one hand, counted while keeping his weapon aimed at Quicksave's head, then chuckled. "You think you can buy our honor with that?" Ryan threw him a bigger bribe. "Better," the security guardsman said, putting the money in a pocket full of grenades. He lowered his rifle and had his 2 compatriots gently grab the assassin after punching him in the gut. "I'm glad we helped make the neighborhood safer today." "Me too," Ryan replied. "Me too." "Renesco," the captain asked the barman as his men carried the assassin away. "Don't forget to pay your monthly subscription. We won't always be there to protect your establishment." And on these wise words, the trio left without looking back. "Do you always carry wads of money on yourself?" Renesco asked Quicksave, astonished by the surreal scene. "When you cause as much collateral damage as I do, it's a real-time saver," Ryan replied, the baseball bat still dripping with blood. "Who is that skeletal fellow anyway?" "Ghoul, a psycho from the Meta gang. Elixir junkies who have been hitting places like mine recently." Renesco glared at Ryan, then at his car, and then back at its driver. "Now, get the fuck out of my bar." Not until after I finish the damn delivery." Ryan handed the briefcase to Renesco, not really caring about the attention he brought on it. Quicksave always delivered no matter how many deaths needed. The barman's eyes flashed with recognition and then confusion. "I don't get it," Renesco said as he grabbed the briefcase. "You aren't paid half of what you spent in the last minute." "It's not about the money," Ryan replied. He looked around as if worried that anyone listened, then whispered into Renesco's ear, "I'm just bored." The man looked at Ryan in silence, while the courier whistled to himself as he returned to his car, driving under the sunset towards new adventures. Side quest complete. Ryan always did science in his underwear. Clothes embodied society's restrictions upon the human spirit, the crushing power of civilization attempting to make the individual fit into the mold. But by being mostly naked, Ryan reconnected with his creativity, unbound by conformity, while his boxers represented his lingering attachment to his mental stability, preventing him from going completely off the rails. The one time Ryan had worked completely naked, he ended up building his rabbit plushie. Also, his boxers felt comfy and warm. Len had made them for him, years ago. Having rented a hotel room near the city center, Ryan spent the early morning splitting his time between researching information about New Rome and improving his gadgets. The receptionist had given Quicksave a strange glance upon seeing him move upstairs with his hands full of weapons, but didn't call the private security. Masked strangers were nothing unusual in this city. Of course, Ryan took the time to hack the bedroom's camera to protect his secret identity and to avoid panic. He had a lot of unsafe stuff in his arsenal. Resting on a chair, Ryan typed on his computer with his TOSA skill he spent many loops mastering while he worked on his coil gun with his hands. The client had wired him his money for yesterday's delivery, with compliments for Ghoul's arrest, although the courier didn't care much. The job was just an excuse to travel across Italy, looking for new adventures, though he had put his endless wandering on hold once he heard Len might be in New Rome. From what Renesco had told him, he should go to Rust Town for information according to the local Dynanet. That was the nickname given to New Rome's poor northwest neighborhood. The corporations controlling the city had put all the industrial plants there, turning the area into a dumpster. They had even built a wall to prevent vagrants from moving into the other districts. According to the receptionist, the junkyard was a landmark of that area, an old coal mine transformed into an open landfill. Many rogue geniuses and adventurers exchanged stuff there. Maybe Len was among them. Someone knocked on his bedroom window. Ryan glanced at it, a woman waving her hand at him from the other side. "Hi," she said. "Can we talk for a minute?" Ryan's room was on floor 10 and it had no fire exit. "Hey," Ryan grabbed his mask and put it on alongside the hat. "You're violating my secret identity." "You don't have one, Ryan Romano," the woman replied, raising an eyebrow. "And according to your file, you never did anything to hide it." "I have a file?" Ryan asked, overtaken by happiness. "I'm famous. How am I described?" "Deranged but reliable." Sweet, they got him halfway right. The flying woman eyed him from head to toe through the glass. Don't you intend to put on your other clothes? Ryan chuckled. No, he would always stand against oppressors. The personal space invader responded with a frown, knocking on the window again, albeit with a bit more frustration than before. Can you? Ryan rose from his chair to open the window with one hand and kept the coil gun aimed at the newcomer with the other. Oh, you're welcome. Then Ryan started to close the window. Hey, wait. Wyvern caught the window and kept it open. Ryan had heard she could bench press a school bus even while partially transformed, so he didn't press the issue. What are you doing in town, Quicksave? Can I call you Quicksave? Sure. Ryan then shrugged. I'm a courier. I deliver mail, no matter how many people want me dead. So the Augusty didn't hire you as muscle? The superheroine asked, a bit amused by his last comment. The place you defended was one of their fronts. I figured they might have hired you to defend their turf from the meta gang. Now, I beat that geriatric disaster because he was in the way of completing my side quest. Wyvern made a strange face, unable to understand his jargon. The genome wars had all but destroyed the video game sector, making Ryan feel very alone. Oh, by the way, have you heard of a girl my age called Len? Black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist. Marxist-Leninist. Wyvern's frown deepened. You mean communists? Those guys still exist. I know that's probably a dirty word in the city of unbridled capitalism, but yes. No, never heard of her. The superheroine shook her head, but I can look at our files. Is that why you are in New Rome, looking for her? Oh yes, she's beautiful and kind, and she's my best friend. Ryan couldn't help but gush about her. I've been looking for her since forever. I'll help if I can, Wyvern replied with a smile. Actually, I believe I can help you a great deal. Oh, here comes the recruitment offer. I belong to a group called Immiglir, Wyvern said, confirming Ryan's suspicions. You've probably heard of us. Immiglir, a bunch of corporate superheroes who were the official protectors of New Rome and modern celebrities. Of course, they were also on Dynamy's payroll, who owned their image, merchandising rights, and told them whom to fight. Nothing like Leo Hargrave's Carnival. Now those were real, pro bono superheroes, Wandering Knight style. Ryan couldn't help but admire them, even if they had caused the worst day of his life. We're always on the lookout for new talents, and while you have a reputation for collateral damage, you possess an extremely useful superpower, and as far as we know you haven't dabbled into reprehensible enterprises, nor closely associated with wanted criminals. Poor girl, if only she knew. Since you stopped Ghoul before he could go on a killing spree, I think you have your heart in the right place. So what, you want me to audition for a movie or something? Because I've only ever tried theater once and it wasn't funny. Wyvern laughed. I wish we did fewer commercials and more arrests, she admitted, Ryan sensing a little bitterness in her tone. But we do our best to protect citizens. Come visit our HQ, see if you match with our organization. After that stunt with Ghoul, you'll need people to have your back. Look, Quicksave, the meta aren't reasonable like the Augusty, she insisted. They are a roving band of psychos, and you've beat up one of their own. Their boss, Adam, eats people, then he must have a lot on his plate. Wyvern didn't like the joke, her smile straining and her wings slowing down a bit. All right, Ryan said. I'll think about it if I ever get sidetracked on my main quest. The superheroine frowned, looking sideways. Ryan suddenly noticed an earplug in her left ear, although he couldn't hear anything. Understood, Wyvern said, although not to Ryan, before handing the courier a business card. If you change your mind, visit us at this address. Sure, take care. And on these words, Wyvern flew away. Her wings moved so fast it became impossible for the human eye to notice them. Yet they made no sound either, except for the wind they produced. She was gone within the blink of an eye, moving north and accelerating until she reached near supersonic speed. The sound frequency of her wings must have been inaudible to humans, or run on abnormal physics. Everything was possible with genomes. The courier memorized that observation for later. Finally alone, Ryan closed the window and returned to his task. But no sooner did he sit back in his chair that he received a vocal communication demand on his computer. The genome immediately recognized the caller as the same person who ordered the Renesco delivery. He lazily opened the vocal channel with his left toe. Quicksave Deliveries, what can I do for you? What did the bitch tell you? An encrypted voice on the other end answered. Ryan raised an eyebrow behind his mask. Wait, am I being spied on? Few places are off the grid in New Rome. Note to self, find a more discreet hotel next loop. I'm pretty sure the last person who used that line didn't encrypt their voice. Who are you, creepy mystery voice? My name is Vulcan, the caller answered. I represent the Augusty. We are the organization that runs things in New Rome and most of Italy. I thought it was Dynamy's. Ryan deadpanned. That's what they say, the voice laughed. But Italy only has one emperor, and his name is Augustus. Hard to disagree, the guy was invincible and could shoot homing lightning. He had more victims to his name than the cigarette. Is it an offer you can't refuse or an offer? Cause I'm allergic to horses. We need tough people who get things done, Vulcan replied. You want women or boys, new hardware, good weapons, enough bliss to fly you to the moon. All that shit can be yours if you prove you're a team player. And how do I do that? An email notification popped up, indicating an address. Ryan quickly checked, identifying the location as a casino called the Bakudo, we own the establishment, Vulcan explained. Come tonight alone and don't make us wait. We never ask twice. Ryan ended the call, pondering about the offers. Few, you beat up one guy showing extreme restraint and delicateness by your usual standards, and suddenly everyone wanted a piece of you. Then again, either group could help him find Len, and he had created a save point before coming to town. That could only mean one thing: multiple routes unlocked. As per the name, the Bakudo was a Japan-themed casino. Having parked his car nearby, Ryan glanced up at the building with amazement. The architects had recreated a perfect copy of an oriental pagoda tower, as large as a mall. A red carpet led to golden, ostentatious torii gates with the casino's title plastered on them. Hordes of gamblers walked inside, some dressed in traditional Asian clothes like kippao, others in tuxedos and expensive gowns. Of course, none were as stylish as Quicksave's own fabulous outfit, but the genome gave them points for trying. The staff had even dressed the bouncers as samurai in low-grade, genius-made armor. They looked almost like feudal armor, but heavier and bound by flexible circuits instead of clothing fabric. Very nice design, especially the stained glass visor. Ryan wondered if they had lightsabers to go along with it. No weapons allowed inside, one bouncer said, as he and a compatriot checked Ryan out. Due to their armor, both were at least one head taller than the genome. They immediately found the throwing knives hidden in his sleeves and then examined him very thoroughly. It took them a few minutes to find most of his stuff. 25 throwing knives, 2 revolvers including one Desert Eagle, 1 energy pistol, 1 frag grenade, a switchblade, a hand buzzer, and the bouncer frowned, seizing a tiny metal sphere the size of a baseball. Is that a bomb? Yep, Ryan answered. Genius tech, EMP. Gunpowder, thermonuclear. The bouncer chuckled heartily until he realized Ryan was serious. He then exchanged a glance with his fellow guards. All of them put their hands on a saber around their belts. You keep an A-bomb in your back pocket. The guard wagged the device at Ryan's face. It's only for dissuasion, the courier promised while crossing his fingers. I Korea swear. The bouncer remained silent a moment, then touched his helmet and hushed words which Ryan couldn't hear. No doubt he was contacting his manager. You can get your stuff back after you're done, the bouncer declared, putting his weapons in a bag. But one wrong move and that bomb will find its way in another place. Understood. Yes, sir, Ryan replied as he waltzed into the casino like a child. He immediately found himself walking through a corridor of pachinkos, those strange Japanese slot machines gamblers twirled on them, enslaved by their otherworldly power. The sight reminded Ryan of the 4 loops he spent addicted to these machines, before getting bored. Ah, the nostalgia. A few steps later, Ryan entered the main gambling hall, mixing both Japanese art design and Western gambling entertainment. Roulette wheels stood side by side with blackjack tables, and they even had an arena for sumo wrestling next to a sushi bar. An elevator at the center led to the higher floors, each probably catering to different tastes. A giant screen above the sushi bar showed a promotional image of New Rome's Colosseum, and a T-Rex roaring on its grounds under the acclaim of the crowd. A voiceover hyped up the competition. This mutant dinosaur has been cloned from ancient times and improved to fight at Colosseum Maximus, Maximus, and if dinosaurs won't do it, our robots will. The screen changed from the picture of a Jurassic Park ad to a humanoid mecha straight out of an old Japanese cartoon. Coming straight out of our weapon development program, Dynames introduces you to the Mega Fighter Mark III. Meant to fight the deadliest psychos and marauders, this killing machine will keep you on your toes. Will any contestant get the better of these bloodthirsty monsters? You will see it in tonight's episode of Colosseum Maximus, only at Dynames. Ryan noticed a smaller screen showing the odds, people betting either which contestants would survive, or if the T-Rex would eat them all on the first round. For some obscure reason, most betted on an overwhelming dinosaur victory. Ryan wandered towards the roulette near the sushi bar and immediately started placing bets, throwing stacks of euro bills on the table. Quick save, a man asked Ryan, the clinking of his outfit announcing his presence long before he called out to the courier. This guy also wore samurai armor, but one blue and far sleeker, almost skin-tight. Instead of a faceless glass visor, his helmet took the shape of a black demon mask, allowing Ryan to see the black eyes and mouth below. The bouncers nodded at him in respect, and quite a few people gave the man a wide berth, yet clearly a genome. Yes, Ryan asked, feigning innocence. You don't have precognition, right, I hope, the man asked, crossing his arms, because I will have to kick you out if you do. We don't allow blue genomes to play. Precognition, the courier shook his head. Nah, of course not. I'm as violet as they come. Genomes were classified depending on the color of the elixir which gave them their power. Blue focused on information manipulation, from precognition to infohazards, while violet had space-time-related abilities. Then you can't peer into alternate timelines or a cheat like that, Samurai Guy asked, or rewind time and send information to your past self. But if I can rewind time and erase this conversation so it never happened, do you even exist right now? Or are you a mere simulation of my feverish mind? Samurai Guy simply decided to watch, trying to make sense of the terrible existential conundrum Quicksave just threw at his face. In the end, the courier blew 30,000 bucks, but he had memorized the roulette numbers and the victorious gladiators' names for a later loop. Strangely, while the dinosaur won, one firecracker had managed to survive all the way to the end. "All right, you definitely aren't a seer," Samurai Guy said, having acted as Ryan's chaperone during his entire gambling spree. "I think you should slow down, though. At this point, you're pretty much burning money. I'm sorry, what's your name?" Ryan ended up asking his mysterious samurai overseer. "I'm Zanbato. I'm an Augusti. Are you Japanese? Because you don't sound Japanese." "No," he replied, a bit confused by the question. "I'm Italian. Your supervillain name is Zanbato, but you're not Japanese. Goddamn counterfeit." "I'm not a supervillain," the man protested, clearly missing the point. "My girlfriend is Korean, though." "You have a girlfriend?" Ryan gasped. "That's wonderful." "You guys won the coin toss," Ryan replied bluntly. Zanbato chuckled, rather amused. He quickly invaded Quicksave's personal space by putting a hand on his shoulder. "I'm buying you a drink." The samurai wannabe invited Ryan to the sushi bar, taking a beer while Ryan ordered tea. Bouncers formed a security perimeter around them to allow them some privacy. "Ghoul escaped," Zanbato told Quicksave. "A mole in the private security told us his pals bust him out, probably with inside help. And knowing that maniac, he will be on your trail shortly. I thought you should know." Ryan gasped, promising to inform Wyvern that Ghoul's friends would bust him out on his next save. "Are you telling me that private security is corrupt? I would never have known. The grunts are underpaid, so some are open to negotiation. They're elite squads, especially those working for Dynami's executives, not so much." Zanbato sipped his beer. "We know you have a pretty powerful ability, but you did good in approaching us. Safety in numbers, I always say. You know I'm immortal," Ryan asked, "but I didn't tell anyone. You're immortal." Zanbato raised an eyebrow. "You can't die." "I think I can, but I never succeeded." Zanbato paused, unsure how to answer. "Well, we know you can stop time for an unknown duration as your main power," the man said. "Now what do you know about us? That you are the biggest supervillain organization in Italy and that your boss is invincible. We are not Zanbato's side. We are a family and profit-minded society, men and women of honor, not supervillains. That's what Il Migler labels us as because we aren't corporate sellouts and we build houses, churches, and hospitals for the poor. We are good for the community. Your drugs are good for the heart too," Ryan deadpanned. "But your weapons are better." "It's not illegal," Zanbato replied, which was true since there wasn't a true government nowadays. "We have to fund ourselves. I'm telling you, where we rule, things are peaceful, people feel safe. There's no pillager taking your stuff, no psychos running around. When Augustus takes over Italy, and he will, you won't recognize our country. It will be like before the wars." The man sounded like he really believed it too. He seemed a bit young to rant about the good old days, though. "Oh, also, do you have anything child-related?" Ryan asked. "Because I'm pretty flexible, but if I find you do anything reprehensible to teens and below, then we're going to have a problem." Zanbato's mouth twisted into an expression of absolute disgust. "We don't list to minors," he said. "We aren't savages, not like the meta. Anyway, do you know how we work as an organization? Because if you want to join us, you will have to bend to the hierarchy." "I'm more of a free spirit kind of guy," Ryan said. "I'm just looking for help in finding a friend." Oh, this seemed to surprise the genome. He must have thought Ryan a money-only kind of guy. "Whom? Her name is Len. Black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist. Do you have a photo?" Ryan shook his head. "Is your girlfriend?" "No, just my best friend. Been looking for her for years until a client tried to pay me in tech she made. He said it came from New Rome. Tech, she's a genius." Zanbato finished his beer, mulling over that information. "Okay, look, if she's what matters to you, then we'll help you find her. Favor for a favor." Ryan could live with that. Once he had the information, he could always start a new loop and go to Len directly without having to put a horse's head in someone's bed. "What favor? We need muscle," Zanbato said. "New Rome has a new problem called the Meta Gang. They're all psychos." "I know them," Ryan replied. "Had a skirmish with them years ago, back when they were small fries. Ghoul hadn't joined then, but they were already vicious assholes. Not that Ryan could blame them. The human body wasn't made to handle more than one elixir, even knockoffs. The combination of two powers made the genetic code unstable, usually driving the recipient mad. Sure, they gained an additional ability, nobody ever developed more than two as far as Ryan knew, but needed periodical injections of elixirs to stabilize their body. These genome mutants had the well-deserved nickname of psychos. You would think people knew better, but the thought of exceptional cases like Augustus, who gained two obscene powers with no ill effects, always drove fools to try their luck. Long short story, these junkies started moving into our turf recently, especially the north neighborhoods, Zanbato explained, as shouts erupted behind them. Ryan glanced behind him, noticing a new Coliseum battle had begun on TV. "They attacked our guys, we hit 'em back, and now they assault our associates and suppliers like Renesco. Can't you?" Ryan mimicked a beheading motion. "You know." "Yes, we can, but for now they're just an annoying nuisance and the bosses want our best men to focus on more important matters." Zanbato asked for another beer. So what do you say? Help us beat up some mutants, get your girl? Ooh, business. Ryan joined his hands. How many? How many what? How many casualties? It was May 10th, 2020 for the first time, and Ryan hadn't blown up something yet. Frankly, this surprised him. 72 hours were almost a hard cap for him for non-destructive behavior. He didn't always cause it. He just had a knack for getting into exciting situations. Ryan wasn't drawn to adventure. Adventure was drawn to him, and he couldn't wait for a new adrenaline rush. Driving at night up north, the courier and his Plymouth left the wealthy districts for more industrial ones. Hotels and casinos slowly vanished, replaced with railroad stations, gray buildings, taxi centrals, and other businesses. According to the map, they should reach the old harbor in no time. Existence is subjective. Ryan asked, turning his head to the passenger to his right. He had to lower himself in the car to avoid reaching the roof with his head. Your question about whether I exist if you can roll back time, Zanbato continued. The man had put crates full of chemicals at the car's back, then insisted on chaperoning Quicksave during his first job for the family. Both were supposed to protect a shipment from attack and beat up the meta if they dared to interrupt it. We can never know we exist, so there is no objective truth to existence. You're still thinking it over? Ryan asked, a bit surprised. He said so much nonsense in such a short time that people usually forgot what he said halfway through. Yes, it's disturbing. You get used to the uncertainty. Better not tell him the truth. The sound of cars gave way to that of waves crashing on the shore, and the faint rustle of the evening wind. The city's old harbor seemed rather derelict, rusting buildings standing next to abandoned waterfront warehouses. The remains of a massive supertanker overlooked the sea. Having crashed against a stony beach, the captain must have been drunk when it happened. If humans lived in the area, Ryan didn't notice any. They had entered the poor zone. The quality of the air also drastically declined, to the point that Ryan felt like he was kissing a professional smoker. The stink even overwhelmed the smell of the sea. He blamed it on the proximity of a nuclear power plant, industrial facilities, and the famous Rust town further north. Somebody call Greenpeace, Ryan complained. They can't all be dead. Dynames uses knockoff genomes to keep the pollution in Rust town, Zanbato replied as they drove towards the stony beach. But they don't do much to protect this area. Is this what remains of Naples' old port? Ryan asked, curious. He had always been interested in pre-war facilities, especially since most cities had been transformed into nice aesthetic craters. Yeah, Dynames is building new docks in the south for freighters. Zanbato pointed at a spot at the waterfront. We can stop there. Ryan parked the car between two warehouses, then stepped down alongside his chaperone. A group waited for them near the remains of a pier, next to a huge pile of crates in a minivan. The leader and the youngest was an African-Italian barely above 18, yet taller than Ryan himself. Physically fit, he kept his hair short and dressed fashionably. He had invested his drug money on a stylized sweater, boots, and refined pants. He really gave off a cultured middle-class vibe, even if he was busy smoking a joint as the dude showed up. The rest, well, they were grunts with submachine guns, nothing special. Cannon fodder with a short life expectancy and even shorter opportunities for career advancement, whom Ryan could identify on site nowadays. The courier nicknamed them Grunt 1, Grunt 2, and Grunty. Finally, the leader complained upon seeing the two genomes arrive. What took you so long? You were supposed to arrive first. We're in the open. Sorry, Luigi, Zanbato replied, much calmer. Traffic delayed us. Hey, Luigi, Ryan said with his best accent ever. It's a me, Mario. Luigi frowned, trying to make the connection and failing. I don't get it. I think it's video game stuff, Grunty said, the other mooks shrugging their shoulders. Ryan sighed. It's exhausting, he complained, to be an island of culture amidst a sea of ignorance. Luigi, this is Quicksave, the new muscle I told you about. Zanbato made the introductions. Quicksave, this is Luigi alias Crypto. He's our supply guy. You have a superpower too? Ryan asked, faking astonishment. Could the only guy without a weapon be special? Yeah, I have a bullshit filter, Luigi replied, tossing his joint into the sea to share with the fish. Who's your favorite genome? Well, I don't. A foreign force took over Ryan's mind, twisting his tongue. Mr. Wave is so cool. Seriously, Luigi asked, a little peeved. You like that cringy weirdo? Ryan couldn't stop himself. Also, I'm pretty hetero, but if Leo Hargraves sneaked into my room at night, I would still let him. Okay, stop, I don't want the details, Luigi said. The effect lifted from Ryan's mind. See, once you start talking, you can't lie to me. One day, Ryan warned, wagging a finger at Luigi. You're going to ask me the wrong question and you won't like the answer. As in, he would have to reload and start over. Bragging about his time stop was one thing, but Ryan always kept quiet about his save point. Someday, someone smart might figure out a way around his ace in the hole, so Ryan always kept it hidden up his sleeve. Why did you bring this guy instead of Sphere? Luigi complained to Zanbato. Or Chitter, they're busy elsewhere, the samurai replied. and you have 5 bodyguards. Bullets aren't going to stop any of the meta, his fellow crook replied, turning to the grunts. No offense, guys. Zanbato cleared his throat. We can always argue about security after the job. The submarines should arrive soon, Luigi replied. I paid off the private security to look the other way, so no problem on that front. What about Il Migler? Ryan asked, curious. Can you even buy superheroes? Luigi chuckled. Those overmarketed clowns. Don't worry, they make a show of hitting our operations from time to time, but they're too scared of us to try anything truly disruptive. They usually go after independents, not professionals. They let us do our business, we let them do theirs, Zanbato explained, removing the crates from Ryan's car. It's like the Cold War, but we're close to Rust Town and the meta already hit delivery runs like this one, so prepare yourself. Then time to fist, Ryan said, opening the trunk of his car to get his pisto gauntlets. Pisto gauntlets were metallic gloves, first developed by the infamous genius Mechron to equip close combat drones. Quick-save zone weapons looked like gauntlets with a hydraulic piston-powered ram built upon them. The mechanism pushed the ram forward, knocking back the enemy upon smashing the courier, even improved upon the original design by adding an electrical shock effect to the mix for double the pain. They are pisto gauntlets, but they aren't any pisto gauntlets, Ryan boasted at Luigi as he put his gloves on and showed them off. I call them the Fisty Brothers because they fist people to oblivion. Everyone is afraid of nuclear bombs, but these are the real A-bombs. Only Grunt 2 laughed, proving that he alone had a future. Luigi looked at Ryan's gauntlets, then at Zanbato. Zan, I don't know on which planet your guy lives, but it's clearly not ours. They say madness is a pit, Ryan replied cheerfully, hands on his waist. They're wrong. Madness is a roller coaster. I kinda like him, Zanbato told Luigi, as the other grunts helped add their crates to the existing pile. He's funny. You like weird people, period. Luigi shrugged, raising his sweater's sleeve to reveal a watch. Anytime now. The waters near the pier grew agitated, the trio looking over the edge. 3 strange, spherical bathyspheres emerged from the waves, each large enough to house many within their confines. The machines lacked any form of cables, unlike old bathysphere models, and instead seemed powered by small propellers. Their reinforced glass door opened, but Ryan couldn't see any controls or buttons inside. Ryan gasped, instantly recognizing the design. That's Len's stuff, hey. Luigi shouted as the courier summarily pushed him out of the way to observe the machines better. It barely took a few glances for Ryan to confirm his hypothesis. He could recognize her work among thousands, the fondness for an outdated steampunk technology made viable again, the ruggedness of the design, with beauty sacrificed on the altar of barbaric efficiency, the crimson paint, her favorite, dulled by the sea. The sight of the bathysphere awakened old emotions in Ryan, long buried beneath the apathy and boredom. Nostalgia, joy, longing, and even hope. Finally, after years of fruitless search, Ryan was finally on the right track. His days of solitude would soon be over. He knew this mission would further his main quest. Len Ryan struggled to avoid having a flashback, turning to Zanbato and pleading like a child. Where did you find it? Please, please, please. I dunno, Zanbato replied. Vulcan's division takes care of the tech, not ours. We just transport and manage the supplies. I'm not even sure we even own these machines, Luigi said, dusting his clothes and bringing out a phone. He started typing as the grunts threw the crates in the bathyspheres, perhaps sending a signal to someone else. Just help us put the supplies inside and I'll look into it afterward. It's getting cold and it ain't safe here. Speaking of cold. Now that Ryan thought of it, it seemed to be getting chillier by the second. Unnaturally so. Zanbato noticed it too and immediately braced himself for an attack. A swirling sword of solid crimson light appeared in his hands, the perfect replica of a katana. They're here, he said, the grunts immediately raising their machine guns. Ryan looked around and quickly noticed them coming from the north. A distant figure froze the sea, creating a bridge of ice on which he skated. Ryan immediately recognized Ghoul, although instead of a hoodie, the geriatric disaster had covered his body in sheets of ice, forming a multi-layered armor. His body released a cloud of white mist, making it difficult to clearly distinguish his features. Another figure flew behind Ghoul, although floating might have been a better term. The second genome wore a black hazmat suit and gas mask, giving them a spooky vibe. Their gauntlets unleashed streams of compressed air, allowing them to propel themselves on the sea. In short, a living Chernobyl holiday ad. Ghoul and Sarin, Zanbato recognized the two. Maybe more. I'll take care of them, Ryan said, eager to continue his main quest without interruptions. You can continue with the menial manual labor minions. You want to take them on alone? Zanbato asked, a bit concerned. You're sure they're killers? He cared. Ryan raised a thumb up and walked up north towards the stony beach in the supertanker. He almost slipped on the old stones, caught himself, and then glanced at the sea. The two psychos clearly aimed for the pier and the bathyspheres, perhaps having been forewarned. Then Ghoul noticed Ryan, who mimicked a home run with an invisible bat. Like how a bull challenged a matador, the psycho instantly veered off course, much to his companion's surprise. He charged at Ryan with murder on his mind. You mother bleep her. Ghoul screamed over the sea, the stone beach mimicking the Arctic as he came closer. A dozen ice shards formed from the moisture around the psycho, while he said so many insults that Ryan's mind automatically censored him. You bleep, I'm going to bleep your skull and bleep 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 with my bleep. That wasn't child-friendly. That wasn't child-friendly at all. You grew back your teeth? Ryan noticed. You must have drunk a lot of milk. Ghoul responded by leaping on the beach, unleashing a dozen ice daggers at Ryan at the same time. Apparently, he no longer played baseball but throwing knives. The courier accepted the challenge. Ryan stopped time, brought out the knives hidden under his trench coat, aimed and threw them. When time resumed, Ghoul's projectiles were deflected by Ryan's own. Most ice shards hit a warehouse behind, missing their targets, while a throwing knife found its way to the psycho's unprotected eye. Nailed it. It took him so many restarts to master knife throwing, but it had been worth it. I'll peel your skin. Like an orange, Ghoul hissed in pain as he removed the knife, his screams music to Ryan's ears. The eye's blood turned to strawberry-colored ice cream when it came out of the socket, making the courier hungry. Then I'll drink your blood and the sweet elixir it carries. The other psycho chose that moment to land on the beach, hitting the ice floor with a loud thump and somehow avoiding slipping up. Ghoul's white mist slowly widened the ice layer over the beach, which now spread to the sea and the walkway. Ryan suddenly wondered if he should add a scarf to his outfit. Ghoul, what the hell? While her voice was somewhat muffled by the mask, Miss Nuclear Disaster was clearly a girl. You heard Adam, the shipment first. That's him. Ghoul snarled, creating blades of ice over his forearms and pointing them at Ryan. That's the bastard who beat me up. I told you he was an Augusti. I guess Adam can't be mad at us for dusting one of them then, Saren said, raising her gauntlets at Ryan as if he should be intimidated. She mustn't have washed her hands. If you knew what's good for you, you should have stayed the fuck out of Rust Town, but I guess you pusses are pretty slow to learn. Don't worry, the courier replied. Whatever happens, Blower. Blower, the hazmat girl, interrupted him, confused. That's not my na. Your name is Blower now because you blow air. Ryan then pointed a finger at one eye menacingly. And now his name is Picard because I liked French frozen food. In retrospect, calling a girl Blower might have sounded a little dirty because she became really upset. Her gauntlets began to vibrate, unleashing a blast of compressed air at quicksave. The ice below them began to crack from the shockwave, and Ryan realized he should have nicknamed her the Vibrator instead. Stopping time for a few seconds, Ryan lazily waltzed out of the blast's way, almost slipped on the ice, caught himself, cursed, and then let time resume. The compressed air blew up the walkway behind the beach, grinding stones to dust and redecorating the pavement in a straight line for at least 10 meters. Trying to make it a threesome, Ghoul skated after quicksave speed rivaling that of a car, blades raised. Not swinging this way, Ryan dodged the attack by lowering his head. His time stop could last for up to 10 seconds and you could do a lot in 10 seconds but suffered from a cooldown duration afterward. It was equal to the amount of time Ryan spent freezing time. Use the time stop for 5 seconds, can't do it again 5 seconds afterward. Not understanding the concept of personal space, Ghoul kept trying to nail Ryan with his blade and received a punch in the stomach for his trouble. Fisty activated on contact, the ram smashing through the psycho's ice armor and sending him flying backward to take a bath in the sea. The water froze right after he entered it. Unfortunately, the contact with Ghoul's white mist froze. Fisty jamming the pistons. Got him, Knit. It always had performance issues when things heated up. Not caring about her teammate, Saren kept focusing on attacking Ryan, who chuckled at his own mental joke. The courier had to run away from the beach and on the walkway as a shockwave collapsed the ice, even briefly stopping time to make it. You blow air very fast, that's your power. Ryan struggled not to laugh, but almost slipped on the frozen pavement, ruining the moment. Why didn't he dedicate a loop to learn ice skating again? My fan can do the same and it cost me $15. Seeing Ryan escape and still pining for his undivided attention, Saren pointed her hands at her feet and unleashed a new shockwave. A column of compressed air propelled her upward, allowing her to leap over the harbor. Ryan looked up and got a perfect view of her back, but much to his disappointment, she seemed to float inside her suit. Very strange. Why the obsession, Blower? Ryan asked, trying to unjam Fisty so he could introduce her to that crazy girl's face. Nothing dirty. Have you fallen for me at first sight? Unfortunately for you, Saren replied, vibrating her gauntlets from above to rain short blasts at the walkway. I'm a necrophiliac. Oh, a fellow quipper. Ryan was so happy to have some back-and-forth interactions, even if he needed to focus on avoiding the blasts. So many people just tried to kill him without exchanging pleasantries. It was just rude. Stopping time again, Ryan ran away and managed to reach the part of the walkway which hadn't frozen over. Running on ice was a lot harder to do than it sounded, and more importantly, made him look like a klutz. When time resumed, Saren's volley had turned the frozen pavement into a cheese. On the horizon, the courier noticed Zambato and Luigi finishing the supply run, seeing that he could handle the situation well. I'm sure we'll break the ice between us. That's just pitiful, Sarin replied upon landing on the roof of a waterfront warehouse. The height gave her a better view of the walkway, and solid ground allowed her to focus entirely on Ryan. This time, having resolved her own performance issues, she switched from short bursts to sustained fire. Did my invitation leave you stone cold? Quicksave shouted innocently to Miss Chernobyl, running away while managing to unjam. Fisty, the sustained blast collapsed the walkway behind him, stones falling on the beach. Frankly, it surprised Ryan that they hadn't woken up the whole neighborhood. Don't you ever shut up? Ghoul's voice snarled as the drenched psycho leaped on the walkway for a second round. Even with his armor of ice on, he left salt water behind with every step, and was that a starfish stuck to his leg. Anyway, as I said before you interrupted me, whatever happens. Ryan turned to face his foes and extended his arms, doing his best to look fabulous. I won't take you seriously. Bugs Bunny, the rabbit, was Ryan's most beloved character in all of fiction, and he had watched all its cartoons during his endless wandering. The courier always laughed at Hunter's failure to catch the wily animal, their rage growing with each missed bullet, so it must have been very frustrating for these two. Stop it. By now, Ghoul fumed so much that it became difficult to see through the white mist surrounding him. The whole harbor was slowly freezing, while the psycho threw car-sized blocks of ice at Ryan. Stop dodging. Ryan lazily stopped time, moved out of a projectile's path, then canceled his power. The psycho was actually getting worse with his aiming the more angered he grew. Unfortunately, the white mist surrounding Mr. Dembones also made it impossible for Ryan to get in close without freezing in place. He knew he should have invested in a thicker sweater. Ghoul, he's a speedster. Sarin snarled, still standing on a roof to keep the high ground. She was no more successful than her ally at hitting Ryan, who mocked her by activating his time stop just when her blasts were within an inch of reaching him. At one point, the courier even took the time to blow her a kiss. Just freeze him already. I'm not a speedster, I'm quicksave, Ryan shouted before revealing his greatest secret. I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. Soon you're just going to be blood on the pavement. What pavement? By now the two psychos had destroyed the entire waterfront, turning it into an icy wasteland of snow and craters. Ryan had to keep moving north to find ground to stand on, eventually luring the duo to an empty parking lot. While Ghoul pursued him on foot, his female companion glided on top of a streetlight, somehow managing to avoid slipping up. There was something wrong with the way she moved, as if she had no weight at all. All psychos were mutants, so she must have an abnormal physiology beneath the hazmat suit. I'm sorry, but you make ice cream and blow off air, Ryan pointed out. Household products can do it, while I control the linchpin of all reality. I try not to sound patronizing, but... Ghoul unleashed a wide burst of white mist with a furious growl, freezing everything in its path. Ryan simply activated his time stop and dodged once again. Still, growing bored with the pursuit and now having an opening, he grabbed two of his throwing knives, launching one at Ghoul's remaining eye, the other at Sarin. When time resumed, Ghoul lost his remaining eye and Sarin took a knife to the chest. You ain't making it easy. Ryan stopped talking, however, when green gas came out of Sarin's hazmat suit. The strange substance immediately rusted the streetlight below the psycho, causing the electrical parts to short-circuit and the metal to slowly bend. Sarin put a hand on the opening, trying to keep the gas inside. He knew she was full of hot air. I'll kill you, Ghoul whined, his face now looking like a strawberry sorbet with all the frozen blood flowing from his skull. It was vaguely horrifying, but Ryan had seen worse. I'll kill you. Ghoul, I know the sight of my dashing costume and my long, bloody bat made you fall for me at first sight, Ryan taunted him. Trust me, I get that a lot, but I just don't see you that way. I swear to God, I swear it, rasped the abominable ice cream, his hands on his face. If you crack a joke again, You will give me the cold shoulder, Ryan chuckled, unable to resist. Ghoul exploded in a snarl of fury, his body swallowed by white mist. The strange substance seemed to swirl around him, creating layers upon layers of stalagmites. When it dissipated, Ghoul was gone, replaced with a 4 meters tall titan of ice and snow. This strange fusion between a snowman and a hedgehog had maces instead of hands, and a thick defense of ice spikes. Oh. Ryan barely had the time to leap to the side, as the enormous snowman attempted to squash him like a bug. The sheer strength of the elemental construct shattered the concrete and shook the ground. Sarin, meanwhile, was too busy trying to cover the hole in her suit to assist. How did Ghoul manage to make that body work? Ice didn't work that way, it couldn't even bend. Ryan called cheating. A rumbling noise echoed across the parking lot, growing louder with each new step. Something heavy was rushing towards the battlefield to claim part of the glory. Quick save. Zambato entered the parking lot, his hands manifesting a sword of crimson light. The security is coming. I thought you guys paid them off, Ryan asked, dodging another strike from Ghoul. He wondered how the psycho could locate him without his eyes, guessing it probably had something to do with temperature. We paid them to ignore a delivery run, not the harbor's destruction. Zambato glanced at the two psychos present and first cut the streetlight on which Sarin stood. Miss Chernobyl glided to the other end of the parking lot, confirming Ryan's suspicions that she was made of gas. Zambato switched target from Sarin to her compatriot, who was closer, moving at great speeds in spite of the heaviness of his armor. He cut through the giant snowman's leg like a turkey, slicing it clean in half. Yet the limb quickly reattached itself to the body, Zambato having to step back to avoid being frozen by mist. The Augusti mafioso still tried to hack at the giant, proving himself so annoying that Ghoul abandoned his pursuit of Ryan to attack this new foe. The sound of an aircraft echoed above them, Ryan raising his eyes to watch an attack helicopter fly above the parking lot. He recognized it as a customized Agusta A129 Mangusta, piloted by 2 security guards. Ryan waved a pile of banknotes at them as a sign of friendship. They responded with a missile. Ryan stopped time just long enough to move out of the bomb's way, thankful that they didn't use laser weapons. He was fast, but not as much as light. When time resumed, he quickly realized that the private security targeted everyone, the missile impacting in the middle of the battlefield. Zambato protected his face with his hand and avoided being knocked back, his armor deflecting debris, while Ghoul's snowman form took the projectiles without showing any form of discomfort. Sarin, however, was pushed backward by the blast, quickly getting back on her feet with fury. "Fuck off." Hazmat Girl moved a hand to cover the hole in her suit, and the other towards the skies. A second later, she fired a blast straight at the helicopter, destroying its tail and sending it on a crash course towards the ground. All right, it had gone on long enough. Playtime's over. As Sarin pointed her gauntlet at Ryan, the courier stopped time for the last time. He glanced at the helicopter to assess if he had to rescue the guards, only to notice a flying form next to the aircraft. A humanoid figure, nearly impossible to see in the darkness, and only visible due to the smoke blurring their features. Probably a genome on Dynamy's payroll, rescuing the guards. Good. That meant Ryan could focus on the ground. The time manipulator moved behind Sarin, avoiding the clouds of toxic fumes hanging in the air from her wound, and moved her hand towards Ghoul. Time resumed, and the giant snowman took a full, sustained blast of compressed air head-on. Physics being physics, the ice construct exploded in a rain of droplets and shards, a helpless Ghoul hitting the ground face first. Zambato quickly cut him in half execution style, while the helicopter crashed on the frozen beach further west. Suddenly realizing what happened, Sarin barely had the time to turn her head around and look over her shoulder. Blow this. And Ryan introduced her to Fisty, face first. The Pisto gauntlet shattered her mask's glass parts and tossed her backward. Ryan barely had the time to dodge by leaping to the side. As the holes in her mask unleashed a stream of gas like a balloon, Miss Hazmat flew towards the horizon at full speed, unable to control her trajectory. She continued for a while before finally crashing into the distant supertanker's wreck. Ryan glanced at Fisty, making a face as the gas rusted the pistons into scrap within seconds. Yeah, sure, he could have ended it a lot sooner by gutting them in the stop time. But life wasn't about winning, it was about having fun. "Is she dead?" Zambato asked upon reaching quicksave. "I'm not sure," Ryan shrugged, before realizing he couldn't see his favorite undead among the snowman's remains. "Is Ghoul?" "No, that's his other power. He never dies, even when missing the right organs. He's immortal too," Ryan gasped, shocked. "He won't enjoy it much. I cut him in more pieces than a birthday cake and tossed the head into the sea." Zambato glanced at the space where Sarin had blasted the private security's helicopter. The machine had crashed into the Mediterranean Sea, the mysterious superhero gone. "Luigi's team has already left, and we should make our escape before more security guards arrive. Can you give me a lift?" "Anytime," Ryan replied, whistling. He could already hear his self-driven Plymouth Fury circle around the battlefield to reach them. "Your car can move by itself?" Zambato asked, impressed. "If you really want to know," Ryan confided, "I don't have a driver's license." In the end, the duo left the harbor in ruins, and almost crossed paths with 3 private security armored minivans. Before leaving the area, Ryan had given a last glance at the destroyed helicopter, the remains having sunk into the sea. He hoped the guards were okay. They were just doing their jobbeit a bit too zealously, and if they had died, he would consider creating a new loop to save their lives. "You can leave me at this corner," Zambato pointed at a railroad station. "My girlfriend will pick me up." "You have a girlfriend?" Ryan asked. "That's wonderful." "Yes, I already told." Zambato stopped himself. "I get it. I'll introduce the 2 of you one day. I'm sure you will get along. Same sense of humor. Without false modesty, I am inimitable." "That's for sure," Zambato replied with a chuckle, climbing down of the car and stepping on the walkway, 2 drunk guys passing by them. "Look about your girl. If it's her tech for the submarines, then I'll ask Vulcan for you. We'll solve that mystery in no time." "I would appreciate it, Zan." "Can I call you Zan? Or Zanny?" "Jamie," the samurai replied, shaking Ryan's hand before leaving. "You can call me Jamie." Ryan watched him leave with a fine feeling of contentment. What a fine night. Not only did Ryan find a lead towards Len, he also made a new friend. A nice, friendly mobster fellow. Certainly, it locked him on to the Augusti path, but so far so good. A few more missions and they would give him the critical information he needed to find his best friend. But that would wait after a night of good, gentle sleep. He would have to repair his rusted fisty tomorrow morning, and dodging attacks all night had exhausted him. 1 hour's drive later, Ryan finally reached the door of his hotel room, ready to collapse on the bed. His hand touched the doorknob, feeling a little pressure fight against his push. Click. Before Ryan knew what hit him, the floor exploded in gas and fire. It was May 8, 2020 for the 5th time, so Ryan stopped his Plymouth Fury in the middle of the road. Of course, quite a few motorists honked him in response, threatening the genome with bodily harm if he didn't move. The courier ignored them, meditating on what just happened before reaching a decision. "I'm changing hotels," Ryan promised, driving back to Renesco. "This city isn't safe at all." He wondered if inns were insured against terrorist attacks. Not to change a winning day, Ryan redid everything like last time. He arrived at Renesco's place, waited for Ghoul to get in, then smashed the psycho with his Plymouth from behind. However, as he opened the trunk to grab his baseball bat and finish the job, the courier felt a pang of guilt. Could he live with such laziness, beating an old bag of bones the exact same way over and over again? Couldn't he give this moment a little more dignity and uniqueness? For the sake of novelty, Ryan grabbed his shotgun instead. He waltzed toward Ghoul and shot him in the left knee before he could even realize what was going on. The undead bastard almost collapsed, but managed to hang onto the counter. "Hey, are you all right?" the courier asked his favorite target practice companion. "You don't look all right." "You shot me," the psycho snarled, half surprised, half angered. "You shot me in the leg. Do you need to go to the hospital?" Ryan asked with kindness, reloading the shotgun. Ryan shot Ghoul in the other knee, making him collapse to the ground screaming, "You bastard. And now you do." The courier had the feeling they were going to do this routine a lot. After shooting Ghoul everywhere at manhwaedit and even places where it didn't, Ryan paid off Renesco and the private security before diverging from the previous loop. Having learned his lesson from last time, Ryan chose another hotel, one where he hopefully shouldn't have his room firebombed, a place away from the tourist areas. He drove south, towards the plebeian district, and he could already see the reason for the name as soon as he left the strip and tourist hotspots. The architecture changed. Casinos and nightclubs vanished, replaced with 3-story apartment buildings clustered together and narrow alleys. Small markets and cafes gave off a tantalizing smell of food. Eventually, Ryan reached the Arab district, which he recognized by the billboard ads, most written in Arabic and Turkish, although he caught a little Spanish here and there. The locals called it Little Maghreb from what Ryan had heard. He drove by a perfect replica of the synagogue of Turin. Ryan had visited the original, although he had needed a hazmat suit to survive the trip through the irradiated city, standing next to a mosque. Both buildings were slightly derelict, showing how little Dynamis and other corporations cared about maintaining religious sites. However, the site that caught his attention was a hill at the south, which seemed to be the city's highest natural point. An enormous estate stood atop it, roughly the size of the Vatican, and whose architecture was clearly inspired by antiquity work. It included an oversized, multiple-floor Roman villa, fountains, a private park, and even a smaller replica of the Greek Parthenon. Clearly, whoever lived there had a huge god complex. Why the obsession with marble columns, though? Why did nobody ever add obelisks for diversity? And strangely, nothing was built around that estate for kilometers, and only one way led to the summit, the hill being surrounded by a fortified fence and security forces. Curious. Ryan had a good idea who inhabited those halls, and so decided to stay as far away from it as possible. Yes, there were a few people against whom Ryan didn't dare to test his immortality against, at least not yet, especially now that he had a lead on Len after so many years. His hotel was a lot dirtier than the previous one. The owner had traded security cameras for cockroaches in the walls, and Ryan's bed smelled of bliss, that mushroom drug everyone consumed nowadays. Someone even drew a dick graffiti in the shower, alongside a number to call a prostitute. Ryan did the sensible thing. He called out of curiosity. "Yeah," a male voice answered. Ryan glanced at the graffiti, then ended the call without a word, chuckling to himself. Some things never changed. The next morning, like in the previous loop, Ryan did science in his underwear. This time, though, he focused more on reinforcing Fisty to prevent the ice trick that allowed Ghoul to jam it in their last encounter. The courier couldn't have his weapons underperform while beating up an old bone yeller. He also did Dynanet research about sightings of submarines and bathyspheres in the local Gulf, but found nothing. He did learn that the old island of Ischia, the one he had seen while driving on the coast, was a toxic ruin since Mecron bombed Italy back to the Stone Age. Unlike other areas, corporations never bothered to renovate it. The Augusti had to send those crates somewhere, and there must have been a reason why they used genius-made submarines rather than boats. Maybe it was to send supplies to the island. He couldn't prove it, but Ryan had a good feeling about it. A knock on his window interrupted his research, like the sight of a familiar winged heroine. Ryan replayed the same conversation as last time, except on the 3rd floor rather than the 10th. Wyvern seemed a little more nervous than in the last loop, though. Maybe it was the closeness to the mountain estate. Also, Ryan noticed the locals had emptied the street below his bedroom when Wyvern showed up. They didn't seem to like ill Migler around here. You say the meta will break out Ghoul today with the complicity of corrupt private security guards. Wyvern frowned. How do you know that? You don't ask a magician to reveal his tricks, Ryan protested. I'm just saying you should probably escort the creepy undead yourself. From what I heard, even if they break him out, he won't run far. The medic said he had more bullets than intact bones in his body. Wyvern marked a short pause, focusing on her earplug. Looks like you were right. The meta are ambushing Ghoul's transport convoy as we speak, in broad daylight. Oh, so that's why she left in a hurry before. She clearly hadn't been fast enough last loop. Maybe this time would do the trick. Before you go save the world and save me a miniboss battle later, Ryan pointed in the direction of the hill and the estate on it. What is the name of this beautiful and not at all suspicious Roman-themed park? Officially, Hillside. Unofficially, Wyvern Side, Mount Augustus. He even plagiarized Mount Olympus but renamed it after himself. It should have been called Mount Narcissus. Take care, Wyvern told Ryan after giving him a business card before flying off without a sound. Ryan watched her vanish at high speed, wondering if she would make it this time. Anyway, in spite of that little divergence, he didn't have to worry. He just had to wait for Vulcan's call and everything would be back on track. Since he was close to Augusti territory, no doubt they would contact him again in short order. The call would come any second now. Any second now. Kaboom! The sound of a distant explosion startled Ryan, who opened the window. He noticed a pillar of smoke reaching up to the skies, somewhat in the direction where Wyvern flew. Shit. Vulcan didn't call him all day long. Disturbed, Ryan went to the Bakudo casino anyway at night, but the guards refused to let him in when he arrived in costume. Unlike last time, they gently told him to fuck off after noticing his bomb, as if it was a crime to carry a thermonuclear device nowadays. So Ryan returned but unmasked, and in civilian clothes he even put on a classy red tie. This time he managed to slip in, the guards mistaking him for a normal client. Hey, friendly nameless extra, Ryan asked a card croupier, playing blackjack with a well-dressed group of professional gamblers straight out of Casino Real. I'm looking for Zambato. Have you seen him? Zambato, the croupier frowned. No, he's not here tonight. My plumber friend Luigi then. The dealer shrugged his shoulders. No, I don't think so. What is it about? I can give them a message if I see them. Damn it. Still, Ryan approached the dealer's ear and whispered into it. The orange is in the hen house. The orange is in the hen house. It's a code they will understand. Their lives depend on it, so don't screw up. The dealer nodded seriously, promising to deliver the message. But still, got him knit. Clearly things had gone off the rails somewhere, but what caused it? Shooting Ghoul, the hotel switch, warning Wyvern about Ghoul's escape. Whatever it was, it made him fall off the Augusti's radar or change their priorities just when he finally found a lead on Len. Ryan stayed at the casino just in case, playing for hours. Knowing the results of every game, he accumulated quite a nice sum at the roulette and Coliseum bets, although he was very careful never to overplay his hand. Having entire lifetimes worth of cheating experience, the courier had mastered the art of looking like a professional gambler sacrificing money when needed, discussing overcomplicated probability theories with other players, and faking nerve-wracking tension while waiting for the results. He also played legitimately at poker and blackjack, not even using his time stop to look at his rival's hands. In the end, the main defense against anti-seer methods was banality. Seers were rare and usually obvious, always trying to win it big, while skilled gamblers and talented amateurs were legion. Ryan just had to convince guards he belonged to the latter group, winning high but believable amounts, and it did the work. Ryan usually enjoyed these tricks, but his heart wasn't in it. Instead, he kept asking himself questions. Should he go to the supply run at the harbor even without being invited? It could get him right back on the Augusti path, but Ryan wasn't sure if it would even happen now. Also, who killed him in the last loop? The meta were the obvious suspect, but it could also be an unrelated hit. Since the courier took a job for the Augusti after denying Wyvern, Dynamis could have simply ordered him dead. No, the easiest solution was to reload and deviate after receiving the Augusti mission, but Ryan needed to die first. Car crash, too common already. Traffic had killed him almost as often as enemy genomes. Bullet to the head. The last time Ryan tried, he woke up 6 months later, the medics congratulating themselves on their miraculous surgery. Train tracks. Unoriginal, everybody did that nowadays. Roman suicide, thematic and classy, but he would have to find a sword or hemlock. Nice play. Ryan glanced at the left of his table, noticing that a stunning woman had taken a seat right next to him. She was an elegant lady with long black hair, a crimson gown, and a beauty spot on the right cheek. She played with a glass full of alcohol, clearly trying to get Ryan's attention. This is the first time I've seen you around here. It was strange how everybody wanted to be Ryan's friend when he started making money. Was it his magnetic personality? Sorry, I'm thinking about something else. What could be more important than accumulating a big pile of money? She asked, flirtatiously playing with her glass. I'm trying to find a suicide method that hasn't been done before. Something original and over the top. The question took her aback, but the woman did consider it. Jumping into MT. Vesuvius, she proposed. Ryan could have sworn he already experienced a similar conversation in a previous loop. Already done, though with Etna rather than Vesuvius. I didn't know, she replied, sipping her cocktail. Do you want to commit suicide, or is this just theoretical? Already bored with the conversation and failing to find a suicide method he hadn't already tried, Ryan raised his hand at a waiter. Can I have an electric fan? A fan, sir, the waiter asked, confused. Ryan answered by giving him a €300 tip. 1 minute later, he had his fan. While he took most of his winnings for himself, the genome piled up thousands of euros banknotes in front of the fan, aiming for the center of the casino. The woman at his side probably guessed what crossed his mind, if the flash of recognition in her eyes was of any indication. Ryan switched on the fan, which sent euro bills flying all over the casino. To the fastest, he shouted as loud as he could, a flash of greed in everyone's eyes, when the genome exited the Bakudo. All the locals were fighting over the bills, the woman included. Even the bouncers and the staff tried to grab a fistful. Ignoring the chaos he started, Ryan glanced at Wyvern's business card and the Dynamis logo on its back. Should he check them out? No. Len was his priority, his only priority. He was tired of these long years of loneliness, and he wanted to find her at all costs. The Augusti had provided him hints already. Ryan knew people used her genius technology, and that people traded such devices in Rust Town. If the Augusti path was closed to him for this loop, then he should try to figure out where they could have obtained the bathyspheres. If there was a black market for genius goods, he should check it out. He could always kill himself afterward. When the locals said that Rust Town was walled off, they weren't kidding. As he drove as north as possible, Ryan began to see the fortifications separating the district from the rest of New Rome. They weren't so much walls as a mix of tall steel cylinders, wired fences, mounted cameras, and surveillance systems. Trained genomes occupying watchtowers pushed back clouds of pollution away from the touristic areas and into Rust Town with wind manipulation, so rich people wouldn't breathe the same air as the lower classes. Since they all seemed to produce currents of air, Ryan assumed they used the knockoff elixir marketed as Tempest that gave its user minor aerokinesis. As he drove around the fortress in search of an entrance point, the genome put on Dynami's radio, listening to the news. We received confirmation that the explosion in Little Maghreb yesterday was the result of a short duel between our beloved protector Wyvern and the criminal genome known as Vulcan. Ryan immediately raised the volume. Vulcan, formerly known as Urban Guerrilla, briefly served as Wyvern's sidekick before joining the criminal syndicate known as the Augusti. Reports indicate Vulcan was forced to flee after causing great collateral. Oh, so that was why Vulcan didn't contact him this time. Little Maghreb was probably close to the Augusti's hideout, and he or she, Ryan, didn't remember decided to ambush Wyvern when the opportunity presented itself. They probably took heavy wounds and Ryan fell off their radar afterward. Would the courier have to change hotels again? No, better to stay in the first hotel until Wyvern contacted him, and then switch places to avoid the assassination attempt that ended the last loop. The psycho-cryokinetic known as Ghoul attempted to escape containment by the private security early yesterday, but was quickly recaptured by Il Miglier, the radio continued. Enrique Manata, manager of the superhero team, stated that, as long as Dynamis remains strong, warlords and madmen will never gain a foothold in New Rome. At least warning Wyvern did make a difference. She probably relayed his tip about the private security being compromised to her team, who intervened in time. Then again, it must have been hard for Ghoul to run away without his legs. Ryan eventually reached a border checkpoint guarded by 3 private security guards. All of them carried riot gear and laser rifles. Their chief made Ryan a sign to stop, and the genome did his best to look innocent. It was pretty hard with the mask and full quicksave attire, but it was the attitude that counted. Halt, the guard said. No entry without proper authorization or work permit. I'm just visiting, Ryan said. I heard they have a zoo. It is a zoo, the guard grumbled. Look, citizen, this is the frontier of civilization. Beyond is the untamed urban wilderness, and we're the only people standing between New Rome and the hordes of barbarians who would tear it down. Well, when I see you, I do fear for civilization. You should, the man replied, missing the obvious sarcasm. So if you want to pass with proper authorization, you will have to contribute to our community's mutual defense. Sure, Ryan replied. You aren't going to check my car for drugs, weapons, or anything dubious. I swear I'm clean as the day I was born. Depends on how much you contribute to the community. No wonder that the Augusti and Meta could get in and out so easily. Since the guards weren't even trying to hide their corruption, they probably had very few surprise inspections. The second he passed the checkpoint, Ryan understood why they called it Rust Town. First and foremost, the air quality dropped drastically. Even worse than the harbor, the smell of rust and chemicals was so pervasive. The courier wondered if someone dumped toxic waste out in the open. Ryan had to raise his car's windows and activate his mask's air filter just to make it bearable. Almost every house in 3-floor apartment buildings had fallen into a state of disrepair. Windows were broken, cinder block walls were covered in graffiti, some even crumbling. The neighborhood was positively claustrophobic, narrow streets forming a labyrinth of alleys almost too small for his car to move in, fire escapes casting them in shadow in spite of the daylight. Streetlights didn't work well, and a thick layer of smog colored the world in sickly yellow. Every piece of metal seemed to rust, probably due to the pollution. Even Ryan, who had seen it all, felt appalled by the locals' living conditions. Squatters had overtaken everything, dealers openly peddled. List to homeless people, and the locals avoided Ryan's gaze when he looked at them. They all wore scarves, face masks, or other protections against the gas, even the children. At one point, the driver drove past a corpse, left to rot in muddy waters due to an overflowing sewer entrance. A pack of wild dogs waited nearby next to a pile of trash, perhaps waiting for Ryan to leave to feed. Ryan had made jokes about everything, but he couldn't muster the energy for humor today. Seeing a dealer who didn't avert his gaze, he lowered his window to ask where he could find genius-made tech. The local gave the directions for a place called Polly's shop, although not before trying to sell Ryan a gram of bliss for an outrageous sum. It appeared prices had gone up since the meta started hitting the local dealer's suppliers. Ryan didn't have any trouble finding Polly's shop, mainly because he had garish neon lights on his establishment sign, although the man could have chosen a wider, dead-end alley for his establishment. The genome parked his car in front of the door, grabbed his coil gun just in case, and then walked in. "Here's Johnny," Ryan shouted, opening the door without knocking. The shop could be more aptly described as a disorganized garage, with shelves made of accumulated junk. It was a true and poorly ventilated wilderness of tools, scavenged car parts hung from the ceiling, and bulbs provided as little light as possible. The man behind the counter was a scrawny, balding little man in his 40s. Half French, half British. Ryan could identify these strange creatures on sight. In response to his unforgettable entrance, the shopkeeper had immediately raised a rocket launcher at his client, probably scavenged genius tech from the design. A flash of recognition flashed in Polly's eyes behind his goggles. "It's you." "Yes, me." Ryan was so happy he had become so famous, people recognized him on sight. "Are you one of my fans?" "I knew I had a few." "A fan?" The shopkeeper almost choked, aiming the weapon at Quicksave's face. "You maniac, you destroyed my old workshop in Otranto." "I did that?" Ryan asked, confused. "When, 2 years ago, you crashed a plane on it and then you gave me a letter," Polly snarled. "You had been hired to deliver my mail, and you said you wanted to make an unforgettable entrance. Well, it did sound like something he would do." Ryan observed the man with attention, and he seemed vaguely familiar. "But nope, nothing, maybe." Quicksave shrugged his shoulders. "You don't remember?" Polly asked, astonished. "Well, you clearly took it more personally than I ever did." When he realized the poor man may have been forced to live in this dump because of him, Ryan instantly regretted his joke. "Sorry, maybe I can pay you back for the bother." The shopkeeper ground his teeth in rage. Apparently, he didn't want Ryan's money. "Get the hell out of my shop before I pull the trigger. You know I can stop time, right?" "It's a facehugger missile," the man replied. "Once it's locked, the nanomissile keeps pursuing the target until it's dead." What a way to start a business relationship. Normally, the courier would have taken the hint and left the shopkeeper alone, but he had a mission to fulfill. His coil gun lowered in one hand, Ryan searched in his coat, ignoring Polly's weapon. He brought out the plushie. At the sight of this white, beautiful rabbit plushie, Polly's face lost all colors. "You know what this is," Ryan said, wagging his ultimate weapon at the shopkeeper. "If you don't lower your weapon, I'm going to press the on button. We're in an enclosed space and you can't control it. Neither can you." Ryan raised his thumb, preparing to activate the switch on his WMD's back. "I'll do it." "Don't do it." Polly threatened to pull his weapon's trigger. "Imad, do it." The pressure in the room grew, Polly shaking until his nerves gave away. "Fuck," he said, dropping his weapon on the counter. "How could you do that to a plushie? The most adorable thing, and you turned it into. It sounded like a good idea at the time," Quicksave argued, putting the plushie back in his coat for everyone's safety. "I'm looking for homemade genius tech." "Ah, I can't help." Polly laughed, happy to be as useless to Ryan as possible. "You couldn't have picked a worse moment. The junkyard is closed. Nobody sells anything." "I'm not looking to buy," Ryan replied, glancing at the establishment with disappointment. Even the weapon Polly wielded was shoddy and ready to crumble after firing a shot. "I'm looking for a very specific technology. Bathyspheres used to make supply runs in the water. Crimson paint, steampunk influence. Like lens tech." Polly jumped back startled as Ryan closed the gap between the counter and himself in the blink of an eye. Polly, the genome all but purred. "Do you want to be my friend?" "No," the shopkeeper replied bluntly. "Then tell me everything." The shopkeeper let out a sigh of disgust. Black hair, blue eyes, a bit crazy. It's called Marxism-Leninism, but yes, Ryan replied, more and more excited. That's the same girl then. She arrived in Rust Town 6 months ago, calling herself the Underdiver. Ryan never heard of that nickname. To his disappointment, Quicksave and the Underdiver didn't sound well as a comedic duo. Maybe QU, the Undersavers, just one of the geniuses trying to do business without Dynames or Augustus recruiting them, see what I mean? There used to be a big black market here for genomes like her, who don't have enough resources to be self-sufficient, but wanted to remain independent from big groups. Ryan nodded, silent and entirely focused on the shopkeeper. The rapturous attention seemed to disturb Polly, but it only encouraged him to speak faster. Anyway, she had managed to make herself an armor from scavenged stuff. It looked like an old-world gym diving suit. She kept asking me for parts to maintain it, so we met often. Did it have a minigun? Ryan asked. Polly made a strange face. How do you know that? Because he knew her perfectly. Please continue. Anyway, she sold some of her inventions to the Augusti to make ends meet. You must know that she was very passionate. Ryan nodded knowingly. She ended up attacking a chemical plant owned by Dynames to protest about the working conditions there. That was Len all right. Always with that strange, almost cute sense of justice, obsessive desire to protect the weak and hatred of private ownership. And then, what happened? What happened? Guess what happened? The private security attacked her workshop and caught her. I heard rumors that the Augusti broke her out, but nothing from her afterward. She vanished. This confirmed that the Augusti were likely the one true path to Len and should be favored, although the fact the private security captured her means they probably had a file on her. Still, that was more information he had learned since forever. Ryan was in a good mood, an exceptional mood. For this information, Polly, he decided on a whim. I shall grant you a wish. Grant me a wish. The shopkeeper frowned in disdain. You think you're Robin Williams, finally, a man of culture in this dissolute city. Of course not, I can only grant one wish, not three. Polly prepared to blow him off before marking a short pause. A thought crossed his mind. You aren't kidding, you are serious. Whatever it is, I'll fulfill it, no matter how many tries. Quicksave always honored his word. What do I have to lose? Nobody else will do anything about it. Polly put his hands on the counter, joining his fingers. You know, a psycho gang moved into Rust Town recently. The Meta gang. You want me to Tarantino them? He nodded in confirmation. They've taken over the junkyard where most exchanges take place a few days ago, and then things got worse. They get worse every day. The genomes, they kill them and drain their blood. The normies, they abduct straight off the street. I don't know what the psychos do with them, but you don't see them again. Polly clenched his teeth. Even kids have gone missing. A chill went down Ryan's spine and his heart hardened. As he had told Zambato, kids were sacred for him. Especially since he got along with them better than adults and he had had a crappy childhood himself. Does the private security know? They know, they just don't care. Private security only protects key infrastructure like the power plant or the water treatment station, which I have to admit they do zealously. The rest are just frontier guards who couldn't care less about what happens within the walls. Polly sneered in disgust. They don't give a shit if a few homeless, junkies, and lowlifes go missing. The psychos are doing them a favor, cleaning out their glitzy city's trash. What about Wyvern and Ilmiglir? Wyvern gets in a fight with a lone meta sometimes, Polly admitted, but she's the only one who cares, and she can't be everywhere. Until the meta kill too many workers, assault tourists, or steal an elixir shipment, Dynames won't lift a damn finger. Wait, Ryan interrupted him. The meta have been here for days, and they haven't attacked Dynames elixir shipments or genomes. Polly shook his head. That's odd, the genome pointed out. Psychos don't act like that. They usually make a mess of themselves trying to get knockoff elixirs to feed their addiction. Things escalate with locals, and then they go on a rampage. It's always the same pattern. He should know he had lived with one, and yet these psychos were awfully restrained by their kind's standards. Come to think of it, from what he had heard, the meta hadn't attacked Dynames infrastructures at all. They only tried to drive the Augusti out of Rust Town. The reason was easy to guess. Dynames couldn't care less about the area unless its buildings or agents were attacked. If ignored, they wouldn't lift a finger. Ryan had thought the meta gang had come to New Rome to fuel its addiction, but clearly something else was at work. Unfortunately for Polly, Len was Ryan's only priority for now. But he would honor his word, no matter what it took. I will fulfill your wish in my perfect run, the genome promised, I swear. Your perfect run, you're jogging. It's the perfect ending, Ryan explained. It was a concept he had developed over his endless wandering. If he gathered every piece of information possible about a given place and inhabitants through his loops, then he could create the optimal situation. He would then dedicate his last loop to creating the perfect chain of events, which guaranteed the best outcome by his standards. Then and only then would Ryan create a new save point and move on. After learning where to go to reach the junkyard from its occupant, Ryan left Polly's shop through the door and prepared to drive straight into the meta's nest. But then a bug landed on his Plymouth, flattening it. Ryan froze as an enormous, 3 meters tall monster crashed on his car, crushing the roof, destroying the window and shattering the engine. The creature looked like a twisted fusion between a human and a mosquito. a monstrous insect with a black exoskeleton and crimson flesh beneath. Its eyes set on Quicksave with hunger, his claws raised. I knew the mosquito rasped, his voice closer to an insect's buzzing than a man's words. I smelled a rat sneaking eye. My car, Ryan screamed in horror, his sudden wail startling the psycho. The courier immediately stopped time, rushing to his Plymouth Fury and checking on its health. Could he save it? Could he save it? No, the damage was too extensive. Ryan was overwhelmed with fury and quickly considered going on a Kill Bill rampage, first against the mosquito, then every psycho he could find. He would show them the terror of hell unending, a curse straight out of Tartarus. But Ryan couldn't bear to live without his beloved Plymouth. With a depressed sigh, the courier grabbed a small metal sphere from his coat and let time resume. You see this? He raised the sphere at the psycho. You see this? What is this? A ball. Now look at my car, which you destroyed, then back to the ball. It's an A-bomb. Click, now catch. Ryan tossed the bomb at the mosquito, who caught it with his hand due to sharp reflexes. The psycho looked at the weapon, then back at Ryan, confused and horrified. Nobody touches my car, Quicksave said. Nobody. As Rust Town exploded in a burst of nuclear fire, vaporizing the two superhumans with a flash of searing light, Ryan felt happy. Finally, a new method he had never tried before. They once called it the City of Canals. They said it was the most beautiful city in the world, with tourists coming all the way from China to visit it. That was before the wars. More than a decade after, Venezia had become an open grave, a poisonous marsh whose canals overflowed with toxic plants and dark mud. Some islands had sunk, their supports destroyed by Mecron's drone bombardments. Most houses had fallen into disrepair, invaded by worms and insects, their rooms full of old human bones. Meanwhile, the city's outskirts had been taken over by raiders, who used boats to attack coastal communities. At least they did until yesterday, until Ryan's group arrived. It wasn't the teens' choice, though. Len's dad basically dragged them there from the city of Rubano when he heard the local raiders had genomes among their number. That maniac could never resist the lure of easy targets, leaving the rest of them to salvage stuff while he went hunting. The wiser bandits had fled without looking back. The others had perished, their exsanguinated corpses tossed into the waters. Genomes and normies both. Nobody could defeat Len's dad. Nobody, except maybe Augustus or Leo Hargraves, but so far they hadn't met. His face covered by a scarf to protect him from the foul air, Ryan chased away these dark thoughts and glanced at the stone house in front of him. Dusty, half-rotten books were piled up in its courtyard, forming a strange staircase to climb above the walls nearby. Riri, Len called him from within. Come, I've found a treasure. Curious, the 16-year-old teenager stepped inside the house while whistling. As expected, it was some kind of library, albeit one unlike anything Ryan had ever seen. Piled-up books formed a true labyrinth of walls and twisting turns, to the point they could probably crush him dead if they ever collapsed. Unlike other areas of the city, vegetation hadn't taken over, and marauders had clearly ignored the building. Nobody respected culture nowadays. He found Len on a boat. Literally. The owners had moved a gondola inside the library before filling it with books. His best friend laid on her back atop a pile, reading something. Hey, a shorty. A tomboyish girl his age, Len was a tiny bit smaller than Ryan and disliked being called out on it, so of course, he teased her mercilessly. You're reading. Gulliver's Travels. I'm not short, I'm growing. Len complained, interrupting her lecture to glare at him with her beautiful blue eyes. Ryan often thought he could see the sea she loved so much in them. Her skin was pale, her raven hair reaching her shoulders. Truly a modern Snow White, although she dressed in brown travel clothes rather than noble gowns. Now come over here before I throw a dictionary at your face. Ryan laid next to his best friend, their shoulders touching, and peeked at the cover. While ancient and yellowed by age, the book seemed relatively well preserved. Vingt mille leagues sous les mers, écrit par Jules Verne. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, written by Jules Verne, French edition. Len translated, her eyes all but shining. She already had 2 copies of that book, but none in the original language. You can't imagine how long I've been looking for it. The translations are terrible. I thought you couldn't read French, mais non, Ryan mocked her, Len pinching his arm in response. Ouch, you deserve it, Riri, she replied. Et j'apprends la française, merci bien beaucoup. La française, Ryan corrected her, and you can remove the bien. She sighed. Just take a book and shut up, I think they have. How to Win Friends and Influence People, which you really need to read. I like reading, but not as much as eating, Ryan said. Len had filled her supply bag to the brim with books and nothing else. Unless you want to make me eat your Communist Manifesto. If you do that, I will eat you, Riri. With a fork, she waved a hand at the library. This place wouldn't have become a toxic dump had the communist revolution happened. Maybe it would have been a gulag instead, Ryan replied, delighting at teasing her beliefs. People messed it up, but the concept is right, Len protested, closing her book and putting it on her chest. Is it wrong to think everyone should be equal? No, just naive. Could still happen, Len insisted with cheerful optimism. Everything has been rebooted back to zero. The world has changed. Yes, but not human nature. You're too cynical for your own good, Riri. She closed her book and put it in her travel bag behind the gondola. When do you think Dad will come back? Once he ran out of victims. I don't know. She looked at him in silence, their eyes locking. They rarely had moments of privacy where they could breathe without her father looking. Ryan looked at eyes, then at her lips. Do it, do it, do it, but he chickened out, her face unreadable, and let out a sigh. Ryan wasn't sure if it was out of relief or disappointment. Can you help me remove the books from that boat? She asked. We could make it a bed. You want to sleep there? Ryan balked at it. The wood was so damaged it could crumble any time. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I always wanted to have my own ship. Do you know more than 80% of the ocean is unmapped? You want to sleep in the gondola or put it to use? We could find one, she said, daydreaming. A real ship or make one. Sail away like the explorers of old. With or without your dad? Ryan asked the hard question. Len didn't respond, which was an answer in itself. Without a word, she rose back on her feet and started removing the books with Ryan's help. Once they were done, Len examined the boat's bottom, her eyebrows narrowing. She said, thoughtful. Could it be? What? That type of gondola, Len said. Do you know what it is? Sorry, I'm not a ship geek like you. Instead of answering, Len knocked at a spot at the gondola's back end. You heard that? Nothing. Exactly, Len said triumphantly. This type of boat often has a hidden compartment. They carried messages, money, or even drugs. You would think marauders already found it, Ryan pointed out. It's not common knowledge, and you must know where to look to find it. All ship geeks know that. She could be so smug sometimes. Also, it's a library. Yeah, Ryan doubted many locals had visited the library, and considering the dust raised when they removed the book, nobody had touched the gondola in years. Pillagers must have examined the checkout and other obvious spots without looking too much into it. Remove that wooden plank, Len pointed at a spot. It's old, it shouldn't be hard. Hey, why me? Ryan complained. It's called work division, she replied with a bright smile. I think you work. If it's work, that means I'm getting paid. I will let you sleep in the gondola, Len winked at him. The things he did for her. In the end, as Len said, the wood was so damaged by time and termites, Ryan had no problem removing the planks with his bare hands. And as she thought, the boat did have a compartment with one hell of a treasure within. A hexagonal metal box with a helix-shaped lock. The two teens could only hold their breath at this finding. No way, Len's eyes widened in shock. Is that what I think it is? I believe so. One of the mythical wonder boxes, sent by the alchemist to the first genomes. The devices which started the last Easter tragedy and the genome wars that followed. Ryan had no problem removing the lock, having spent years breaking into deserted homes to find supplies. The metal box opened, revealing a well-preserved letter and 3 syringes full of swirling liquid, one blue, one violet, and one red. Each bore a swirling, multicolored helix symbol. Elixirs. Ryan opened the letter, Len peeking at the content over his shoulder. The paper was handwritten. Congratulations, Mr. Rossi. You have been selected to participate in a grand socio-genetic experiment of my design. You do not know me, but I know you, Mr. Rossi. I believe that you are a fine specimen of the Homo sapiens species, possessing the necessary skills, intelligence, and genes to lead humanity into the next phase of its biological evolution. I grant you a miracle. This box contains 3 elixirs, selected at random among a selection of over 10 million distributed around the globe. You must have heard about them on the news. Yes, these serums grant a host of health benefits, including a unique power based on the color composition: green life, blue information, violet spacetime, red energy, orange matter, yellow abstract, white meta power. You are free to do as you wish with these elixirs. They are ready for immediate use and testing in the field. I would advise not to drink more than one, but the data gathered should be interesting nonetheless. Now, I must inform you that you are far from the only person to have received this gift. When you open your eyes next morning, the world you lived in will have ended instead. You will wake up in a world where mankind's potential is no longer constrained by the petty rules of reality. A world where everything is possible. I have no idea how this divine experiment will turn out, but I can't wait to see the results. Best of luck, the alchemist. He never opened the box, Len said with sorrow. Maybe he died before he could, Ryan replied. He probably hid the box before the bioweapons hit. You think the blue one can make you a genius? Maybe, Ryan replied. Geniuses were a slang for genomes, usually blue ones, with the ability to create advanced technology way ahead of their time. Mecron, the man who came closest to taking over the world, had been the most famous one. His self-replicating robot army had swept Eurasia until some countries pushed their big red button before they could fall next. Nobody remembered who had fired the first shot, but Mecron responded to the bombs with drone bombardments and bioweapons. Central Eurasia had become a nuclear wasteland, southern Europe, a mass grave. At least this city wasn't irradiated, unlike Turin. Which one do you want to take? Ryan asked his friend. Len paled. We can't drink this, she hissed. Dad will know. He can sense it in the blood. Yeah, perhaps, but that may be our only chance to get away from him. I'm not abandoning Dad, Len replied with a glare. He's going to get better, I know that. Fuck no, he isn't. If anything, he was steadily getting worse. Now that Dynames and Augustus had put a bounty on his head, he had to fend off hunters semi-regularly. Before he was just crazy and violent, but now he's violent and paranoid. He's never going to heal, and I think deep down you know I'm right. Len bit her lower lip, as she always did when stressed and sad. He's still my dad, she said, with a hint of resignation in the voice. He will want them all. He doesn't have to know, Ryan argued. Your father will get us all killed. Len, a shrilling voice echoed from outside. Len, where are you? Speaking of the devil. Quickly, without thinking, Ryan grabbed an elixir in each hand and hid them in his back pockets alongside the letter. Realizing his intent, Len almost seized the last potion, but hesitated for too long. Ryan had the time to hide the blue and the violet elixirs when Len's dad crawled into the room. Len's dad was no longer a man, not since he drank one elixir too many and underwent a mutation. His flesh, organs, and skin were all gone, leaving only a shapeless mass of blood covering the bones. He had become a faceless crimson puppet, his body constantly fluctuating. He even moved like a stringless doll, his arms flailing like whips. He left nothing behind, no bloody footprint. Both teens tensed, unconsciously moving closer to the other. Ah, Cesar, the psycho said upon seeing Ryan. Good to see you're taking care of your sister. His name wasn't Cesar, and they weren't related. But Ryan knew better than to say that out loud. Len's dad was sick, very, very sick, especially in the head. Sometimes he was Len's dad, kind, friendly Freddy who liked to play board games and watch old movies, but sometimes he was just Bloodstream. And when the psycho noticed the wonderbox and the red elixir, his body instantly solidified, his fingers turning into sharp claws. His lingering humanity vanished, overcome by an addiction stronger than anything else. Like a feral beast pouncing on a mouse, Bloodstream rushed at the box, brutally pushing Len out of the way. Her back hit a book wall, some of them falling behind. Len, Ryan screamed, immediately rushing to her side. Bloodstream ignored him, grabbing the red elixir and smashing the syringe. He didn't bother to inject anything, his body absorbing the content with greedy hunger. His blood fluctuated like a raging sea before stabilizing. Thankfully, Len was more stunned than harmed. However, her father frantically searched the box for any other elixir before glancing at the teens. Where's the rest? Bloodstream hissed at the two, now outright screaming. Where's the rest? There's nothing else, Ryan protested. Liar, Bloodstream's hand turned into an axe. A son shouldn't lie to his father. Dad, stop, Len screamed. As if shaken out of his drug-fueled episode, Bloodstream immediately calmed himself. His hands returned to their normal shape, and he shook his head in confusion. The elixir would help stabilize his mutations, at least for a while. Len, I'm sorry. Bloodstream put his hands around his skull as if struggling with a brain freeze. Sorry. It's okay, Dad, Len said, looking away with her arms crossed. It's okay. Bloodstream looked at his daughter with concern, his hands moving towards her. However, he backed down when Len flinched at his approach. The psycho remained eerily silent before glancing at Ryan. Cesar, yes, Dad, Ryan asked, loathing every word. Len feels sad, Bloodstream said, smile for her. Ryan forced himself, although his lips couldn't reach his eyes. Thankfully, Len's dad couldn't distinguish a false smile from a real one. He put his bloody hand on the teen's hair, less like a son and more like a pet. You're a good boy, Cesar, Bloodstream said, no blood meshing with Ryan's hair. You're a good boy. Len's brother Cesar was long dead. Bloodstream just refused to accept it. Neither teen pointed it out, though. The last time Len's dad had broken out of his delusion, the psycho had almost strangled Ryan. He would have killed him too, had Len not calmed her father. Bloodstream only really listened to his daughter nowadays. Sometimes not even her. It was always the same pattern. Their group would settle down for a while. Len's dad would have a violent episode, and either he wiped out the locals or they chased him off. The trio would have to move on because when people realized that they couldn't kill Bloodstream, they went after Len and Ryan. Rinse and repeat. Ryan had lost count of how many places they had crashed over the last few years. One city at a time, they had eventually wandered all the way from Campania to Venezia. Bloodstream had them constantly on the move, chasing after isolated genomes whose elixir he could drain to satisfy his addiction. Pack your things, kids, Bloodstream said. This place is driving me crazy. We're going to Aqualand. You will like it, Len. You always liked water. Yes, Dad, I do. I hope they have ice creams, Bloodstream said cheerfully before leaving the room. Len looked at Ryan, who didn't think twice. They hugged tightly, and for a second Ryan wondered if he should let her go at all. He still had the elixirs in his pocket. They had to leave. It was May 8, 2020 for the 5th time, and Ghoul once again had a car accident. As he climbed down from his Plymouth Fury after hitting his favored undead maniac, Ryan took the time to look at his beautiful partner. The car he had rebuilt from the husk he had found in the ruins of Florence, all by himself over the years. Ryan had customized it into a marvel of technology that would make most geniuses envious. The courier had drifted for years at the driver's seat, survived countless explosions, rode over so many old people. Ah, the memories. All in all, his Plymouth was the one constant in his life, the thing most important to him after Len. the partner he could never find in any human being since they couldn't remember him from restart to restart. I swear, I won't let anyone hurt you again, Ryan whispered to his car while stroking the hood like a cat. The bad psycho is gone. Are you talking to your car? Renesco asked from behind the bar counter. I'm not the one judging you on your current company. Ryan replied, opening the car's back. Once again, he decided to do something new and interesting for this restart, a method to avenge his car's death upon the Meta gang once more. I know this sounds cliché, Ryan told Ghoul, raising the jumper cables while doing his best German accent, but we have ways of making you talk, after delivering a shocked Ghoul to the private security, finishing his delivery and paying everyone off. The courier thought about his next course of action, intending to return to the Augusty path without screwing it up this time. Ryan returned to the first hotel he had booked in the city center instead of the Southern District. He met Wyvern, warned her of Ghoul's escape, and received her business card. This time, Vulcan contacted him as normal. He went to the Bakudo, met Zanbato, and received his mission. The day afterward, before he left the hotel, he hid a small remote camera in the room. Ryan had already booked a place somewhere else to avoid the assassination attempt, but he also wanted to catch a glimpse of the killer. This time, Saren showed up alone at the delivery. It appeared Ghoul remained in custody, and the Meta couldn't spare anyone else as backup. Ryan would have wanted to say it had been a hard, tough fight, that he struggled for his life, and that Saren proved herself a welcome challenge. Instead, the battle lasted 10 seconds. He punched her in the face in the stop time with fisty gas came out of the psycho's mask, and she crashed on the supertanker like before. She could dish out a lot of damage, but couldn't take it. They hadn't even destroyed the old harbor this time. I'm bored, Quicksave complained, while the Augusty finished putting crates in the bathyspheres. The private security hadn't even shown up. Good, Zanbato replied calmly. That means things are running smoothly. I would rather have boring efficiency every day than chaotic excitement. That's what she said, Ryan replied, drawing a cell phone out of his pocket. It was an old pre-war Samsung he had tinkered with, enhancing its performance to match newer devices. With it, he could observe through his bedroom's camera from afar. The camera didn't notice anything strange. According to the thermal sensors, though, someone had flown close to the window, peeked through, and then left. Considering his room was on the 10th floor, definitively a genome. Now that he thought of it, he had glimpsed a flying hero during his first battle with Ghoul and Saren. Could it be the same person? Does anybody know a flying invisible man or woman around here? Ryan asked, asking for a friend. Anybody with 100,000 in their account can buy an invisibility elixir at Dynamis, Luigi replied, closing the bathyspheres after putting the last crates inside. He typed on his phone, and the submarines vanished beneath the waves, carrying their supplies elsewhere. For flight, though, the only flyers in town I know of are Wyvern, Geist, Vulcan, Devilry, Wardrobe, Mosquito, and Saren, Zanbato said. Among them, only Geist can turn invisible. Does he spy on people at night by peeping through their window? Ryan asked. What confused him was that the mysterious visitor didn't enter the room nor leave a bomb behind during this iteration. Did they detect the camera from afar and decided to avoid detection? No, he's bound to one place outside town and can't leave it at all, the Augusty enforcer replied. He's a yellow whose powers activated post-mortem, binding him to his grave. Ah yes, yellow elixirs. The potions granting conceptual powers from astral projection to bad luck. Ryan liked them mostly because you never knew what to expect with them. Even by genome standards, their abilities were downright bizarre with weird limitations. Why the question? Luigi asked, suspicious, Ryan feeling his truth-telling power activate. Someone like that blew up my bedroom a few days ago, Ryan replied, which was technically true. The power forced him to be honest, but he could phrase his sentence to mislead. As if that was original. You certainly make enemies quickly, Luigi noted, frowning. How do you feel about that? Ryan prepared to tell a joke, but he felt an alien force take over his mind and change his words. Nothing particular, he admitted. It helps fill the void. The Augusty present glanced at him strangely. The void, Luigi repeated, confused. I guess I feel empty, alone, and directionless inside. Ryan shrugged his mind now on autopilot. Like my brain is a bottomless well I try to fill with dopamine and endorphins. So the more trouble I have, the greater the rush and the happier I am. Truthfully, boredom is my natural state. An awkward silence followed. But on the bright side, I look fabulous on the outside. Quicksave added to lighten the mood, before turning to Luigi, unable not to be truthful. Can you remove that bullshit filter? It's uncomfortable and it makes me want to kill you. I have to be sure about something, Luigi said, unsympathetic. Are you a snitch or a double agent? No, I'm on my own side only and I have no cause at all. Ryan replied, but couldn't stop himself. His voice changed from happy to apathetic on its own. To be honest, guys, I'm only using you to find my old pal Len because I'm lonely and I don't feel close to anyone else. Man, you have serious issues, one of the grunt guards said. You should see a therapist. I did, but I broke him first. However, this was getting tiresome, and Ryan's wits were at an end. He didn't want to talk about his emotional hang-ups, let alone with strangers who wouldn't remember anything soon. Now Luigi, the courier said, tensing like a lynx switching from being playful to threatened. There's only one place where I don't want anyone inside, and that's my mind. If you continue, my knife will find its way to your back and nobody will save you. There he wanted the truth, he had it. Thankfully, the privacy invader took the threat seriously. Sorry for the probing, Luigi apologized, Ryan sensing the effect lifted. I had to be sure you weren't pulling a fast one on us. The courier simply looked at his face without emotion nor a word, making the truth teller uncomfortable. Damn it, he hated mind readers and their cousins. No respect for privacy. I guess it's time to split up and go on our merry way, Ryan said, turning to Zambato and eager to gather his thoughts alone. I give you a lift this time. No, Zambato said. Change of plans. You're going to my place. His place? Shouldn't you take me to dinner first? Ryan mocked. Yes, of course, that's the plan, Zambato replied, much to the courier's surprise. Do you like pizza? I cook it like no one else. Wait, he was serious. My hotel is. You're going to stay at my place tonight, Zambato insisted with the same tone as a big brother scolding his younger sibling. What you need is a friendly, warm environment, but I must catch my secret nemesis. They will wait. Give up, man, Luigi told Ryan, clearly amused. Zan is like cream, sweet and it sticks to you when you get too close. Is it vanilla ice cream? Ryan asked innocently. I love vanilla. You should try chocolate, Zambato suggested. It's good for depression. What followed was one of the strangest moments of Ryan's life. Being led at knife point to a dinner party was certainly a first. Well, not literally at knife point, but metaphorically so. Zambato simply stepped into Ryan's Plymouth and refused to exit until the courier agreed to come home with him. Passive aggressiveness at its finest. In the end, with the mysterious assassin having backed down for now, Ryan couldn't refuse a free meal. Zambato lived in a modern house north of Mount Augustus. The area was definitely higher income than little Maghreb. Nearby local houses were large, modern, and built on steep hills overseeing the poorer districts below. Class stratification had never been made clearer. His host's home was a modern, two-floor house with an incredible view of New Rome and an infinity pool built next to the hill's edge. Colored in rich, warm brown and white tones, the place seemed both modest and fashionable. Clearly, mafia work paid well. The garage opened on its own, Ryan parking his car between a Lexus ES and a heavily customized Harley-Davidson Sportster. Zambato took the opportunity to remove his power armor, showing no apprehension at revealing his face to Ryan. The courier had to admit, the Japanese counterfeit was quite handsome, with a perfect jawline, buff muscles, and a 3-day beard. Ryan would peg him somewhere around his mid-30s. Jamie Cutter. Zambato shook Ryan's hand. No masks inside, though. You want to know my secret identity? Ryan replied. I must warn you, many have gone insane from hearing my true name. Really, Ryan complained as he removed his mask, hat, and trench coat, tossing them into the car's back. But I'm unforgettable. Not much before you went out in costume and started blowing stuff up, Jamie clarified, opening the garage's door and inviting his fellow genome inside his home. The door led to a large living area that could probably fit a 2-room apartment inside, including the kitchen, a sofa with a big plasma screen, and stairs to rooms above. Huge picture windows gave a marvelous sight of the city below, and the deco involved a lot of Asian art. A katana hanging on a wall, a Korean flag on the balcony, a statue of the Buddha next to the TV. 2 people were already present. A dark brown woman drank a soda can near the balcony, while an Asian girl sliced tomatoes behind the kitchen counter. But Ryan didn't pay them much attention, his gaze focused on something else, namely, the enormous rat on the kitchen counter, looking at Ryan with curiosity. The courier waved a hand at it, and the critter raised its tiny forelegs in response. Aw. Hi, honey, Jamie kissed the girl in the kitchen on the mouth, while she put her knife and dinner aside, probably his girlfriend. I brought a new guest. Hyen Kai-young. She nodded politely at Ryan, showing him a friendly smile. As skinny as her boyfriend was muscled, she kept her black hair short, dressed modestly, and wore discreet, yet elegant glasses. Ryan would have considered her pretty if she hadn't suffered from weight loss and sore scars on the skin. The courier immediately identified her as a recovering addict. Waza, Ryan answered. Waza, Kai-young replied with the right tone. Ryan gasped in realization, having finally met someone who understood. Waza, both shouted at the same time. This startled the rat a bit, who tilted his head to the side. The dark brown-haired woman looked at them as if they had gone utterly mad, while Jamie remained simply puzzled. It's a very obscure reference, Kai-young reassured him. You have to know the private joke to understand. To be initiated in this brotherhood is the pinnacle of culture, Ryan said, politely introducing himself to this delicate woman. Ryan, quick save, Romano, I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. You say that to everyone, Jamie pointed out, lovingly putting his arms around his girlfriend. Because nobody remembers. Ryan glanced around and realized the kitchen's rat had brought his entire family. 3 of his kindred watched a documentary on the TV, another slept on the balcony, and another leaped on Kai-young's shoulder like a Pikachu. They looked extraordinarily clean, though, more pampered pets than pests. I control them, Kai-Yung told Ryan, petting the kitchen rat from behind his ears. Somewhat, I telepathically connect with them, which increases their intelligence. Blue or green? Ryan asked. Green, she replied, meaning her power affected biology rather than mere rodent telepathy. I'm Chitter. She probably thought Ryan would recognize the name, but he didn't. Finally having enough of the racket, or perhaps curious, the balcony girl decided to join the kitchen and socialize, although Rock Disaster would have been a better name. Ryan had never met someone with more tattoos on their arms and shoulders. She even bore a bird symbol below her right eye, although it was hard to notice due to her stained glasses. The woman dressed like a biker girl with a white sleeveless shirt, blue pants, black boots, and a cross pendant around her neck. She kept her dark hair in shoulder-long dreadlocks, and unlike Kai-Yung, she clearly exercised a lot. Who is that, Zan? She asked bluntly upon eyeing Ryan. A new hobo you found on the road, Lenka. Jamie chastised her. I prefer the term murder hobo, Ryan replied, his pride wounded. I don't have any home, but I love stealing them. Oh, really? She didn't sound impressed, trading her soda can for a smoke. She offered everyone one, including Ryan, but nobody took her up on it. You don't look like the killer type. My costume is in the garage, Ryan deadpanned, the woman snorting. He beat up Saren so fast I couldn't see it, Jamie said, making Ryan swoon in pride. Don't push it, Lenka. Ah, new muscle, she played with her cigarette. About time. Can't ride near Rust Town without those psychos ambushing me, and half our normies don't want to sell. Bliss there anymore? Can we talk business some other night? Kai-Yung asked, clapping her hand to get everyone's attention. The rats gathered in a line on the kitchen counter as if expecting a cheese delivery. Can you help set the gambling table while we prepare the pizzas? Do you like poker? Jamie asked. Entry fee is 100. I don't like poker, but I like winning, Ryan joked, most smiling in response. Well, everyone except Lenka, who took it as a challenge. Are you a team? Is this a Cosa Nostra reunion? We are all made men and women, yes, and we work together, Jamie said, flinching at the Cosa Nostra comment. We also share this flat for practical purposes. Since a few rooms are available, I wanted to invite you to crash for a few days until our business is done. It won't cost you anything, and you will like it more than a hotel. Zan owns the place, and he can't help but invite strangers in need, Lenka said, like that hobo. You will never let me live that down, will you? Jamie sighed, his girlfriend chuckling. It was only 2 weeks until he found a job. I appreciate the offer to spy on me, but I prefer my privacy, Ryan replied. This is a friendly proposal with no hidden strings, Jamie insisted, and much to the courier's confusion, he sounded genuine. Weird guy. Although I do think you would have much to gain by joining our big family, personally and professionally. I'm just looking for Len, Ryan replied, uninterested. Black hair, blue eyes, underdiver. This time the name seemed familiar to Jamie. I've heard that name somewhere. The power plant incident earlier this year, Kai-Yung said. That was him. Ryan said, much to his host's surprise. Ah yes, I remember. Jamie nodded. The private security caught her, and Vulcan wanted to break her out for recruitment. I'm not sure if the weapons division followed through with it, however. You don't work for Vulcan? Ryan asked, confused. Our capo is called Mercury, Kai-Yung told Ryan. His division oversees gambling and logistics, alongside security work on the side, while Vulcan's group controls the weapon trade. Our bosses cooperate sometimes, but usually every group does their own thing. Gosh, they sounded more like a twisted bureaucracy than a criminal syndicate. Wait, why did Vulcan send me to you rather than recruit me herself? I'm one of the Augusti's primary recruiters, Jamie explained. The capos trust me to evaluate potential new recruits for a first check. If you're here rather than in a trash can, that means you passed, Lenka said, finishing her cigarette and starting a new one. I will introduce you to Vulcan tomorrow, even if you don't want to join, Jamie promised Ryan. That should solve your problem neatly. Until then, you're welcome to live with us. So what do you say? Ryan considered the proposal. Truth be told, a lot of genomes in the same place should discourage the mysterious assassin from bothering him again, and except Lenka, they seemed like nice people in spite of their criminal background. It could be fun. However, Ryan was leery to join communities, since he died often and they always forgot him afterward. Getting to know people only for them to treat you as a stranger afterward was just painful. Only his friendship with Len predated his time manipulation power. The courier could always bolt away when he felt too attached. I say 4 cheese, Ryan replied, the others taking it as a yes. All right, ground rules, no. Bliss allowed under this roof. No cats or pest control, no cocaine after 10, Jamie said, clearly radiating some kind of dad energy. Everybody cleans up their shit. Tinkering is in the garage. You warn us the day before if you want to host a party. Ryan listened in silence as if he would dutifully follow the rules. Clearly, Jamie didn't know him well yet. It had been a while since Ryan drove a group in his Plymouth Fury. He often transported 1 or 2 people, especially when on a drunken bender or working as a getaway driver, but rarely a group like this one. Jamie wore his power armor in the back, while Kai-Yung dressed with a green hoodie at his side. Her rats had taken over every corner of the car, hiding behind and beneath the seats. Unfortunately, Lenka complained all the way at the front. You cheated, blabbermouth, she accused Ryan. She would have gone to the meeting with her bike too, had Jamie not insisted they all travel in the same vehicle for team building. I know you did. Someone is a sore loser here, Ryan replied, having left yesterday's table a few $100 richer. Also, blabbermouth, he did way better nicknames, like Lil Granny Destroyer. I counted cards, Lenka said, but you changed them. I'm never wrong about that. So you accuse him of cheating by admitting that you cheated yourself? Jamie asked, unsympathetic. Of course I cheated, Ryan admitted openly, much to Jamie and Kai Young's surprise. And instead of condemning me, you should learn from it, my young Padawan. Failure is an experience. Then you must be very experienced by now, Lenka shrugged. Clearly, she could give as much as she took. There is nothing more human than cheating. You know who else accused the human race of cheating? Mammoths. They said, hey, these humans, they attack us with bows and spears instead of tusks. It's not fair. Ryan looked at the sore loser. Have you met any mammoths lately, Lenka? Jamie sighed at their bickering. We'll try tabletop games next time. The group parked near Little Mugrub, next to a fortress of stone and steel. The building had been some kind of foundry before the war until Vulcan took it over a few years back. This crimson castle of metal walls, pipes, and reservoirs seemed closer to an old army base to Ryan, though a lot of grunts patrolled the area, wielding shotguns, grenade launchers, and miniguns. He also noticed a few snipers on the roof, watching every corner of the streets around the foundry. Apparently, it was an open secret that Vulcan's weapon division operated there, but nobody was stupid enough to attack them. Not even the private security in Ilmiglir. New Rome truly lived in a Cold War-like era. It was also quite close to the hotel Ryan had used in a previous loop. No wonder Vulcan attacked Wyvern when she moved so close to their headquarters. Also, I want to say I'm disappointed in you, ladies, Ryan told Lenka and Kai Young. Only Zanbato and I have costumes. You don't even wear masks. Why would we wear masks when the private security has files on us? Kai Young asked in confusion, leaving her rats in the car to keep an eye on it. They even know where we live. And there aren't that many advanced armors to go around, Lenka replied, although she had the common sense to supplement her outfit with a belt holster. And what kind of a costume, a cape? Do you know how hard it is not to trip with it? It's not about practicality, it's about looking stylish, Ryan replied, hands on his trench coat, without a bright and colorful style. What are we? Mere animals. Culture is what elevates. Aha, villains! Ryan paused and looked at a strange newcomer. A person climbed down from a bicycle near the car, dressed like Rambo, except without the gun and half the muscles. He had painted his face and dyed his hair white with black spots for the eyes. It looked ridiculous, truth be told. The rest of the group seemed to recognize him, but instead of attacking, they all looked embarrassed. You have come farther than you should have, but you found your sworn destroyer. The fool declared, trying desperately to look badass, but coming desperately short. Prepare to face the wrath of. Oh God, not this again, Lenka sighed, the rest of the group eerily silent. The panda, the what? Ryan asked, unsure whether to condemn this man's terrible fashion sense or applaud his efforts. At least someone in this city understood the importance of costumes. Is your power only getting laid every 10 years? Pandas are picky, the ridiculous man answered, but something in his tone made Ryan dubious. He didn't even look Chinese. He's a vigilante. Somehow Lenka made the word sound ridiculous, rolling her eyes while she said it. Clearly, she didn't take him seriously. He can transform into a, and Ryan asked, expecting something else. And that's it. But a very big Kai Jung added with a chuckle as if to soften the blow. Man, some genomes were just unlucky. Has the fear of the petrified you villains? The hero put his hands on his waist, mistaking the awkward silence for fear. Did he seriously come all the way here to pick a fight? Ryan could respect that, although he should work on his introduction. Just ignore him and he will go away, Jamie replied, leaving for the armory without sparing the poor would-be hero a glance. Kai Jung followed soon afterward, although she gave a pitiful glance at the poor animal. Even the foundry's guards seemed to joke about the newcomer, not making any effort to intercept him. You will not escape me. Frustrated by this lack of respect, he underwent a terrible transformation. Black and white fur grew on his skin, his body gaining mass and muscle. He grew claws and fangs, shedding his pants and jacket like a magnificent butterfly. The man was gone, leaving only the. It was a pretty big though, even larger than a polar bear. Yet when he let out a scream, Ryan found it cute rather than terrifying. With a heavy sigh, Lenka joined her index and middle fingers together to form a gun and fired an orange sphere of energy with it. The projectile flew towards the at an arrow's speed and hit him in the nose. The poor animal instantly fell to the left side, paralyzed. Ryan understood now why they called her. Sphere? All right, Lenka said, drawing a Beretta 76 from her pocket. I call dibs on his corpse. You're going to kill a panda? Ryan asked, horrified. They're extinct. Yeah, that means we can sell his fur to a collector. She pointed her gun at the poor beast. I'm stopping you right there, Cruella. Ryan moved in the barrel's way, unable to stand animal cruelty. I won't let you kill the last you could get the death penalty for this. He's not a blabbermouth, he's an idiot. It's like being already dead, except you lost your mind while alive. I can't allow you to anger PETA. You don't know what those guys are capable of, or what they could do before the wars. Who the hell is PETA, a genome? She asked, confused, before lowering her gun in annoyance. You know he's going to come back and get killed by the guards later, blabbermouth. The way I see it, it's survival of the fittest. At least I will make it quick. I'll take full responsibility for saving this disciple of style, Ryan replied, his female companion rolling her eyes and putting her gun back in its holster. I believe there is still hope for him, my marauding friend. She raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? That she was an ex-bandit? The snake tattoo on your arm, which you tried to cover up beneath other ones, Ryan replied, having noticed that detail during the poker night. I already met people with it. Very unkind people. I hope you killed them, she replied, the guards letting them inside the foundry's perimeter. I belonged to a real band of savages back in the day. Oh yes he did. Ryan and Lenka walked towards the metal gates, finding Jamie and Kai-Yung discussing with another duo. Or rather, a woman was talking, and everyone else listened with occasional nods. She was obviously a genome. Her skin was deathly pale, unnaturally so, and her long hair bright blue. This mature lady carried herself with an eerie sort of elegance, that of an otherworldly fairy among men. Unlike Ryan's team, she had style aplenty, wearing a black Greek chiton dress as her costume, alongside sandals, a shark-tooth necklace, and skull-shaped earrings. Ryan couldn't explain why, but he had a bad feeling about her. Mostly because Jamie and Kai-Yung seemed stiff as hell when she spoke, and even Lenka tensed at her sight. The courier also recognized her bodyguard as the woman who tried to flirt with him at the Bakudo, back when he had messed up with the chain of events. Although this time she had traded her dress for a black uniform and an assault rifle. Since they hadn't met in this restart, she didn't recognize him. The blue-haired woman and her bodyguard passed by Ryan and Lenka on their way to the parking lot, before stopping abruptly when she noticed the courier. You, the blue-haired woman said, her voice deep like someone used to being obeyed. Moi, Ryan pointed a finger at himself. How old are you? She asked, her sharp gray eyes examining him closely. Somehow it felt like locking eyes with a hungry crocodile peeking out of the water. What a question. Ryan made a mock bow. I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. No one is immortal, she responded, vaguely amused. I hope to reach your age one day, though. Then she stopped paying him any mind and walked away with her escort. Shit, Lenka whispered. That's not good. Who is she? Ryan asked, curious. Pluto, Augusta's sister and underboss, Jamie said upon regrouping, clearly worried when he sends her, heads fall. Plutonia have been more appropriate. I believe they had a theme naming thing in the family, Lenka replied, relaxing once the underboss was out of sight. The third member of the sibling trio, Neptune, serves as Augustus Consigliere. At least they tried to respect the spirit of the names. Ryan appreciated the cultural reference. What's her power exactly? If she wants you to die, Jamie said, his eyes darkening, you die. As in what? She vaporizes you with lightning. No, you just died, Jamie interrupted Ryan, a hint of fear and wariness in his voice. Perhaps he worried rightfully that Quicksave would try to put this power to the test. There is no warning, no protection, no counter. If she wants you dead, you die. The end. Since we still have enemies alive, her power must have limits, Kai-Yung said, but we don't know them. This only made Ryan even more interested. He would check it one loop. Lenka, however, wanted more information. Why was she here? She asked Jamie. 5 of our made men have died under mysterious circumstances lately, Kai-Yung replied instead. The meta trash, Jamie shook his head. No, they would have loudly claimed these murders, and they aren't their style. Poison powerful enough to affect genomes, explosives, drowning, and suffocation. The boss believes this is a new vigilante. Pluto and the Killer 7 hit squad will take care of this, and if they ask for anything, we are to assist them with the task. Explosives, he said. My invisible nemesis struck again, Ryan said, happy to have solved the mystery. Yeah, I thought the same, Jamie said. But unless the one responsible knocks at our door itching for a fight, we're leaving the higher-ups to deal with this. Once the hit squad is after someone, it's only a matter of time before the matter is solved. Ryan guessed it would be rude to say murdered. All right, a few rules about how to address Vulcan, Jamie told Ryan as they stood before the metal gates. Don't make jokes about her height, and for the love of God, don't mention Wyvern unless she mentions her first. Ryan nodded dutifully, the doors opening to let them walk inside. Jamie led them on to a guided tour of the foundry, although it quickly became clear the name didn't fully illustrate the truth. The building housed a whole weapon production operation, from the metal processing to the assembly line. The group walked through searing hot rooms full of furnaces and automated assembly lines. They produced guns, bullets, and rockets. Some of the guards even wore variants of Jamie's own armor, albeit bulkier and far more intimidating. Eventually, they reached Vulcan's workshop. It was the quintessential genius's lair, full of bulky devices, glass bulbs providing light, and strange contraptions centuries ahead of modern times. It also had a big robot on standby. Scratch that, it turned out to be an enormous set of power armor, albeit nearly 5 meters tall and with the wideness to match. While humanoid, the suit was so bulky it might as well be called a tank with legs. However, considering the number of miniature turboreactors and the multi-joint design of the limbs, Ryan guessed the machine could move surprisingly fast in the field. And of course, it had enough weapons to rival a battleship, including a massive rocket launcher on the right arm, cannons, and even beam weaponry. The courier also noticed multiple eye-shaped cameras dispatched all over the machine, perhaps to allow the user to see in all directions. Finally, the machine was plated with gold, probably to show off as much as possible. The builder was waiting for them, drawing plans on a large table. Much like Pluto, in spite of her codename, Vulcan turned out to be a girl. And to Ryan's surprise, she seemed a little bit younger than him, biologically. 18-19. In any case, she was petite, barely 1 meter 60 tall, with olive skin, sharp black eyes, and dark hair bound into a bun by a pencil of all things. She dressed rather casually for her station, a mere black shirt, dirtied pants, and unlaced shoes. But when she looked at him, Ryan could see the fierceness in her gaze. I expected someone taller, Ryan told her innocently, like Wyvern. The room grew incredibly tense. Everyone looked at him as if he were insane, except Vulcan, who gave him a murderous glare. Ryan looked away at the giant mech, whistling. "We'll see who is taller when I blow off your legs, jackass," the capo said with a face that reminded Ryan of Len. She must have had the same height complex, because right now you just stepped on a landmine. Here comes Napoleon. "Quick save, please, a little respect," Jamie coughed, he and the rest of the team nodding at Vulcan. "I'm sorry, Chief, he doesn't know what he says." "Oh no, he does," Vulcan replied angrily, glaring at Ryan. "The bitch is my personal N-word. When someone speaks it, they suffer. Do you have any survival instinct?" Lenka hissed at Ryan. "Of course not, I'm immortal. Survival instincts are for people who can die." The courier glanced at the giant armor, noticing the enormous reactor on the machine's back. "Is that a miniaturized fusion reactor?" Vulcan's face betrayed some surprise, although she remained clearly furious with him. "I'm surprised you could tell. I worked on one once, albeit nothing this advanced," Ryan replied, examining the rest of the suit. "And plasma beams for offense too. Clever, clever. Maybe I should give you a live demonstration." As Vulcan spoke these words, the suit moved on its own. The other genomes took a step back, and Jamie in particular looked ready to summon an energy sword. "Though since you've got a brain, I guess I will only destroy the legs." Ryan simply kept observing this marvel of technology, even as it pointed its weapons at his lower half. Vulcan frowned, her anger replaced with astonishment. "You are awfully close to death, and yet neither your heartbeat nor blood pressure changed at all. No abnormal neural activity either. You give absolutely zero fucks." Wait, how could she know that? Did she have a telepathic link to her suit's sensors? Though he should feel thankful that her anger had left the building, replaced with curiosity. She probably thought he had some ace up his sleeve. "I heard you carried advanced tech with you," quick save, Vulcan said, the others too happy to see her calm down to say anything. "Are you a genius?" Sort of. He didn't have enhanced intelligence, but he had spent so many loops tinkering with advanced technology, he might as well be a de facto genius. Ryan looked into his trench coat and handed Vulcan the bomb. "What a beautiful, elegant design," Vulcan whistled, examining it under all its forms. "You made that. Everyone should have a bomb on themselves for dissuasion." Ryan avoided a straightforward answer, full of excitement in the presence of a fellow bomb maker. "Bombs save lives." "Exactly," Vulcan replied with the same enthusiasm, unable to restrain her geeky passion for explosions. "You know why the Cold War never went hot? Because everyone had a bombs. Absolute destructive power is the key to peace." "Oh God, there are two of them now," Ryan heard Lenka whisper to Jamie, who ground his teeth in uneasiness. Still, Ryan could see everyone relax a bit. "What about Mecron?" Kai-Jung asked mirthfully, a thin smile on her lips. Bombs didn't help against him. An unforeseen variable, chitter like the alchemist, Vulcan brushed it off before waving the bomb under Ryan's nose. "You see this? Yes. If you say Wyvern again, I'll shove it down your throat. Since you've got precious skills, I'll spare your life, but only this time. Don't push your luck again unless you want a one-way ticket to Killville." Nice place, he had been there a lot of times. "So you're not giving me back the bomb?" "No, that's your respect tax," she said before brazenly stealing his device and putting it in her pocket. "If you join my division, I might change my mind. I've got a lot of workers, but few real engineers worth their salt." "You have an attitude problem, but I'll tame you." Ryan also noticed that her suit kept its weapons pointed at him, even if she sounded friendlier. "I thought he might do well with Mercury's." Jamie cleared up his throat, defending his own division. "I'm the one who looked him up first," Zambato, Vulcan replied. "If Mercury wants to find good men, he should get out of his house once in a while. I'm very happy for the attention, but I'm not the person for long-term employment," said Ryan. "I'm looking for Len, black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist." "Underdiver," Vulcan replied, smirking when Ryan gave her his full attention. "But I don't see how I benefit from introducing you to my subcontractor, especially if you aren't with us long-term." Subcontractor. Finally, he could almost taste the reunion. "How much for the privilege?" Vulcan replied with a laugh, sitting on her workshop table. You think I'm a crook who works for money, then I have only my body left to sell. Kai-Yung couldn't help but chuckle at his joke before quickly correcting her expression. Vulcan smiled a bit. I don't know if you're ballsy or just insane, she said, but as a matter of fact, I have a need for fresh, warm bodies to throw at a problem. The meta gang, Jamie cleared his throat. You want us to take them down. My crew will take care of the meta problem. Vulcan brushed him off. The big boss gave us the go order. Just protect the shipments and we'll take care of Rust Town. No. What I have in mind involves fighting the law. The best kind of mission, Ryan delighted. Are we going to do tax evasion? There's nothing more excitingly dangerous. Even Al Capone couldn't do it. Nobody pays taxes, Blabbermouth Lenka pointed out. The private security and Il Migler have been a bit overeager lately, Vulcan said with a sneer. Nothing too damaging, but they're testing us. They believe the meta made our organization weak. We must remind them not to underestimate the Augusti. You want us to attack Dynamy's operations? Jamie asked, Lenka frowning at us. Vulcan nodded. Dynamy's is currently filming a new Il Migler movie. I want you to trash the studio, send them a message. Isn't the newest movie under work there? Jamie trailed off without finishing his sentence. Wyvern's flight aye. Vulcan finished a vengeful glint in her eyes. Yeah, totally business as usual. Do you want your personal vendetta crispy? Ryan asked, or extra crispy? This is stupid. Lenka Jamie trailed off at the back of the car. Calm down. Ryan listened to their bickering while peeking through his car's window. Dynamy's. Star Studios, which won a prize for name originality, spanned roughly 2.5 square kilometers of surface, located east of New Rome. They had an entire open park dedicated to them and roughly 7 warehouses. From afar, Ryan noticed the staff moving cardboard cutouts, interns carrying coffee to their superiors, and stuntmen prepping themselves. The studios only had one checkpoint entrance, and few guards. They clearly didn't expect an attack. Still, the group had parked outside the studio's confines, unable to find a path inside without security cameras in the way. Kai-Yung napped with her head against her boyfriend's shoulder, her eyes closed. While the group remained at safe distance from the studios, she had sent her rats to do scouting work. From what Ryan understood, Chitter's enhanced rat family acted as relays, allowing her to control a swarm of vermin over a large area. Ryan suspected that instead of true telepathy, which was a blue power, Chitter physically modified her rats into an extension of her own nervous system. On one hand, it meant destroying her main rats would cancel her power for a time, but on the other hand, her vermin familiars could act independently without her direct input. I mean, why would we risk ourselves fighting? Wyvern Akka the dragon shapeshifter who can take on the boss. So Lenka pointed an accusing finger at Ryan, who made an offended pose, can earn himself a personal favor. Because Vulcan wants it and she's one of the capos, Jamie replied, and with luck we won't have to face her. I doubt she has time for actor work. What happens if you're wrong? None of us can take her on. Thing was, Ryan had a bad feeling too. He couldn't explain it, but the courier had developed a strong intuition over his various loops. And right now his sixth sense warned him of danger, of someone watching him. Yet their current location should be a blind spot for the security cameras. He should install a radar in his car. A bit distraught, Ryan put on the radio and activated the special feature, hoping to find good old-school music to drown out the noise. In other news, the Roman Republic is still under curfew, after Gaius Julius Caesar's assassination. Again with Caesar, it had been 2,000 years. What news channel is that? Jamie asked, curious. I don't recognize the speaker. It's my chronoradio, Ryan explained, changing the channel. It listens to channels across space and time, but for some reason it usually defaults to the Roman Republic era. You should work on your stories, Blabbermouth Lenka taunted him. They didn't have radios 2,000 years ago. In one version of the past, they did. You can't have multiple versions of the past. Ryan looked at her with a deadpan look. It was wasted effort with his mask on, but still. That's not how time works, he said, with the same tone as an adult talking to a petulant child. Fuck you, Einstein. Whenever you want, Ryan replied, before finally finding the post-apocalyptic blues channel. Kai-Yung chose this moment to wake up, so Jamie asked her. Wyvern isn't present, she said, scratching her neck. Someone's filling in for her. See, I knew she didn't do her own stunts, Jamie told Lenka, vindicated. She's probably too busy with fieldwork. There's no guarantee she won't fly in after somebody calls the alarm, she replied, opening the window and lighting a cigarette. The bad news, however, is that Wardrobe replaces her for the stunts. Kai-Yung continued, and Adam Cat is there too. Jamie didn't sound concerned about Wardrobe, but instantly bristled when she mentioned the other genome. Wardrobe gains power based on her costume, right? Ryan asked, trying to stir up his memory. If she dresses as a vampire, she drinks blood and burns in the sun. If she dresses as Wyvern, then she can fly. Kai-Yung nodded. It's a very weak version of the real thing, so even if she dresses like Augustus, you can still hurt her, and the effect lasts only as long as her clothes are relatively intact. Yellow genomes are bullshit, Lenka complained. I can understand wardrobe's presence, but Adam Cat, Jamie asked his girlfriend. He's doing a guest appearance in the movie, she replied, showing concern. Do we abort? Abort. Ryan turned his head around. Why abort? He's that powerful. Adam Cat was one of us, Jamie said. He's a spy, Ryan asked. Like James Bond. No, it's complicated. Jamie joined his fingers, trying to find the right words. He's having a teenage rebellion phase, but he'll come back into the fold eventually. His parents are part of Augustus' inner circle, and we've been explicitly forbidden from endangering him in any way. Don't let him touch you, Blabbermouth, Lenka said, or you go boom. He can transform anything into a bomb, but only with direct skin contact, Kai Jung added. Interesting, Ryan lied, before asking the really important question to Kai Jung. CGI, special effects, or stop motion. They use CGI. The courier put his head on the steering wheel, mourning the loss of cinema's golden age. So what do we do? Lenka asked Jamie. We go in gun blazing, make a ruckus, and then bolt away. No, Jamie replied, turning to his girlfriend. Here's what we'll do. You flood the studios with rats from afar, make a ruckus, then we immediately drive away. Ryan immediately understood the obvious flaw in this plan. Wait, we don't fight anyone. No, betrayal, betrayal. The courier pointed a finger at Jamie. You can't do this to me. I won't let you get in a firefight with Adam Cat. Quick save, Jamie replied. I'm sorry, but I don't want any trouble on that front. You ask too much. The courier said, his fellow genome sighing in defeat. You're killing me, Jamie. You're killing me. You'll live through it. The swordsman shrugged before turning to Kai Jung. So. As minutes passed, Ryan noticed agitation near the studio. People getting out of the warehouses, screaming. Then they came crawling, hordes of thousands of black and brown rats. They escaped from the warehouses, breaking windows under their sheer weight. There were so many of them that the rodents had to climb on one another to advance, forming waves and walls of fur. Ryan almost felt pity for the poor Dynamis trainees, confronted with this terror while they toiled without any hope for a paycheck. Obviously, panic spread all around the area, the staff fleeing in all directions, coffee cups being spilled, guards desperately trying to shoot the rodents. My, Ryan whistled. This city has a rat problem. That should satisfy Vulcan, Jamie chuckled. Now let's go home before the private security arrives. The courier couldn't agree more, especially since he still felt uneasy. Ryan pushed the accelerator pedal, abandoning the vermin-infested studio for the city's broad lanes. As he drove all the way to the group's shared house, he almost hoped for Wyvern to come from the skies, or Adam Cat to track them down on a motorcycle for an epic car chase. Or even the Meta to ambush them. Instead, they returned home without a problem. Frankly, New Rome's heroes disappointed the courier. Perhaps Leo Hargrave's carnival had given Ryan a false image of what superheroes should be, since they were brutally competent, but Dynamis' corporate champions didn't impress him much. You're sulking, Blabbermouth, Lenka asked him, finishing her smoke and throwing it out of the window. Ryan stopped time, caught the smoke, and put it in an ashtray in the glove compartment. It's just I expected a road bump of some kind, Ryan replied when time resumed. His gut may have been mistaken. This is boring. See the bright side, you will finally see your girlfriend again, Jamie tried to comfort him. What's she like? Kai Jung asked. I will present her to you, Ryan said, much to her delight. He had to admit he started to like this group. He wouldn't get too attached nor make the effort to know them better since they could forget him anytime, but for professional criminals they were quite nice to hang out with. Parking the car in front of the house, Ryan let the others climb down but didn't follow yet. I'll just listen to the radio for a bit, he replied. Can you call Vulcan? Sure, Jamie promised. Also, it's movie night. RoboCop or RoboCop 2. Ryan raised 2 fingers since he liked movies with stop motion, even if he had seen both films countless times already. He was busy trying to find the Jazz 60s channel on his chrono radio when Kai Jung reached the house's door, exchanging pleasantries with Lenka. Except Kai Jung suddenly stopped as she was within an inch of the door handle. Ryan lowered his car window. What's up? I can't sense the rats I left at home, the rodent master replied, bothered. They scampered off, Jamie asked. His girlfriend shook her head. I explicitly told them to stay and watch the place. Now, Ryan wasn't the only one with a bad feeling. Lenka drew her gun, moving first with a frown on her face. Kai Jung took a step back, while her female friend put a hand on the door handle, the other ready to shoot through it. Click. Ryan instantly stopped time when he heard that oh-so-familiar sound, but it was already too late. When the world turned purple, his power freezing everything in place, the house had already transformed into a giant burst of flames, and debris the inferno swallowed both Lenka and Kai Jung whole and incinerated them instantly. The blast had somehow caused all his car's reinforced windows to explode into sharp shards and triggered its alarm. Ignoring the glass shards grazing his skin, Ryan emerged from his car and rushed at Jamie's side, making a futile attempt to rescue him. Emotionally, though. Kijung, the swordsman rushed to his girlfriend's side, but even with her genome durability, the blast had killed the young woman instantly. Her flesh had been seared so much, her eyes had fried and one could see the bones. Damn, Ryan said upon observing the corpses before glancing around to look for the responsible. No one in sight, although he couldn't distinguish things clearly through the smoke. I didn't expect that at home. Kai Young. Jamie muttered while holding his girlfriend in his arms, his horrified eyes then wandering to Lenka's body. He then turned to Ryan, panic overtaking him. We have to go to the hospital. It's useless, Ryan replied, having studied medicine enough to know they lacked either the tools or the time to make a difference. They're dead. You can't do anything. For the first time since he met him, Jamie looked at Ryan with a new emotion, pure undiluted fury. That's all you have to say, he asked venomously. They're dead? Thing was, Ryan had seen so many people die that he had grown numb to it. He cared on an intellectual level, but since he could still rewind time and avert this attack, the destruction carried no emotional weight. The courier liked both girls and would make sure they survived next time, but he didn't see the point of being sad now. He would rather gather as much information as possible to make sure he prevailed in the future. Ryan would have loved to say he had become a creature of logic, but apathy would have been a better word. Still, Jamie's incensed, distraught expression saddened the courier enough to make an effort after all. The swordsman had tried to help him with his own lingering sadness. It's okay, I can bring them back, Ryan promised. I can. The courier noticed movement at the edge of his vision and turned around. The glass shards from his car flew at him like thrown knives. Worse, Jamie's armor suddenly seemed to suffer from a short circuit, a surge of lightning electrocuting him. The swordsman's genome let out a scream of pain as the sheer voltage fried his flesh and forced him to release Kai Young's corpse. Shit, the killer was still nearby. Ryan stopped time to dodge the knives. He looked around to locate for the source of the attack, but no one was in sight. Was the attacker invisible again? He never had the time to confirm it, no pun intended. The moment time resumed, the courier felt a sharp pain in his neck. His vision turned upside down, his entire body below the throat going numb as his ear hit the grass. Glass shards swirled above him like a tornado, shredding Jamie alive before he could recover from his own armor's incapacitation. That Ryan's headless body at his side. The beheaded courier could only widen his eyes before all the glass shards fell on his skull like a rain of swords. Ryan woke up at his Plymouth's driver wheel back to the beginning. Instead of moving directly to Renesco's place, the genome parked his car near the city's entrance, staying still as he gathered his thoughts. Twice, he snarled out loud. He had been hit twice when he was so close to finding happiness. Okay, now that settled it. Someone was after him. Someone bold enough to attack while he had a whole group of genomes at his back. But who? Ryan was flattered to have a secret archenemy, but he didn't see anyone with the means and motives except the meta. Or did the assassin target him on principle due to joining the Augusti? Was it a lone wolf? This person seemed like a professional, and you would need a mighty bomb to cause an explosion that powerful. Ryan dying right after he stopped time implied that the killer had figured out his cooldown period, and Chitter's rodents had been killed to prevent them from warning their master. That must have involved a lot of information gathering, perhaps even a whole crew. The way it happened, the one responsible could clearly control glass, since they could fry the technological components of Jamie's armor, perhaps even a silica kinetic. Could also explain the presumed invisibility as an optical illusion, or some kind of mirror suit. The attack had been brutal, unexpected, and lasted less than 5 minutes. The killer was no inexperienced would-be hero but a cold-blooded professional. The courier considered what to do next. Thing was, even if he succeeded on the mission Vulcan gave him and avoided the ambush at the house, continuing without dealing with the assassin might lead them directly to Len. Although it infuriated him, Ryan decided to put his main quest on hold until he had dealt with that roadblock. That mysterious killer had already murdered him twice without ever showing up directly and clearly couldn't care less about collateral damage. Worse, if the killer wasn't a lone wolf but an agent of someone else, then killing them would only win Ryan a reprieve. The meaning of life was finding happiness. Ryan didn't feel happy without Len. Intentionally or not, this killer kept them apart and so had to go. The end. He didn't want Jamie and his friends to die either. The courier took no pleasure in the suffering of others, notwithstanding assholes like Ghoul. His perfect run would involve everyone he liked being happy, and Jamie's group was now part of that VIP category. He wouldn't let them die. Ryan considered the matter with cold logic to see how he could solve the problem in this new loop. So far, the killer had only attacked the Augusti or the courier himself, but that may be because Ryan worked with the criminal syndicate. Excluding the lone wolf hypothesis, only 2 organizations had the genomes, motives, and resources to attack them, the Meta and Dynames. If it was the Meta, well, Ryan had already promised to wipe them out, so it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But his gut told him he had missed a detail, and he quickly remembered what? The harbor. Ryan remembered a flyer rescuing members of the private security when he had fought Ghoul and Sarin there. He thought he couldn't see them clearly due to the darkness, but maybe it was because they were invisible, their presence only revealed by the smoke. Since the figure hadn't helped the Meta but did rescue Dynames employees, Ryan excluded the former as the guilty party. This left only a lone vigilante or an agent of Dynames. Time to take up Wyvern on her offer. Ilmigler's HQ, the Optimate's Tower, was the most luxurious place Ryan had ever seen. Most of Dynamy's properties were located northeast of the city, on the far opposite of Rust Town. Unlike its neighbor, though, this district catered to the supreme elite of New Rome. Ilmigler's Tower was a 70-floor tall building, half penthouse skyscraper, half luxury hotel. The lower portion was bulkier than the top, housing gardens, pool balconies, and even helipad areas, while the upper floors belonged to offices. The building clearly took cues after the Art Deco movement, with its mix of luxurious, shiny splendor and modern geometric design. Ryan himself had a meeting on floor 63, sitting in an expansively decorated waiting room. 30-something secretary worked behind a desk on her computer, while another familiar face waited in another chair, near an office's closed doors. Through the room's window, Ryan could see the actual Dynamy's HQ nearby, a reinforced glass spire that oversaw the entire city. Even the Ilmigler building couldn't hold a candle to it in size, lacking at least 20 floors compared to its big brother. How fitting that the company's fortress overlooked both New Rome and its superheroes' base. On a closer look, though, Dynamy's HQ reminded Ryan of those futuristic arcology designs, buildings meant to be entirely self-sufficient. He noticed a few greenhouses and gardens on some of the floors, even water reservoirs. However, past a certain point, something in the glass composition prevented the genome from seeing through it. How suspicious. Unlike downtown, both buildings were protected by the elite units of the private security people in white armor with laser cannons implanted in the right arm and state-of-the-art weaponry. Unlike their lesser cousins, they were a true military force, well-trained and ferociously loyal to Dynamy's interests. He had heard that they didn't even accept bribes. Excuse me. Having been restless for an hour, Ryan turned to the other person waiting for an appointment. Are you the panda? The poor man-bear looked up at him with hope. Compared to the previous loop, the would-be hero seemed less bombastic and more subdued. You know me, of course I know you. You're the panda, the very last of them, Ryan said, pumping his fist for added effect. When I see you riding your bicycle of justice, I always get goosebumps. But what is a solo hero doing here, in this bastion of corporate superheroism? The panda struggles on his own, he admitted. I'm really trying to make a name as a solo hero, but it's hard. None of the villains even want to fight me in public because I'm simply too powerful for them. I'm sure you are, Ryan replied with heavy sarcasm, which the completely missed. It's so frustrating, he said. I can't make it to the news without some big awesome duel, you know. Really, with great power comes great isolation. He sounded like he believed it too. Mr. Romano. Ryan's head perked up as the secretary called his name. Mr. Manada will receive you. Finally, good luck with the interview, the told Ryan as the courier moved towards the office's doors. What's your name? Quick save. Ryan replied with a thumb up. I'm Immortal, but don't tell anyone. I won't. The secretary let Ryan through the doors and then closed them behind. The courier waltzed inside an office as big as a house, but whose space was mostly occupied by flowers. Geraniums, roses, bushes, chrysanthemums, muguet, dozens of various species of plants were on display. The office even included a miniature Japanese pond, with golden carp swimming in the waters. A tall, slender man waited for the courier behind a mahogany desk, positioned to give the occupant a spectacular view of New Rome through a full window. If he wasn't the supreme authority of a superhero team, Ryan would have mistaken his host for a supervillain. The man wore an expensive tuxedo suit with a black rose on the left side, carried white gloves, and hid his face behind some kind of stylized white helmet reminding Ryan of the pre-war Daft Punk electronic band. The courier could only applaud his fashion style. I'm Enrique Manada, the chief brand officer at Dynamy's and head manager of the Ilmigler program. The man shook Ryan's hand, his voice pleasant to hear yet firm. He smelled like roses, probably perfume. You may also call me Blackthorn. I don't see any thorns on your cost, Ryan gasped, as he noticed the matter making up the suit. Wait, is that cashmere? You have a sharp eye, Enrique mused, showing Ryan a wooden chair and inviting him to sit down. We have our own production program at Dynamy's since we cannot import it from Asia. The production cost is horrendous, but you cannot put a price on elegance. While sitting, Ryan barely paid attention to the man, his eyes fixed on his clothes. He wanted a suit like that too. We have no shortage of volunteers wishing to join our superhero teams, Enrique said, joining his fingers, but few make it to my office. I believe in personal recommendations, Mr. Romano. If Wyvern hadn't vouched for you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Ryan briefly wondered who had recommended the of all people, deeming the mystery as important as tracking down his assassin. She seems to have a good feeling about you, especially after you forewarned her about our latest prisoner, which makes me wonder how you knew about Ghoul's escape attempt. Just a gut feeling, Ryan replied innocently. I don't believe you, Enrique replied, going straight for the jugular. We have been having trouble with the private security lately, and several members tasked with escorting Ghoul actively tried to help him run away. If you know of any security breach, I would be thankful for sharing the information. Well, Ryan had come looking for information too, so it was all good. The fact the meta had inside men among the private security bothered him, though. It didn't surprise him that they would bribe locals to look the other way, but this gang seemed a lot more organized than most psycho warbens. He would look into it. Ever since I was young, I always wanted to become an ad, like Mr. Clean and Felix the Cat. A recognizable icon of consumerism, with my face plastered on every cereal box. Enrique replied, seemingly seriously, to transcend the human condition and become a packaged product. That has always been my dream. Enrique nodded, and the real reason, Ryan shrugged. Greed. Your psychological profile tells me otherwise. They even had a psychological profile. Poor boys, Ryan wondered how many people had gone mad compiling it. All right, I thought it would be fun to try being a superhero, and I promised someone that I would kick the meta out of the city as a personal favor. Business and pleasure. The meta gang is a problem, Enrique conceded, although not as much as the Augusti. Who is this person you owe a favor to? Some guy in Rust Town named Polly. He probably won't even remember me, though. I'm certain there is an interesting story behind this, the corporate mastermind mused. I will put my cards on the table, Mr. Romano. I feel conflicted about your case. You have an incredible power, with a very high development potential according to our research team. Your skills with weapons are impressive, as the security checkup can attest to. I didn't even know one could fit so many miniaturized weapons in a kid's plushie, even if I don't see the point. They will never see it coming, Ryan explained. Which brings me to the matter at hand. Enrique presented Ryan with a small pile of paper. The 16 pages long index of collateral damage complaints associated with your name, from people all over Italy. Something bothered Ryan greatly. Only 16 pages. You expected more, perhaps. Hell yes, I did, Ryan replied. I guess I'm too good at silencing witnesses. The corporate genome remained completely unfazed. Plus 18 demographic then, he said. Loose cannons have no place at Dynamis. If we sign a work contract together, foolhardy behavior will not be tolerated. Hey, I always fulfill commands to the letter. Ryan defended himself, wounded in his honor. It's not my fault if everyone leaves the methods open for interpretation. I will not. However, I need more guarantees. While no one ever accused you of betraying a contract, you have a mercenary past and a suspicious link to a certain criminal genius. He offered Ryan a photo, and the courier's heart skipped a beat. That was her in a mugshot. She had aged a few years and had a black eye in the picture, but it was her, holding a paper with a number while glaring at the photographer. Len, underdiver, Sabino. Ryan could sense Blackthorn's eyes examine his face, looking for any sign of weakness. Daughter of Freddie Sabino, alias Bloodstream, an extremely dangerous psycho who almost rivaled Big Adam and Augustus in infamy, until his demise 4 years ago against Leo Hargrave's carnival. Many witnesses said he traveled alongside his daughter and an unidentified teenage boy, whose body was never recovered. All right, let's cut the bullshit, Greenhand, Ryan said, completely serious and putting the photo in his coat. Where is she? In a place out of your reach, for now. I've had my eyes on her for a time. Her arrest was my brother, the vice president's, doing and a missed opportunity for recruitment. He believes in harsh measures, I believe in rehabilitation. The public loves redemption stories. If I behave, you will lead me to Len while hoping that my presence will make her join your group. Definitively an evil mastermind. Now we are getting somewhere, Enrique replied. It will be much better for us if you told me the truth, Mr. Romano. How much is she worth to you? Everything. Perfect. Here's my offer then. You sign a 5-year contract with Il Miglier. Help us clean New Rome of the filth that infests it. Promote Dynami's brand, and most importantly, you behave. In exchange, we offer you a clean slate, generous accommodations, and the opportunity to reunite with Miss Sabino. He handed Ryan a contract far, far heavier than the collateral damage complaints, but the courier didn't even pay it any attention. That deal sounded a lot like Vulcan's, minus the personal vind. What do you want out of this, Greenhand? Most people think my family is only interested in profit, Enrique said, but what we really want is to rebuild Italian society into a prosperous nation. A dream that unfortunately cannot come to pass while groups like the Meta, the Augusti, and Marauders run rampant. A proud nation under copyright, we also wish to democratize superpowers by reverse engineering and mass-producing elixirs, Enrique replied, ignoring the jab. As per your contract, you will be subjected to a full DNA-based test. This will ensure the private securities drones can track you should you default on your contractual obligations. You will also be asked to participate in our elixir research development program. We have few violet genomes like you under our employ. He should have known they wouldn't want him just for his pretty face. You won't succeed in replicating my power. We have made great progress on replicating powers, even created fully functional knockoff elixirs. You won't be able to reproduce my power, Ryan repeated himself. I've tried more times than you can count. Good, then you can share your findings with the research division, Enrique dismissed his words. As for hero work, we divide the Il Miglier franchise into 2 very different branches, the Pro League for established icons like Wyvern and the Little League, for juniors and less-known superheroes. Obviously, you will start with our secondary division. Ryan listened as Enrique explained to him the rules inside the organization, mostly corporate blabbering before grabbing the contract and skimming it. While the possibility to meet Len was tempting as always, the courier mostly wanted to identify the assassin during this loop. Access to Dynamy's buildings and databases would help a great deal. If the company could introduce him to Len quickly, then all was good. If they delayed too long, he would simply take the information and return to the Augusti path. Something caught his attention. Only 30% royalties on merchandising. Ryan asked, "That's theft." "We will also change your name," Enrique said. "Quicksave is not punchy enough for our marketing department, and video games are a very niche market nowadays. How about?" Time Lord PR says it will catch on quickly, especially with teenagers. A soulless name developed to please hordes of monsters. Why did Ryan feel like he had made a deal with Satan? Hell existed, and it was a corporate seminar. Ryan had thought his first day on the job as a Little League member would involve superhero training, maybe a routine patrol with Wyvern, something practical. Instead, the courier received an assignment to a boring, weeks-long corporate internship. He simply had to look at the day's planning to wish for a restart. Coffee breakfast, first meeting with half an hour delay because of the aforementioned coffee break, then lunch, then second meeting, then the real lunch, then the second coffee break, third meeting, afternoon lunch, coffee break, then corporate videos. All before 6 in the afternoon, after which Ryan could either leave or participate in after-hour drink networking. So far, these meetings consisted of seminars about brand management, marketing guys brainstorming his new and improved branding, lawyer interviews where they discussed auxiliary rights, and now an education video about Dynamy's company culture. In short, no superhero work at all. Ryan wasn't the only recruit there, but much to his surprise, most of them seemed to enjoy these boring, mindless activities. They were more eager to discuss their image and royalties than actual fieldwork. This place drained the courier of his soul. He could feel it. With a bored sigh, Ryan reached the room where he was supposed to watch the new corporate video, putting his hand on a door scanner. Dynamys had extracted a drop of his blood soon after he signed their contract, which allowed the company to somehow track and identify him. Biosignature, Time Lord. Ryan groaned at the generic name while the door opened. Couldn't they have picked something more unique like Clockomancer or Clockblocker? The courier walked into a darkened, informal conference room wide enough to welcome dozens upon dozens of people, with Mesoamerican drawings on creamy walls. Dynamys favored an informal, comfortable style, replacing plastic chairs with cotton armchairs and sofas. The Little League new recruits were gathered in front of a giant screen alongside the PR staff, exchanging pleasantries while consuming Dynamys made energy drinks. Most seemed aged between 15 and their mid-20s, wearing colorful costumes designed by the marketing department. From what Ryan heard, they were currently discussing the latest fashion trends, who dated who among Il Migler's Pro League, and how they got introduced to Enrique Manada in the first place. The wasn't among these brats. Which was an injustice of the highest order, since he would have fit in perfectly. Ryan noticed a lone wolf at the back, who preferred to examine photos and paper reports on a luxurious sofa than looking at the screen. This man wore a white cat-shaped mask covering the upper part of his face, showcasing his smooth, pale skin, blue eyes, and combed blonde hair, a true Adonis. All in all, he seemed around 18, wearing a pink and white sleeveless gymnast suit. The D-shaped symbol flashed on the screen, alongside colorful music. The image of an elderly Latino man with graying hair, a macho mustache, and a rather large belly appeared at the forefront, with a picture of New Rome in the background. He reminded Ryan of an older picture of Pablo Escobar, down to the casual outfit and friendly smile hiding the teeth beneath. "Hi, I'm Hector Manada, CEO and founder of Dynamys. As a new employee, I welcome you into the D family. You have been chosen because of your skills and character to become part of something greater. For we at Dynamys and its subsidiaries, we are more than a corporate conglomerate. 33 years ago, from the moment I established this company, our guiding principle has always been the same: what should the world look like? Ryan knew a lot about Dynamys' official history, mostly because they advertised it constantly. A 26-year-old Hector Manada created the pharmaceutical company in Spain long before the Genome Wars, expanding its domains to shipping, warehouses, agriculture, food, biotech, manufacturing, oil, retail, and pretty much everything else. Ironically, they had just transferred their HQ to Italy to get closer to their burgeoning shipping activities the year before Mecron bombed everyone. This stroke of luck saved most of their leadership when the old world collapsed, and since Dynamys had a finger in every pie all over Western Europe before the Genome Wars, it had the resources needed to thrive once the dust settled. Since Spain had suffered a lot more than Italy from Genome's depredations, Dynamys had transferred most of its remaining infrastructure away from their homeland, founding New Rome as their personal stronghold. Through their mergers with other corporations and subsidiaries, they controlled Corsica, Sardinia, Majorca, the south of Spain, western Italy, the oil fields of Libya, and currently contested Sicily to local genome warlords. In short, Dynamy's board was well on their way to become the face of post-genome Europe if Augustus didn't beat them to it. Ryan decided to move at the back alongside the lone wolf, since it was the closest to the door he intended to leave as soon as the video ended. Sitting at the back, he tried to listen to the video for 10 seconds before getting bored and checking stuff on his phone. "Is there Wi-Fi here?" Ryan asked his neighbor. "I see a dynamite Wi-Fi, but it's password protected. You see the Wi-Fi box here?" Blondie pointed at a device in a corner of the room. "The password is written." Ryan stopped time before he could finish his sentence. Moving as quickly as a snake, he searched inside his coat for a mini tracker, quickly opened the wireless box's back, swiftly put the tracker inside, and then closed the device. On the back, the man finished, Ryan having returned to his original spot with nobody noticing. "It's incredibly long and case-sensitive, though. Took me 5 tries to get it right." The courier feigned a groan of laziness, his eyes still on his phone. The tracker had already activated, sending him information. Ryan had placed similar devices all over the floor during the day, which should grant him a way inside Dynamy systems. The courier needed a quick scan for vulnerabilities which he could exploit in future loops to get inside, and didn't particularly care if he was identified afterward. If anything, Ryan considered committing suicide and find a way to skip this internship phase entirely. He was a creature of fun, and the staff here seemed determined to drain him of every drop of life. Putting his phone back in his pocket, and having consumed enough Dynamy's content for a lifetime, Ryan didn't pay attention to the video. Instead, his curious eyes wandered to his neighbor, who seemed to share his disinterest. As it turned out, Blondie was busy looking at photos of the Meta gang. Ryan immediately recognizing pictures of Sarin and Ghoul, alongside that of a large, horrifically obese bald man with menswear straight out of the 50s. His scarred face and prominent teeth reminded Ryan of a hippo. Blondie noticed Ryan's curiosity and felt the urge to give details. "Adam, the Meta's big bad boss. I could tell from the paunch," Ryan replied, approaching to get a better look at the photos. "He's somewhere in the city, but nobody knows his exact location," Blondie mumbled, his voice rising with frustration. The recruits closest to them looked over their shoulders before focusing back on the video. Too much counter-surveillance, no electronic trail, and he contacts his men, not the other way around. The only people who might know are his lieutenants, Sishak, Acid Rain, Frank the Mad. Ryan decided to make the Meta one of his main priorities for this restart. These psychos were far too organized and well-behaved. 4 years ago, Adam could barely keep his junkies in check, and never without a healthy dose of family-unfriendly violence. They have grown very large over the years, the courier mused, as he examined the file closely. According to Dynamy's information, the Meta gang now included around 50 members. I still remember when they could barely fill a minibus. This caught Blondie's interest. "You met the Meta before. 4 years ago," Ryan replied. "It was just Adam, Sishak, and a few hanger-ons back then. They didn't differ much from a normal psychopath, except the fondness for ultraviolence and medieval execution methods. Anything you can tell me about them?" Blondie whispered, making it hard for Ryan to listen to the video's sound. "Their tactics, their organization, their weaknesses." "If you want the full story, my feline friend," Sishak tried to convince a member of my old group to join them. "It didn't go well, and it ended in a bloodbath. Typical psychos. Oh, and Sishak is a sadistic creep who can hijack your nervous system with his wires if he catches you. Telepaths were some of the few genomes with the ability to do Ryan lasting damage by tampering with his memories or destroying his personality. He avoided them like the plague whenever he could. Sishak, though, the courier might seek out and beat up on principle. He needs physical contact," Blondie asked, scribbling the information on a paper sheet. "Good to know. Does he need to maintain physical contact too?" "Yep, but the disconnection is incredibly painful for the victim," Ryan explained while putting his legs on the sofa, taking as much space as humanly possible. "So my feline friend, are you planning a mutant mice hunt?" "I wish," he grumbled, his eyes wandering to the video. "I asked Enrique if I could follow Pro League members on patrols, and instead I must guest star in their new movie. He said it would introduce me to the public better than any action in the field. Since when do you need authorization to start trouble?" Ryan asked mirthfully. "What's the point of being a hero if you can't legally sublimate your violent urges and receive acclaim for it?" It seemed to amuse him. "Hey, by the way, I haven't introduced myself." Ryan shook his hand. "I'm Quicksave." "I'm Immortal, but don't tell anyone." "Adam Cat," he replied. "I can blow stuff up on touch." "Oh, the mafia boy." The handshake turned into an iron grip. "How do you know that?" he hissed. "Are you a spy?" "Enrique told you." "That bastard, I should never have listened." Hey, the video paused, and everyone looked at the duo with angry gazes while Ryan remained unfazed. Adam Cat bristled a bit. Nothing like a shared embarrassment to start a new friendship. A marketing guy in a suit and tie looked at the duo, letting the awkward silence set in. Are you not interested? He began, the frozen face of Hector Manada behind him, in the company where you will work for the next 5 years. I am interested, sir. Adam Cat lied through his teeth. It won't happen again, sir. Absolutely not, Ryan replied bluntly, but please continue. We'll be as quiet and dutiful as unpaid interns. The marketing guy glared at the courier, imitated by the other recruits. It was kindergarten all over again. If you make another comment like that, Time Lord, I will ask you to politely leave the room without a word. The new name hurt physically. Wait, they could leave early. When the marketing guy received no answer, he put back the video on. Adam Cat waited for everyone to lose interest in them before whispering into Ryan's ear. If you don't answer, I'm blowing you up. Same if I let go of your hand unwillingly. Can you keep a secret? Ryan looked around as if they were being spied on and then approached Adam Cat's ear to whisper back into it. I come back from the future. I used a DeLorean. Your references are quite outdated, Adam Cat replied. His grip grew tighter and the courier felt his skin heat up. What do you know? That we're close enough to kiss, Ryan replied, his free hand shifting to grab a weapon. That your parents are Augusti Capos, that you joined the other team out of teenage rebellion, and that you should rethink having children. Adam Cat looked down, noticing the hidden knife very close to his manly parts. Thankfully, nobody had noticed, their eyes focusing on the screen. My power will be faster, he replied, and I'm very good at neutering Cat's kitty. At least a spy would have been subtler, Adam Cat mused, his eyes squinting behind the mask. So you don't know who my parents are. Their actual identity, the courier rolled his shoulders. Adam Cat looked at the other recruits and spoke only when certain they didn't listen, with a voice so low the courier could barely hear it. They're Mars and Venus. Ryan gasped in shock. You're Cupid, but where are the wings and bow? Adam Cat marked a short pause. Not the mythological gods, you idiot, he said, finally releasing Ryan's hand. It takes some kind of elitist narcissism to name yourself after deities, as if you stood above normal people like mice and men. I heard there was a genome who tried to use the name Little Jesus once, the courier replied, putting back the knife up his sleeve. He didn't last long. Augustus fried him alive, Adam Cat replied, relaxing a bit. You're not an Augusti. No, you wouldn't have risked a DNA scan otherwise. They've been sending people asking me to come back into the fold a lot lately. And why did you leave it in the first place? Ryan asked, crossing his legs and faking interest in the video when the marketing guy looked at him. Now it showed Hector with children before a school sponsored by Dynamis, the poor kids struggling to smile at the camera. If you knew half the things they do, you'd understand, Adam Cat replied angrily. There. Bliss drug kills thousands each year, their weapons slay more, and that's what makes it to the news. The kidnappings, the murders, the racketeering, and the prostitution. After a while, I just couldn't take it anymore. I thought I could make a difference at Il Miglir. Did you? Not yet, he grumbled. The Manada and Augustus have been at each other's throat for years, so I thought they had plans to take him down, but apparently Dynamy's motto is don't rock the boat. Enrique seemed quite motivated when I met him, Ryan pointed out. He and his brother Alphonse, yes, but their father Adam Cat glared at Hector's image. Don't rock the boat. Ryan tried his best to watch the video for 30 more seconds and quickly realized he would go mad if this continued. Okay, he said, crawling on the sofa closer to the door. I'm out. Where are you going? Adam Cat asked, curious. To Rust Town to beat up the meta. The would-be superhero appraised Ryan's words for a long minute. You want to go to their new territory and what? Pick a fight with the first psycho you meet. You make it sound so complicated. Dynamis will cut your salary if you do that, Adam Cat replied weakly. Maybe even fire you. Ryan considered the statement thoughtfully, remembered that he had more money stashed away than he would earn at Il Miglir, then shrugged it off. He was confident he would learn more about Dynamy's activities by hacking them than by following a week-long seminar. Your nickname is Quicksave. Adam Cat mumbled the name, finally remembering where he had heard it. Wait, didn't you beat up Ghoul with a golf club? I had to buy one just for that occasion, and I almost didn't make it in time. Still, I improved my short game by quite a lot. Ryan rose up from the sofa, looking casual and ignoring the marketing guy glaring at him. Now, are you coming or not? Adam Cat looked at Ryan, then at the video, and noticed it still had 57 minutes left before its conclusion. The young hero immediately rose up from the sofa, gathered the photos and reports, before following the courier towards the door. Time Lord Adam Cat, the video is not over yet, the marketing guy said, trying to sound firm and failing utterly. I'm escorting him out of the building to make sure he never returns, sir, Adam Cat promised. Apparently, in spite of his spiel, getting rid of the courier made the marketing guy a lot happier. Teacher's pet, Ryan accused Adam Cat as he closed the door behind them. You have a car, the young superhero asked. I can only drive a motorcycle. I have the best of them, but before we go, Ryan cleared his throat. Do you know where they make cashmere suits? Floor 20 of the Dynamis HQ, right next to this building, Adam Cat replied, clearly well informed. Why the question? Because I will get a cashmere suit, even if I have to fight for it. No matter how many times he would visit it, Ryan would never get used to Rust Town. The whole place reeked of misery and despair. Adam Cat seemed to share his sentiment as both drove through the slums with the Plymouth's windows closed and the air cleaner on. "It's even worse than I thought," he said, looking at a streetlight hanging by its cable, threatening to fall on the road at any moment. "Way worse. You never went mice hunting here." "No, my family lives in the wealthy patrician district. I lived a very sheltered life, truth be told, even during the wars. So a house cat then?" If so, Ryan's threat of neutering him must have hit a bit too close to home. "I guess I went stray," his sidekick mused. "I do wonder why this place is such a dump compared to the rest of the city though," Ryan said. It reminded him of the bad old days when he scoured ruins for supplies, with bloodstream breathing down his neck. "It belonged to the region's original inhabitants," Adam Cat explained, "those who lived in the Gulf of Naples and escaped its bombing. They managed to survive in spite of the poisons and plagues, but when Dynamis took over the region, the company forcefully relocated them to make room for its own people. I guess the homeless and the disease didn't fit into their picture of a shining capital city. There are plans to renovate the area, but they haven't materialized yet." He shook his head in disappointment, the sound of a cell phone's alarm interrupting the discussion. Adam Cat looked at his mobile but didn't take the call. Ryan glanced at the screen, seeing Adam Cat had missed 15 calls from a certain Fortuna and 7 from one Narcinia. "My sisters," the superhero said before the courier could ask questions. "I keep in touch with them, but they want me back and don't take no for an answer." "That means they love you," Ryan replied without any hint of sarcasm. He could sympathize with people wishing to reunite with their family. The courier did wonder what made Adam Cat consider Dynamis to be a better option over the Augusti though. Ryan suddenly wondered if Len, like Adam Cat, wouldn't want to meet him, but immediately brushed off these thoughts. Of course she would rejoice when they met again after so many years. It was just his anxiety talking. "I love them too, but as long as they keep supporting the Bliss business." Another person called Adam Cat, who stared at the name on the screen for several seconds, his gaze undecipherable. "Livia." Instead of ignoring the call like the others, Adam Cat outright turned down his phone, sighed, and messed with the radio to change his mind. When he finally settled on a channel, Ryan glared at his sidekick. "Hip-hop, really? You don't like it, Brotha?" "No, I don't." Ryan changed the channel back to the Daft Biopunk Chrono Radio. The music switched into a combination of electronic, synth, and alien rhythms. "Nice sound," Adam Cat commented as they passed through narrow streets. "Where are we going?" The Meta took over the junkyard area as their base, Ryan said. "It's located at Rust Town's center. I'm stopping you right here. I'm all for ambushing a lone psycho, maybe two, but attacking their home turf with only the two of us is suicide." If Ryan had been alone, he would have tried anyway, but he wasn't going to lead his sidekick to certain death. "Thing is, children have been missing in the area, according to my information. I've located an orphanage south of the junkyard, and I thought we should check it out." Adam Cat instantly tensed. "Children, you're surprised?" Ryan asked. The courier would love to say he was, but he had come to expect the worst when psychos were involved. "I'm surprised it didn't get reported," the superhero replied, the Plymouth passing near the city's water reservoir. Unlike the rest of the neighborhood, Dynamis heavily protected the area, armored soldiers protecting its confines. Then again, nobody cares about this place. Ryan did. Eventually, the duo made their way to an isolated building surrounded by a dusty wasteland. The paint on the cinder block walls had vanished, peeled by time, and half the windows were broken. A large fenced area extended left of the building, housing dozens, if not hundreds of stray cats and dogs. The distressed noises they made and the smell they produced immediately overwhelmed the duo as they parked the car nearby and stepped out of it. "That's not an orphanage," Adam Cat said with horror, while Ryan grabbed his fisty gauntlets and put them on. "The air here was less polluted than the rest of Rust Town, but not by much. It's an animal shelter." "It's both," Ryan realized, glancing at the animals with sympathy. The sheer aura of trapped desperation they gave off made him feel sick inside. They found 2 children between 10 and 12 at the orphanage's entrance, playing with a dirty golden retriever near the open doors. One was a black boy with acid burn scars on half his cheek, the other a skinny brunette in a pink dress unfit for her size. "Hey, fellas," Ryan waved a hand at them. The little girl instantly raised a crappy revolver at his head, having hidden it beneath her dress, while the boy clung to the dog. "Back off, druggie," she told Ryan, "or I'm blowing your head off." "Aw, that was so cute." Ryan froze time, grabbed the gun, and replaced it with a rock pebble. When time resumed, he had put the gun inside his coat, much to the girl's surprise. "But, hey, I'm Quicksave," Ryan said, raising his thumb like in a commercial. "I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone, and this is my trusty sidekick, Hello Kitty." "Don't push it, Quickie," Adam Cat replied, the nickname making Ryan feel dirty inside. "We aren't here to hurt anyone. Can we talk to the staff?" "There's no staff," the boy said, still afraid. The dog nuzzled his face to reassure him and didn't make any hostile move towards the genomes. "Grandpa took care of us, but he's gone now," the little girl replied while glaring at Ryan. "A druggie shanked him in an alley months ago." She said it so casually, it sounded almost normal. "Wait, there's no adult." The more he heard, the more Adam Cat grew agitated. But how do you survive? We can take care of ourselves, the girl said with a proud face. We scavenge stuff up and take the trash. Mama sends up food and money every week. The little girl kicked the boy in the leg before he could finish his sentence. Ouch, Sarah, Mama, Adam Cat asked. The little girl kept her mouth closed, the other boy imitating her. Sarah, that's your name. Give me back my gun. She ignored Adam Cat and instead kept glaring at Ryan. Give it back. I can't in good conscience return such a crappy revolver, Ryan replied, having a reputation to uphold. Let me buy you a real gun like a Desert Eagle, then you can credibly threaten people. Quick save. Adam Cat chided him before trying to build a rapport with the kids. Who is this Mama, your caretaker? Can we talk to her? No, Sarah replied stubbornly. She's busy. Busy doing what? Busy, Sarah replied, crossing her arms. What do you want? As Adam Cat tried to argue with the kids that they only wanted to protect them, Ryan sensed tension in the air. The pets grew agitated, barking and meowing. They could sense predators nearby. A rusty black minibus approached the orphanage, parking 5 meters away from the entrance. Other kids appeared at the windows, attracted by the pets' racket. 3 men stepped out of the car, although they barely counted as such. Ryan instantly recognized one of them as the mosquito monster that wrecked his Plymouth in a previous loop. The second was a scrawny, bald man dressed like a plumber. Disfiguring tumors grew out of his flesh and bloodshot eyes. He carried a rusty pipe wrench and his smile showed rows of rotten fangs. As for the third, Ryan instantly recognized the tall and slender figure, in spite of his heavy black overcoat, hat, scarf, and sunglasses. The way he walked like a shambling doll mimicking a man, the aura of quiet menace he gave off. Sishak, Adam's second in command. The 3 psychos glanced at the group with menacing stares, Adam Cat instantly moving to shield the kids, so did the golden retriever, who barked at the newcomers with surprising ferocity. Sishak himself focused entirely on Ryan. My, isn't it little Cesar, he said with a robotic digital voice. How you have grown. Ryan flinched, surprised. Once I have connected to a nervous system, I can recognize its unique brainwave pattern anywhere. Like a lost signal calling home to Daddy. His heavy sunglasses glittered under the twilight. I thought the carnival killed your father. He wasn't my father, and yes they did, the courier said, cold and focused. He had last crossed path with that creep 4 years ago before he drank his elixir. Even if Ryan now had superpowers and could defend himself, Sishak's mere presence made him feel uneasy. How are the scars he gave you, Lightbulb? They healed, Sishak replied, his digital voice turned threatening. Mosquito readied his claw-like hands, itching for a fight. If you survived, I assume little Len did too. Good, I never got over missing the opportunity to extract her genius brain. What kids aren't enough for you? Ryan taunted him. I have no interest in this meat, but we require a unique service from these goblins. I'm afraid nothing short of pygmies will do the trick. Don't worry, we'll take good care of them, even feed them. Adam is very fond of children, Mosquito cackled, the other psycho letting out a bestial grunt. That too, Sishak mused with cruel amusement. Kids, gather your friends and get into the car quietly. Behind me, Ryan said. He's got candies. Yeah, the kids aren't getting anywhere near you, Adam Cat said, turning to Sarah. Do you have a basement? She nodded slowly. Go hide there and don't come out until we say so. The noise of a plane echoed above the neighborhood, while the children and their dog fled inside the orphanage. I would check your math if I were you, Sishak said while trailing the children with his gaze. It made him look like a deadly wolf observing helpless fawns, much to Ryan's disgust. Wires shifted behind the psycho's scarf and sunglasses, and electricity came out of his gloves. You're outnumbered and outmatched. Why weren't they attacking? Because they were worried they might kill the kids in the crossfire if they acted too early. They shouldn't be thinking that far ahead, the sight of genomes being reason enough to try and drink the hero's elixir-laced blood. These psychos were too stable, too careful, as if. You're well fed, Ryan realized. You have a supply of elixir. Sishak appraised him for a few seconds before barking orders. Mongrel, Mosquito, capture little Cesar and kill the spare. I hoped you'd say that, Mosquito said, Mongrel hissing at Adam Cat like an animal. I guess Adam can't be mad at us for eating a few strays. Both groups glared at one another, but Ryan couldn't focus, the sound of the plane growing stronger and stronger. Closer, Ryan barely had the time to raise his eyes, as it landed right in the middle of the Mexican standoff. The crash blew dust in all directions, Adam Cat taking a leap back on reflex and the psychos retreating behind their minibus for protection. Only Ryan remained still, unfazed, as an enormous gold-plated robot stood right in front of him. Quick save, Vulcan's voice echoed from hidden loudspeakers, the suit's camera eyes focusing on the courier. You have denied my invitation. Ryan put his hands in his pockets and whistled, his mask protecting him from the dust. Adam Cat quickly got back on his feet, his eyes widening upon recognizing the newcomer. Vulcan's camera eyes briefly glanced at the hero, but quickly focused back on Ryan with murderous rage. By going to that dragon whore without even considering my offer, you have done more than scorn me. You have insulted me, and for that you will die. She towered above Ryan, a cannon pointed at his head. Any last words? Ryan gave serious thought to the question and then answered. You're so short, your mother has to use a microscope to see you. Vulcan remained completely still, the towering armor casting the courier in its oppressive shadow. Oh, I got a better one. Ryan snapped his fingers. You're so short that your feet always dangle when you sit on a chair. The silence grew even tenser, broken by strange noises. Ryan recognized them as guns and missiles being loaded. Sishak and his cronies recovered from the surprise attack, moving to encircle everyone and flank Adam Cat from the sides. Tough crowd here. How about this one? You're almost tall enough for Wyvern to take you seriously. Vulcan let out a snarl and opened fire. Ryan had been shot at more times than he could count. Unlike psychos or special cases like Augustus, all of the courier's abilities, from his save point to the time stop, derived from a single unifying power. It was only through training and experimentation that Ryan discovered its multiple applications. In particular, it took him years of looping to realize he had an enhanced sense of timing. The more he experienced a situation, the better Ryan became at predicting and reacting to it. If someone used a martial arts move once, he would subtly anticipate it. Next time anybody else tried it, the courier could predict when one would toss a smoke bomb to the ground and catch it before being consciously aware of it. This made learning physical skills almost trivial. It wasn't all powerful, since there were situations when even the fastest reflexes couldn't make a difference, like getting beheaded by an invisible blade or hit by a laser as fast as light. Lacking any super speed, Ryan couldn't truly dodge bullets or artillery, but he could predict someone's line of fire before they pressed the trigger. His body would then subtly shift, projectiles would miss, and give people the illusion that he could dodge even bullets. Combined with the time stop, the courier seemed impossible to hit from the point of view of outsiders. So when Vulcan attacked him with her cannon arm, Ryan paused time for a split second and dodged out of the line of fire. A dense shell blasted the orphanage's wall behind them, collapsing cinder blocks and opening a path towards what seemed to be a kitchen. The trapped pets behind the fence panicked, some frenzied cats managing to escape by climbing. Vulcan, it's an orphanage, Adam Cat shouted, but before he could rush to Ryan's help, the meta gang flanked him. The hero avoided a deadly punch from Mosquito, and a small fireball from mongrel Adam Cat's movements were chaotic, showcasing his lack of formal training, but his natural agility made up for it. Showing extreme agility honed over countless loops, Ryan backflipped to dodge a giant fist to the face and then a stomp. I have to hand it to you, the courier began, before switching the meaning of his sentence, because you can't reach it. Vulcan's attacks grew more frenzied, and when she no longer had the orphanage in her line of fire, she switched to heavy weaponry. Her mech shoulders opened to reveal minigun turrets, firing hundreds of pellets at Ryan. The courier used a mix of time stop and timing to avoid the attacks, trying to circle the machine and find a hatch for the cockpit. Sishak, meanwhile, threw away his overcoat, hat, and sunglasses, revealing his true self to the world. He had long shed his flesh, replaced with thousands of black wires which he usually shaped into a facsimile of a humanoid form. The only organ that survived his mutation was his skull, which left his biomechanical brain exposed. His neon eyes reminded Ryan of two bright torchlights. Sishak reshaped his wires to form 8 elongated arms, turning himself into a horrific mockery of a spider. While Vulcan occupied, Ryan and Adam Cat fought his cronies, the psycho leaped over the area in a single bound, going straight for the orphanage. Realizing this, Ryan decided to dump Vulcan and pursue Sishak, but the genius didn't let him. Her hand lunged at the courier, big enough to crush him whole, while her miniguns provided suppressing fire. In spite of her fearsome armor, Ryan could tell that Vulcan didn't have much direct combat experience. Her movements were clumsy, and while her weapons aimed true, there was no foresight involved, no human cunning or improvisation. She probably outsourced control to a basic AI. Her armor was also clearly a prototype designed to fight a big and aerial target, instead of an agile and stylish gentleman. In short, Vulcan had brought a wyvern buster to a quick-save fight. Vulcan could have won if she had carpet-bombed the area from above, but instead she chose to announce her presence and make the battle close and personal. Ryan could sense a desire to prove herself in a fight, perhaps to outshine Wyvern. Girls got issues. Stopping time for 10 seconds, Ryan moved to the armor's left, dodging her hand and bullets. Then he carefully punched the elbow joint with fisty, aiming to maximize pressure damage. When time resumed, the recoil applied in full, and the mech's arm shattered at the elbow point. The forearm fell to the ground, electrical jolts coming out of the damaged parts. As he guessed when he first observed it at the armory, much like medieval armor, Vulcan paid for her suit's enhanced mobility with weakness in the joints. What's this? Ryan mused. A short circuit. You aren't funny, Romano. Vulcan complained through her armor's loudspeakers, clearly jealous of his peerless wit. You think you are, but you aren't. Come on, don't be small-minded. As she retaliated with another volley of bullets, Ryan froze time and rushed to the orphanage, Sishak having vanished through the hole Vulcan made in the wall. Meanwhile, Adam Cat fared little better. Mosquito had taken flight like the insect he was, diving down to try and impale the hero with his stinger. While Adam Cat could easily dodge, Mongrel limited his movements. The strange psycho flickering in and out of existence, propelling himself with short bursts of wind while attempting to hit the hero with his hand tool. Sometimes he threw a fireball here and there, small fires starting all over the wasteland park. Fireballs, limited invisibility, air conditioning. Ryan recognized these powers as those from knockoff elixirs sold by Dynamis. Mongrel must have drunk a cocktail of them. Since the powers gained were but a shadow of those of true elixirs, his body managed to handle more than two at the cost of his mental faculties. Still, even if forced on the defensive, Adam Cat fought hard to regain the initiative in this 2-on-1 fight. He attempted to punch Mongrel, his hands shining with crimson energy, but in spite of his bestial snarls, the psycho remained careful not to give his foe any opening. When time resumed, Ryan had managed to reach the orphanage, only to backtrack when a dozen wires came out of the hole and threatened to catch him in a net. Sishak emerged from the hole, having grabbed 4 kids with his tentacle-armed Sarah, her friend, and 2 twin girls no older than 8. His cold alien eyes glanced at Ryan with disdain while one of his wires was making its way inside one of the twins' nose, traces of blood and fur all over his body. Without thinking twice, Ryan grabbed 3 throwing knives, intending to target Sishak's head. In response, the psycho moved Sarah in the way of Ryan's line of fire, the girl screaming in fear. Ryan froze in shock, which Sishak immediately exploited to send a tentacle at him. Suffering from his time stop's cooldown, the courier couldn't freeze the clock as the arm hit him with the speed of a harpoon. He managed to grab it with his hands as he was tossed to his back, the wires trying to reach his skull. Quick save. Adam Cat shouted, but Mosquito exploited the opportunity to tackle him from the side, throwing the hero through the pen's fence. Dogs and cats immediately poured through, fleeing in all directions. "Shush, it's easier if you don't struggle, Cesar," Sishak whispered to Ryan, both through his mouth and that of the child he had connected to needles appeared at the end of his wires for an intracranial hijacking. "Just go limp and let me in, we'll be one." Yeah, if the danger of his intrusive telepathino matter its physical limitation hadn't caused Ryan to feel murderous animosity towards Sishak, the child abuse did it. Apparently Vulcan thought the same. Showing basic human decency, she stopped paying attention to Ryan and instead raised her armor's last functional hand at Sishak. "Drop the kids, mutant," she warned. "I won't ask twice." "Out of my way, woman," Sishak replied dismissively, positioning his hostages to protect himself from Vulcan's weaponry. Meanwhile, Mongrel moved towards the pen to finish off Adam Cat, while Mosquito flew in circles above them. Some dogs who had remained behind instead of fleeing barked angrily at the genomes present, but were too afraid to attack. In response, Vulcan's fingers opened to reveal holes and unleashed plasma streams at Sishak. The genius was very careful not to hit the kids, instead, cutting through wires with laser precision. The damaged parts fell off the ground like beheaded snakes, quickly rusting away into organic dust. Exploiting Sishak's distraction, Ryan stopped time, cut the wires closest to him with his knives, and then rushed towards the children. With a swift swing, he severed the wires holding the twins and caught them while time resumed. The wire invading the hostage's nose kept moving on its own once severed from the hole, but quickly fell to the ground. Psychoke answered by sending his wires in all directions, targeting both Ryan and Vulcan with a rain of tentacles. The courier fled while carrying the twins in his arms, while the Auguste simply powered through the attack, her thick armor deflecting everything. Meanwhile, while Adam Cat recovered from his last blow, the shelter's remaining dogs found the courage to try and bite Mongrel when he approached. With a bestial snarl, the psycho raised both hands, channeling a fireball through the right and a swirling vortex of wind with the left. The combination created a torrent of flames which consumed the pets whole. The poor dogs screamed in pain as the improvised flamethrower incinerated them alive, Mongrel's hisses transforming into maniacal laughter. Adam Cat rushed at Mongrel while he was distracted, and this time managed to grab his head with his hand. The psycho's body turned red, his colors muted by a crimson hue, and then exploded. Scratch that, Mongrel was vaporized. His flesh weakly detonated, with barely enough strength to blow air, yet the blast annihilated him without leaving a trace. Clothes, skin, even the tool he carried, they all turned to dust. Clearly, when cornered, Adam Cat had no problem killing. This made Mosquito dive back at him, with murder on his mind. The young superhero froze, as if an idea crossed his mind, before grabbing a pebble on the ground and throwing it at Mosquito. The rock turned red, charged with Adam Cat's power. The psycho protected himself with his arms, the pebble detonating on impact and propelling him against his own minibus. The car's alarm activated, and combined with the noise from the battle, Ryan could barely hear himself. Adam Cat could modulate the strength of his explosions and even delay them. Nice. Ryan himself managed to dodge both Sishak's attacks and dragged the twins to a safe spot, one child despondent and the other crying in fear. It's okay, you're safe. Ryan tried to console them, brushing their black hair with his hands. Heroes are here. His good deed for the day done, the courier immediately returned to the fray. Sishak had used all his wires to restrain Vulcan, trying to keep the mecha anchored to the ground while desperately trying to find a way inside the pilot cockpit. He looked like a giant squid trying to restrain a whale. Like before, that despicable bastard used his captives as human shields, preventing the Auguste from using her weapons in close quarters. Enraged, Ryan charged at Sishak, tossing knives at his skull. Wires deflected them, but this caught the criminal's attention. A teleportation power. The psycho hissed at Ryan. You have become a violet. Normally I would quip back, but in your case you will go out the way of the rhinoceros, Ryan said with dead seriousness, fisty raised. Painfully. Before Sishak could react, Ryan stopped the clock again, leaped, and punched the psycho through the skull in the frozen time. His fist gored through the psycho's metal, bones, and brain both like a donut. Ryan liked to play with his enemies, but he knew better than to give any telepath a chance to fight back, especially someone as loathsome as Sishak. When time resumed, Sishak's mutant body collapsed to the ground in a mess of wires and brain matter, dragging Sarah and the other kid down with him. Ryan quickly caught Sarah with his hands while Vulcan grabbed the other. You know, Shorty, if you weren't trying to murder me, I would call you halfway heroic, Ryan said, putting Sarah on the ground while Vulcan did the same with her charge. Little girl, can you take your friend and move away? The big bot is waiting for you to go to shoot me. Little Sarah nodded profusely, quickly grabbing her fellow kid's hand and running away to safety. Vulcan remained silent, watching the children get out of the way with grim vigilance. Ryan couldn't tell if it was regret, longing, or something else, but she seemed strangely subdued. Then, when certain the children were far away, Vulcan attempted to fire plasma beams at Ryan's face without a word. Expecting the attack, Ryan quickly stopped time and threw knives at her cameras, blinding Vulcan before she could open fire. Adam Cat, meanwhile, attempted to punch Mosquito and blow him up alongside the minibus, but the insect flew away when he moved too close. An enormous shadow flew over the battlefield, followed by a mighty roar. Everyone present froze, from the tiniest animal to Vulcan herself, as a gigantic flying form came into sight. An enormous 60-foot-long white-scaled lizard, with an elongated neck, dragonfly wings, and golden eyes. Her claws could cut through steel, her tail ended in a flail, and a suit with Dynamis and Ilmigler's logos covered her chest. Wyvern. Once she had finished showing off, the dragon landed right on Vulcan, stomping her mech underfoot with such force it created a mini crater below. If Ryan hadn't damaged her cameras, the Auguste might have been able to fly away, but now Wyvern kept her pinned to the ground under her enormous weight. Mosquito immediately attempted to fly away. The dragon, quicker, raised her hand. Squash. Wyvern slapped Mosquito from above, the same way a human did with a fly. The hit flattened the insectoid like a smear on the ground, his limbs and wings broken, green blood flowing out of open wounds. Then, without skipping a beat, Wyvern slammed Vulcan's mech to the ground, smashing the miniguns. The Auguste attempted to activate her mini-turbo reactors to fly away, but couldn't escape the dragon's iron grip. Don't damage the reactor, Wyvie. Ryan shouted at her, knowing the danger. Extract the cockpit, the cockpit. Seemingly having heard him, Wyvern's assault turned almost surgical in its execution, the dragon carefully extracting the human within with her claws without damaging the rest of the suit. Before the disheveled Auguste could react, Wyvern tossed her to the ground, and Adam Cat moved to restrain her. The intervention had lasted mere seconds. Ryan checked the mech, but thankfully, Vulcan had the foresight to install fail-safes in her armor's fusion reactor. The city wouldn't die an atomic death this time. Instead of inspiring fear, Wyvern's victory caused great joy in the kids, who let out shouts of jubilation after a short silence. Only the child whom Sishak had connected to remained despondent, her twin trying to wake her up. Ryan immediately rushed to their side to give medical help. Thankfully, he had spent enough loops studying medicine and biology to give her a checkup. While intrusive, Sishak's orifice invasion usually didn't damage the subject's key areas of the brain. The poor child suffered from a mild concussion but would survive. Is she okay? Sarah asked Ryan, the euphoria replaced with worry, as the orphans surrounded them. Yes, he said, using his trench coat to remove the blood from his patient's nose, but she will need rest. They killed the Doogies, one of the children said, looking in horror at the animals' burning remains in the destroyed fence. Wyvern observed the scene for a moment, from the hole in the orphanage to Sishak's rusting remains. Quick save, we are going to have a long conversation, she said, her powerful voice more that of a roaring T-Rex than a human. You too, Adam Cat, what were you two thinking, going into hostile territory without authorization nor backup? You could have died. They were trying to kidnap children. Adam Cat defended himself. Then you should have called me for reinforcements, Wyvern replied with a firm tone. You were lucky I trailed Vulcan to make sure she didn't cause a mess. Speaking of Vulcan, she raged as Adam Cat kept her face against the ground, unable to escape his grip. Wyvern transformed back into a human, her suit adapting to her new size while she looked at the Auguste with a mix of vindication and pity. You can only blame yourself for this, Jasmine. Fuck you, Laura, the Auguste genius replied, bitter and angry. Fuck you. Does somebody have a rope? Adam Cat asked, getting sick of restraining Vulcan with his mere hands. I have handcuffs and a blindfold in my car, Ryan said, Wyvern raising an eyebrow at him. I dated weird people. The superheroine glanced at both Ryan and Adam Cat, hands on her waist. You're both grounded. Yes, Dragon Mom, Ryan groaned before turning towards Mosquito, agonizing in a puddle made of his own blood. He's still alive, barely, Wyvern replied warily. Why did you kidnap the kids, asshole? Adam Cat snarled at the psycho. Suck my sting, Mosquito hissed. Answer the question and we will give you medical care, Wyvern said firmly. While she was angry at her charges for acting on their lonesome, she had no pity to spare for the psycho. In your current condition, even with your enhanced metabolism, you will bleed out within minutes. Mosquito remained silent for a few seconds, probably weighing the odds of risking his boss killing him for snitching versus dying right now. Survival instinct being a powerful force, he decided to speak. It's the place the shafts are too small for adults and these crazy robots, they shoot genomes on sight. Robots, Wyvern repeated. What place? Ryan probed him, curious. A bunker Adam wants to access below the junkyard, don't know what, Mosquito hissed in agony. Please, the pain, it's atrocious. I've dialed the medics when I saw the kids, Wyvern said, touching her earpiece. They should arrive soon. And with these words, Ryan handcuffed Vulcan, having helped save an orphanage. He hoped his karma meter would go up after that. Other kids emerged from the orphanage, the battle over, and immediately rushed to Wyvern's side, pestering her with autographs. Others moved to help their wounded member, Ryan hearing the name Giulia being thrown around a lot. Hey Kitty, if you can create explosive projectiles, why don't you carry throwing knives? Ryan asked Adam Cat, that detail having bothered him. It would be much more practical than grabbing improvised projectiles. I didn't realize I could use my power this way, Adam Cat admitted, a bit sheepish. I knew I could delay the detonation by a few seconds, but I never thought I could combine that with projectiles to attack at range. It's only in the thick of action that it clicked for me. Well, you're still green. And he trailed off, trying to find a good quip, Violet. Wow, I will let you stew for 1 hour until you find a decent comeback. Truthfully, Kitty should be proud to have done so well on raw talent alone. Ryan himself looked at his cell phone to see if the battle had made it to the news instead. He received a notification from his devices inside Il Migler's HQ. Backdoor detected. Ryan wasn't the only one spying Dynamis through its computer systems. He set out to track down the IP to investigate, in case it was the assassin's doing. Hey kids, I know the perfect way to cheer you up, Ryan proposed, raising his phone. Who wants a group photo with Wyvern? Me. The kids all raised their hands, much to Wyvern's embarrassment and Adam Cat's amusement. Even grumpy little Sarah seemed a bit enthusiastic. They spent minutes waiting for the private security doing funny selfies, Vulcan glaring at them and Mosquito bleeding to death in the background. Ryan hated hospital rooms. Even if useful for sanitization purposes, the constant whiteness made him feel sick and isolated. Hours had gone by since the orphanage battle, its occupants evacuated by Dynamis and moved to one of the company's hospitals. Sishak's victim had been put in an artificial slumber, laying on a warm bed with a respirator and brain-scanning devices near her. Wyvern stood near the window, clearly struggling against the urge to sleep. Will she be okay? Ryan asked Wyvern, both having stood watch over the girl for a while. I know from experience you can recover from Sishak's brain connection, but I have yet to see someone sedated afterward. Medics said her brainwave patterns are highly abnormal, Wyvern told him. They will keep her in observation for a few days until they are certain she won't suffer from sequelae. This worried Ryan a bit, making him wonder if Sishak had refined his powers since the last time they met. At least the vile psycho was dead for this loop, allowing the courier to relax. Enrique Blackthorne Manada chose that moment to enter the room, carrying a bright, exquisite bouquet in his arms. Well, I believe congratulations are in order, the corporate mastermind said, putting the flowers next to the window. A bit heavy-handed for my taste, but I expected collateral damage from your part, Romano. What will happen to the children? Wyvern asked, sounding quite familiar with her manager. We will take care of them, Enrique said. They will be hosted in a secure facility far away from Rust Town, and many people voiced their intention to adopt some of them. Let it not be said that Dynamis is not family-friendly. Of course, they would try to exploit the situation for a publicity stunt. Well, I'm sure everyone cared about them before I posted these photos on the Dynanet, Ryan mused. Speaking of photos, Romano, I am highly disappointed in you, Enrique scolded him. I remember telling you that your name was Time Lord now, yet you introduce yourself in your pictures as Quicksave and his cat. Now the damage is done and it might be even too late to correct that mistake. Wait, that's what bothers you? Ryan asked, surprised. You're not mad about our little adventure. Why would I? Enrique asked, also genuinely surprised. You and Adam Cat saved an orphanage while dealing a savage blow to this city's criminal underbelly. You did good. Yeah, but I skipped the training and you said you didn't like loose cannons. I don't, but I believe you are under a misconception. You are free to do as you wish, as long as you accept the consequences. If your actions, no matter how irresponsible, lead to a victory, then obviously it was done with Dynami's full approval. If you fuck up, then you did it on your own. No, no, Enrique reassured him. If you succeed, we share. A distinction without a difference. I admire your pragmatism, sir. You are a genius, sir. Enough with the fake servility, Romano. I get enough of that from the trainees. He then joined his hands in a calculating mastermind pose. Now the bitter part. Oh, I know that expression, Ryan mused, who had seen it over and over again. You are going to crush all our hopes and dreams with the dullest tone possible. You catch on quickly, Romano, Enrique replied dryly. Vulcan is to be released. Wyvern's eyes widened in fury, the first time Ryan had seen her lose her cool, after she tried to murder two of our own. No, no way. Wyvern, I understand how you feel, but if she gets away with a slap on her back, I quit. As the silence stretched on, Ryan noticed the rose on Enrique's cashmere suit started growing thorns, shifting as if ready to jump from its holder and attack. Even the flowers near the bedroom's windows seemed to gain a life of their own, their petals swirling. Believe me, Blackthorn said, his voice calm but betraying an undercurrent of anger, I fully share your frustration. However, I do not have the luxury to act on it, and neither do you. The order comes straight from the CEO, Hector himself. But why? Wyvern asked, all but choking. She's the only one who knows how to make advanced armors. If she's taken out, their entire operation takes a blow. My father doesn't want to spark retaliation from Augustus. Enrique sighed. We are in a period of détente with him. Don Hector believes another direct conflict would cost us more than sweeping this incident under the rug, especially after Adam Cat's poaching. If Vulcan remains in custody, Mars and Venus may convince their master to get down from his mountain. What happened today wasn't détente at all, Wyvern pointed out. Can't you talk your father out of this? Wyvern closed her eyes, breathing heavily. This can't continue, Enrique. Be patient, Wyvern, Enrique said. The time to clean this city will come. You've been saying that for 2 years, she pointed out. And I may say that for 2 more years if it prevents another Malta. Huh, what happened in Malta? Ryan asked. He heard rumors, but nothing detailed. It sank, Enrique replied dryly, checking his watch under his sleeve. I must go. Wyvern, quick save. At least he stopped using that name. Once Blackthorn left and the flowers turned inanimate again, Ryan glanced at Wyvern. The superheroine's face had turned distraught, her eyes glancing through the window with disappointment. Wyvern, tell me, Ryan coughed. The armors used by the private security elite its Vulcan's work, right? She nodded slowly. I heard you two were close. We were. The superheroine frowned a bit. Why are you insisting on the close part? Her obsession with you seems, I dunno, a bit too passionate. Wyvern looked at him with an incredulous face, then a thought seemed to cross her mind. No, she said after some hesitation. It's... She let out a sigh, clearly not eager to speak about it. Ryan waited, knowing she would speak if not pressured. She was my partner once, Wyvern finally admitted, even before I joined Il Miglir. Your sidekick, my partner, Wyvern insisted. She was the brains, I was the brawn. However, since I was the only one in the field, the media and citizens attributed most of our success to me. Eventually, she tried to rebrand herself as a solo hero, but since she was a genius and the backbone of its high-tech military, Dynamis didn't want her out of a lab. She was too precious to risk in a direct confrontation, but she didn't see it that way. She felt sidelined and disrespected. So she stewed in her resentment, and eventually, Augustus approached her with a promise of a cushy capo rank and total autonomy if she switched sides. And you never noticed. I guess you weren't that close then. She never told me anything before she exploded. How was I supposed to know? Wyvern replied with annoyance. I trusted her. The bedroom's door opened, a feline walking inside without making a sound. Wyvern Adam Cat nodded politely, double-checking the door's lock before turning towards Ryan. Quick save. You said the meta had a supply of elixirs. What made you think that? I can tell when psychos suffer from withdrawal. He had a long experience managing someone like Bloodstream. None of them were, and they haven't behaved like normal psychos for weeks. It seemed to be the likeliest explanation. Mosquito died while in medical care. Ryan immediately caught on, though Wyvern didn't connect the dots. What are you suggesting? She asked, confused. The reptilians, Ryan explained. The reptilians struck again. They're everywhere. Wyvern stared at him without a word. She knew he was onto her. Can you be serious a minute? Adam Cat replied, completely missing the joke. Don't you find it strange? He could have died of natural causes, Wyvern said, not really bothered by the fact she might be responsible. I hit him hard. Maybe, but if Quicksave's theory is correct, then the meta must have gotten their extra elixirs from someone. Wyvern crossed her arms, thoughtful. It is true that private security members tried to help Ghoul escape confinement, she conceded. But what you are suggesting is a very serious accusation. I don't know, Felix, Wyvern said. I don't. Wait, your name is Felix. Ryan cut off Wyvern, glancing at his sidekick. And your superhero name is Adam. Cat, I don't see the problem, he lied. Ryan didn't say anything, even if the jokes wrote themselves. That would be too easy. Elixirs or something else. For anyone to secure a steady supply, they would need cooperation from top executives or key people, all heavily scrutinized. Even the Augusti need to buy the knockoffs through corrupt intermediaries to avoid detection. They could be making their own, Ryan suggested the obvious. Even the Augusti haven't managed that feat yet, Wyvern dismissed it. I'm more worried about that bunker Mosquito told us about, honestly. I always wondered why the Meta gang never attacked Dynamy's establishments, or tried to expand. Even their attacks on the Augusti were only an attempt to keep them out of Rust Town. It said everything about psychos that attacking an orphanage was considered restrained on their part. So all they want is that bunker, Adam Cat asked. They're trying not to draw attention to themselves while they unearth it. And if Adam wants it, it can't be good. Well, my good friends, the path ahead is clear, Ryan said. We go to the junkyard and see for ourselves. Much to his consternation, neither seemed keen on the idea. If they want this bunker so much, they probably have all their heavy hitters stationed in the junkyard, Wyvern pointed out. Frank the Mad is physically stronger than me. Acid Rain possesses a devastating capacity for destruction, and Adam himself is as cunning as he is powerful. We also received reports that they recruited lone wolf psychos like the land, and with Sishak's demise, they will expect an attack. We will need numbers, recon, and an attack plan. But can it be done? Adam Cat asked. Or will we let them go to avoid escalating tensions? Clearly, Enrique had given him the talk on his way out. Unlike the Augusti, though, Wyvern seemed optimistic on that front. The Meta aren't Augustus, she said. Especially after that stunt, the public will want us to take action against TH. She stopped talking, touching her earplug. What's up? Ryan asked. Another late-night commercial. It's the harbor, Wyvern said grimly. There has been a massacre. As dawn started to appear beyond the horizon and he fought off drowsiness, Ryan realized that he should have anticipated something like that. He had seen the assassin at the harbor, and the bathysphere shipment was scheduled long before the courier himself entered the picture. Of course, Zambato would maintain it even without Ryan's presence, and with Ghoul's arrest, the Meta sent Sarin to attack the meeting alone. It must have seemed like a golden opportunity to score a few easy kills. Quicksave and his cat, Felix the Atom Cat, muttered on the front passenger seat as Ryan parked near the security cord Dynamis established around the harbor. I should sue you. Ryan looked straight into his eyes. Your name is Felix, Cat. It means lucky. Atom Cat protested. You're never going to let me live it down, are you? No, never. Then I will call you. Quickie, from now on, I'll be blunt, Ryan sighed. That makes it sound like you have a thing for me. Oh my, no, Atom Cat replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I don't wish that on anyone, you're horrible. You wouldn't be able to handle half of me anyway. Believe me, Kitty, if I took you, the experience would be so intense that you would never be able to enjoy a girl ever again. I invented positions so powerful, the authorities had to make them illegal. When they arrived at the spot where Ryan had first met with Luigi and his goons, the duo only found corpses and private security members taking pictures of the crime scene. Sarin had left a few holes in the dock, indicating that she hadn't gone quietly. Her empty hazmat suit had already been recovered, drained of its contents. Ryan wondered if she had somehow survived. The Augusti's remains left nothing to interpretation. Luigi and his unpowered goons had been torn to shreds by sharp blades, their corpses tossed into the ocean. Their blood colored the water red. Zambato's armor had short-circuited like during the last loop, shocking him to death considering the hole in his chest. Sarin had exploited the opportunity to land a direct shot at his vitals, killing him instantly. The samurai laid on his back, a fallen warrior. The Punisher struck again, Ryan muttered to himself, feeling slight guilt upon seeing Jamie's remains. He liked the guy, and the fact he couldn't save him during this loop made him feel a bit down. The courier knew he could bring the swordsman back, and he had seen people die so often he had grown numb to it, but still. After a shocked silence, Atom Cat seemed devastated, immediately rushing to Zambato's side. Fuck, it's Jamie. Huh, you knew him. Yeah, we were pals before I left the family. Atom Cat examined the corpse with hollow eyes. Shit. Ryan said nothing, unsure how to react. His last attempt to comfort someone had gone horribly wrong. I knew this day would come, I knew it. But he has a girl at home, man. Shit. Atom Cat shook his head, clearly distraught and confused. Quickie, do you mind giving me a ride? You want to see his girlfriend? Ryan guessed. Yeah, I believe an old friend should deliver the news. Even if I burned that bridge, Jamie deserved that much. Ryan turned to his sidekick, remembering how he himself died at Jamie's house in the previous loop. That's not a good idea. Yes, this disaster confirmed that the assassin wasn't after Ryan specifically, but the genomes associated with the Augusti. The courier felt a little wounded at not having a secret nemesis, though it didn't explain how that mysterious vigilante figured out his cooldown limit. Outside of Dynamis, who could be mad enough to take on an organization as powerful as Augustus and know Ryan enough to figure out his time. Then it clicked. Oh, Ryan spoke out loud. No way. What? I think I know who did this, Ryan replied, opening his cell phone, which is both awesome and terrifying. On one hand, that meant another route to unlock, but on the other hand, yeesh, the boss fights would be terrible. Adam Cat cracked his knuckles. So what do we do? Ryan showed him his cell phone and the location where he had tracked the hacker's IP address. We catch the lion in its own den, of course. It can't be them. Ryan searched inside his car's trunk, finally putting his hands on his secret weapons, his coil gun and a bag of flour. What do you know of Leo Hargrave's Carnival, my feline friend? That they're wandering heroes fighting marauders, warlords, dangerous genomes, and psychos, Adam Cat replied, his back against the car. They help communities pro bono, then move on. They're modern knight-errant, not assassins. That's true, Ryan conceded. Which was partly why he respected them as a group, even after the problems they caused him. But they're also pragmatic knights. When they fight, they don't pull their punches. They hit hard and fast, and unlike most genomes, they actually use small unit tactics. You speak as if you fought them. I did, and they gave him his fair share of resets, especially in his early loops. I was present when they killed Bloodstream 4 years ago and got caught in the crossfire. Now, usually I love being in the middle of interesting things, but that day cost me something dear to me. Something or someone, Sharp Cat. It had been the day Ryan had drunk his elixir, which he did to survive that disaster in the first place. He couldn't fully control his save point back then, and he ended up trapped in a suboptimal route, one which separated him from Len. As the thought crossed his mind, Ryan glanced at the Mediterranean Sea, the rising dawn refracting on its waters. As it turned out, the assassin had established their base in a ship graveyard between Rust Town and the Old Harbor. The supertanker he had seen on the shores was only the first of an army. Metal husks of tankers, boats, and even aircrafts were lined up on a sandy shore, rusted by saltwater. Barnacles had made their home on the belly of ships and Airbus planes alike, with small alleys between each steel corpse. The IP signal came from an isolated garage nearby, a metal hangar partly built inside a cruise ship, probably some kind of chop shop, scavenging the husks and selling back parts. Rainy, toxic clouds appeared north, though strangely, they moved against the wind and towards the harbor. Was it the doing of Dynamis, blowing the pollution away from Rust Town? Adam Cat crossed his arms, remembering something. Dad once told me that he fought their original lineup years ago, before he and Mom adopted Narcinia. Augustus was still establishing his power base back then. He killed half of the carnival's members and drove off the rest. Well, they had returned to finish the job. Better late than never. But I never heard anything about a glass manipulator. They have a lot of turnover, so this may be a new recruit, Ryan replied. Considering the invisibility and the fact they often killed through bombs or mundane means, such a genome could credibly fly under the radar. Especially if all witnesses end up dead. I can't move the car closer or carry anything with screens. I'm pretty sure they can detect and control glass over a vast radius. How vast? I don't know, Ryan replied, tossing his cell phone to the backseat, alongside all electronic devices. He only kept the nuclear bomb and the rabbit plushie. They may even know we are here already. All right, then I will stay near the car, and if you don't send a sign within half an hour, I will call Wyvern for help, Adam Cat decided. What about your masks, goggles? Silly, they aren't made of glass. Ryan replied, they're alien stuff, right, and that is that flour. Adam Cat frowned at Ryan's toys. Do you want to bake them a cake? They will never see it coming. Adam Cat smiled thinly. I know you won't listen, but please don't do anything stupid. Don't worry, I have more lives than your 9 ones, Ryan replied, packing his stuff and moving to the garage. Though he would be lying if the situation didn't make him uneasy. The carnival's members were powerful genomes, and that assassin had killed him twice already. A wrong move might result in another reset, and their previous history made him tense up. As he reached the locked door, Ryan realized now would be the perfect time for a stealth mission. But he was pretty sure it was useless, and he never had the patience for them. Instead, he shot the lock with his coil gun, the electromagnetic projectile going straight through the steel. No country for old men, he shouted, entering the garage weapon raised. Unlike the movie, no one welcomed him with a shotgun past the door. In fact, the garage didn't hold any car, engine, or ship parts. Instead, it housed several computer servers. Dozens of them in total, clearly jury-rigged and linked to an autonomous electric generator. 2 air conditioners worked to cool them down while wires went through a hole in the ground, probably linking the system to Dynami's underground cables. A massive desk with a single chair stood in the middle, surrounded by screens. Also, Ryan noticed that he could see the ship graveyard through the windows easily enough, yet he had seen none of these servers from the outside. There was definitely an optical trick at work. Yeah, this wasn't a recent development. They must have spent weeks, if not months, setting up this safe house. Ryan approached the computer, currently displaying a boring screensaver on 5 different screens. It seemed he had busted the operation while the mysterious assassin had gotten away, or so they wanted him to think. Without warning, the courier froze time, opened the bag of flour, and rotated on himself. He sprayed the white powder in every direction, on the screens, windows, servers, and the corners. A humanoid torso appeared right behind him, standing in a corner with a partially visible sword raised. Here you are. The flower had hit some kind of invisible armor, so Ryan took the time to draw "Kill me, I'm a perv" on the chest. As time resumed, the figure froze as they found itself with a coil gun pointed to their head. Caught you, Invisiboy. Ryan couldn't help but gloat. Or is it Invisigirl? I can never tell. I will move faster than your finger on the trigger, Invisiboy replied, his voice muffled by his strange suit. Are we playing Lucky Luke? I can draw faster than my shadow, faster than time even. I don't think you actually stop time, Cesar Sabino. You only give the illusion of it, he replied, absolutely calm. Or is it Ryan Romano now? Ryan, the courier replied. He tried to identify the voice, but the suit muffled it too much. I don't think we met though, Mr. Carnival. The figure let out a sigh of frustration at being identified. We did, though you didn't know I existed back then. I wondered if you were a new recruit or an invisible ace, Ryan mused. That explained a lot of his organization's success if the carnival had a hidden operative of his caliber. What should I call you then? Realizing that a fight wouldn't break out unless he started it, the mysterious genome became fully visible. His entire body was coated in bright blue glass. From head to toe, the substance prevented Ryan from seeing anything. The armor was completely shapeless, the face round like a featureless doll. It made the vigilante look rather eerie. Ryan realized that this man mimicked invisibility by somehow bending the light around his armor, perhaps using the same process used in lenticular technologies. The courier could barely fathom the sheer control needed to pull that off, although that trick didn't protect him from smoke or rain. This was some powerful orange genome. You may call me the Shroud. The glass man tilted his head to the side. And if you haven't shot me in your frozen time, I assume you want to towel. Ryan threw the flower bag at his face. Invisiboy stood in silence, the paper bag falling off his helmet and onto the ground. His face now looked like that of a clown with all the powder. That was highly immature, the assassin said, dusting the flower off his helmet. Well, he killed Ryan twice. The courier had earned the right to be petty. Don't blame me if I keep my weapon drawn, the time manipulator said, since his current host's sword remained ever threatening. You've been assassinating a lot of people lately, and killing you is still on the table. You and Il Migler have nothing to fear from us, the man replied, crossing his arms. Our current targets are the Augusti and the Meta. Oh, then I assume you must have hacked into Dynamis by accident, only to root out the infiltrators in your company's midst, the genome scoffed. To be honest, I'm surprised you even managed to track me down. I was very careful not to leave a trace. Ryan wasn't in the mood to enlighten him, especially after he killed the courier twice. Why did you kill Zambato and his fellows at the docks? Is that anger in your voice? Your concern surprises me. The glass genome walked towards the screens, ignoring the gun pointed at his head, and sat on the chair. As far as I know, the two of you haven't even interacted. Maybe I did, and maybe so far I didn't see anything that justified killing him. Heck, he's pretty low in the hierarchy as far as I know. The man joined his hands, the posture reminding Ryan of Enrique Manada. Do you know what they were shipping at the docks? Candies. Chemicals destined to the Augusti's Fortress lab on Ischia Island, which produces there. Bliss Shroud corrected him. The drug is then shipped through boats and submarines to local distributors all over Italy, Spain, France, Turkey, Libya, a drug which is incredibly addictive and that Augustus uses to subvert communities, even as they struggle to recover from the wars. Your point, no matter their friendly neighborhood gangster publicity, the Augusti do far more harm than good, the genome declared. And even if he killed no one personally, by protecting this shipment, Zambato indirectly supported an organization causing almost 20,000 deaths each year, with 3,000 in New Rome alone. So if I understand right, Ryan coughed, you will reduce violence by committing more violence. On some level, the vigilante seemed to recognize the hypocrisy involved, because he hung back in his chair, thoughtful. Ryan couldn't see his body language with the armor on, but he seemed conflicted. I don't like it, he admitted. I really don't. I would prefer to talk it out or put criminals in jail. No matter what people say, you never get used to killing. Even my teammates within the carnival frown on what I'm doing. Ryan wondered if the whole carnival had infiltrated the city, or if this Shroud was just the vanguard, preparing the ground for his teammates. The genome suspected he wasn't the only operative in New Rome. He couldn't have done so much damage alone. I smell a butt. But the situation has degraded to a point that things will only get worse if we do nothing. The Augustis capos can attempt to murder someone in broad daylight and walk out with a pat on the back. There is no government to keep them in jail, and Dynamis is too afraid of Augustus to truly take action. He had a point, but there was a glaring flaw in his argument. Well, good luck trying to kill the invincible man then. It's not like everyone has tried for years without any progress. Augustus may call himself a god, but he is still only a man, and an aging one at that. He cannot peddle his drug in the street or exact tribute alone. He needs infrastructures, soldiers, and money to exert his influence, take away his subjects, and a king is simply a man wearing a crown. We may not be able to defeat Augustus, but we can destroy the Augusti. Why now, though? Ryan asked, his gut telling him something was missing. Things have been somewhat peaceful, and Augustus sits on his ass. Why act now? The glass man said nothing for a few seconds, clearly considering whether or not to divulge any information. Eventually, he did. You must have seen it already, Shroud pointed out. There is a war brewing between the city's factions, a disaster that may spark a new round of genome wars and further devastation if it is not prevented. Ah, so you're pursuing your perfect run too. A perfect run. Much to Ryan's delight, Shroud seemed to understand the reference. You could say that, but there is no perfect ending, quick save. Only the best for a certain group of people. How could it be that the only person who understood video game slang was the guy who had him killed? There was no justice in this world. And if there is a non-murderous alternative to bring down the Augusti, do you have one? Shroud asked, sounding a little hopeful. Because I'm drawing a blank here. Not this time, Ryan replied. But I will find it, I promise. Good. At least he wasn't some Punisher immune to diplomacy attempts. Ryan could already see the perfect path to Len and how to defuse the situation. Otherwise, I will ask you not to reveal the existence of this place or my presence in New Rome, the vigilante explained. We have nothing against you or Il Migler, in fact. I would be happy to cooperate towards making New Rome a better place once your team is purged of its saboteurs. Though if you switch sides to the Augusti or the Meta, expect us to come to blows. You are simply too powerful a genome not to be taken out early. Ryan remained silent for a moment as everything became clear. I don't know whether I should feel flattered or furious. You considered joining them. The genome sounded only curious, but something in his tone betrayed an undercurrent of tension. Nah, Ryan lied. Well, he would never join the Meta, but I wonder why you are okay with hitting the Augusti and not Dynamis. In spite of their faults, Dynamis does try to rebuild a somewhat functional society, Shroud grudgingly admitted. The company has systemic corruption issues, as Rust Town can attest, but it is a stabilizing force in Europe, and it can be reformed once Hector Manata retires. I can't say the same for the Augusti, and let's not talk about the Meta. For what, your whiteness? The genome seemed vaguely amused by the jab, but remained focused on the matter at hand. For saving that orphanage. I was only informed of the attack after it was already over, and I wouldn't have made it in time. I didn't expect you to turn your powers to a positive end, but I'm glad you did. Frankly, I worried you might follow in Bloodstream's footsteps or hunt us down in revenge. He was sick, and his death was only mercy, Ryan replied. It's separating me from Len that I can never forget. The glass man said absolutely nothing, a tense silence stretching between them. Ryan pressed the gun against that man's helmet. You know where she is. Where is she? The genome didn't answer directly, pondering his words. She never contacted you in all these years. She couldn't, Ryan replied. She didn't know I survived because of you guys. You were never subtle in your stunts, nor shy about spreading your true name. I don't believe for a second that she never heard of you in 4 years. The courier's finger twitched, nearly pulling the trigger. What are you implying? The obvious, that she never contacted you because she didn't want to. And I think deep down you understand that this is the only logical explanation. Ryan glared behind his mask. You know nothing. He considered what to do with this information. The carnival was clearly operating in New Rome as a fourth faction. They were the hidden route. However, his focus was finding Len, and he already saw a path towards her. The assassin was the biggest hurdle towards reaching her, and now he knew the perfect way to defuse the situation. He could see it already, towards Len. You were followed. Ryan blinked at Shroud, drawn out of his reverie. Plate ill, you were followed. Shroud glanced at the window, a rain downpour hitting it from outside. Sick yellow-green water corroding the glass on touch and which attacked even the metal walls. No, not water. Acid. Impossible. He had been careful when driving or using his phone. Unless. The DNA tracker, Ryan realized. He knew he should have read the fine print. An explosion echoed outside, telling Ryan that Adam Cat was currently fighting for his life. Without a word, Shroud turned invisible. All the flour on his armor falling to the side of his desk, he must have altered the glass layers to shrug it off. Ryan raised his weapon and prepared to rush through the door when he heard a loud noise from above him. Something was on the roof, crawling towards his location. Without warning, a wire tentacle broke through the garage's ceiling and aimed for Ryan's head. Ryan dived towards the servers, dodging flailing wires while the glass windows shattered around him. Outside, someone had opened fire on the garage, bullets piercing through the walls and damaging the computers inside. If it's the paparazzi, the courier complained, raising his coil gun at the ceiling. Here's my autograph. He opened fire, projectiles going through the roof, while glass shards formed flying walls to cover the holes in the ceiling. However, the acid rain quickly corroded them, the liquid falling on a server and starting an electrical fire. A monstrous mass of wires stood on the roof, its malevolent eyes glaring at the courier through one of the remaining openings. Ryan blinked. Aren't you brain dead, Sipsy? I told you, Sishak replied, an undercurrent of anger in his robotic voice as he raised his wire tentacles. From above, he looked like an alien metal squid. I heal. Oh good, that means I get to kill you twice. Ryan always saw the bright side of everything. The courier wondered who helped the psycho with his plastic surgery, though. The skull's shape had changed slightly, turning slimmer. Either the telepath had improper regeneration, or he had a different power set than the courier thought. Also, his body had been recovered by dynamis for study. How did he escape quickly enough to launch this ambush? Something didn't add up at all. Sishak moved his head out of sight before Ryan froze time, making it difficult for the courier to aim at the mutant's only vital area. It didn't help that the psycho's backup kept firing bullets from outside, providing suppressing fire. The invisible jackass created glass walls the best he could to keep the rain and the psycho out, but the silica didn't last long. Deciding he would rather risk the acid rain than Sishak brainjacking him, the courier shot a few projectiles at the ceiling, dodged the frozen bullets, then rushed outside. Toxic clouds had overtaken the skies as far as he could see, unleashing an acid downpour on the ship graveyard and corroding the metal husks. A large part of the area had gone up in smoke. Probably Adam Katz doing Ryan hoped that the kitty could hold his own against whatever allies Sishak had brought with him. When time resumed, the courier sensed the acid rain drip on his clothes, eating at his hat and mask. Ryan's clothes provided him little protection from the acid and had already started to dissolve since he didn't know of any natural acid with these properties. The courier guessed it was a unique chemical composition, probably from an orange genome. A few minutes without cover, and he would look like a hunk of cheese. Sishak, standing atop the garage, attempted to pursue him, only to be forced back to dodge a glass spear aimed at his brain. A flying figure emerged from the workshop, attacking the psycho with floating shards. The shroud occupied Sishak, although the acid rain prevented him from using his invisibility. The poison corroded the vigilante's glass armor, making him visible to everyone. Yet he could still control the glass and silica from his machines, summoning an entire storm of sharp projectiles to keep the psycho busy. Sishak seemed immune to the acid rain and moved at high speeds to dodge glass spears and blades. Meanwhile, the drone's machine guns opened fire on Ryan, who retaliated by targeting the one on the ship's husk and pressing his coil gun's trigger. The projectile, faster and more powerful than normal bullets, went through the robohound's face and came out of its ass, blowing a hole in its circuitry. The other leaped around, firing at will. Ryan whistled, his car rushing out of the smoke, and towards his location the acid rain had consumed its windows and damaged the paint, much to the courier's horror. Still, the machine hound couldn't dodge both Ryan's shots and the vehicle. The Plymouth hit it like a deer on the road, smashing the drone into pieces. Cat. Ryan shouted, rushing towards his car to take cover from the rain. Cat, a chill went down his spine as one of the raindrops suddenly transformed into a grenade right above his car. Ryan barely had the time to backtrack before his wonderful Plymouth exploded in a burst of flames and iron parts. "My car," the courier shouted in horror. "Not again. Caught you, thief." A woman appeared in front of the courier, unaffected by the toxic rain. Her skin was bleached white, her golden hair cut short, and her eyes a bloodshot shade of crimson. She wore a sleeveless white shirt and tight shorts. Ryan might have called her attractive, if not for the crazy violent glint in her eyes. Oh, and she also carried a bloody butcher knife in her right hand. Let's not forget that part. "Acid rain, I suppose?" Ryan asked before activating his time stop. As he did so, the same feeling of tension ran through his spine. When he entered the frozen time, everything was tainted by a violet hue, but the woman had vanished. Did she manage to teleport away? Pain raced through his body as the acid waters managed to eat away his clothes and reach the skin beneath. While furious about his car's destruction, the courier decided to retreat into the shadow of a ship husk to get protection from the downpour. The second time resumed. Once again, a wave of tension went down his spine as Ryan let out a cough of pain as a butcher's knife found its way to his hand, cutting his fingers and causing him to drop his coil gun on the ground. Blood flowing through his right hand, although having experienced worse, he could still focus. "You can see it," Two Acid Rain chuckled, blocking his path towards the husk, the purple world. "Oh, that place between two moments and two angles, paradise," she cackled, holding her head with both hands as if overtaken by rapturous desire. "It's so wonderful. My brain shines with its beauty." "Okay, lady, I'm done here," Ryan said, looking inside his trench coat for the atom bomb. He barely had the time to bring it out of storage when the nimble killer teleported right in front of the courier, kicking the bomb away with a swift attack. She immediately vanished before the courier could return the favor. Before she reappeared and fled, Ryan sensed he could not quite describe it, a gut feeling. The same feeling as when his own power activated. Not only could she summon acid rains, that psycho could also switch places with raindrops, giving her an impressive teleportation range. A violet genome coupled with an orange, one who drew her power from the same source as Ryan's. Their powers interfered with one another, enough that each could sense the other's activation. The problem was, while the courier only needed a thought to activate his time stop, it took a fraction of a second to take effect. If she could sense its activation, Acid Rain had a very short window to react before the temporal anomaly manifested, and not only were her reflexes superhuman, but her power also took action faster than his own. Ryan guessed it made sense. His time stop affected the entire observable universe, while her teleportation only switched two objects in a short radius. Ryan had found a counter. Geez, this city has a huge balance problem, he complained before taking cover under a husk's shadow. He should have expected the meta to send a heavy hitter after him considering all the headaches he gave them in this restart, but damn, that girl hit hard. Cat, where are you? He couldn't hear anything with the downpour, nor see much. Even the battle between Shroud and Sishak had turned into a distant background echo. I got him first, Acid Rain laughed, reappearing atop an Airbus remains with a machine gun. She had a clear line of sight towards Ryan, gutted him like a fish chin to ass. She opened fire at Ryan, forcing the courier to duck. He attempted to target her with a well-placed thrown knife to the face, but she teleported away before the weapon could connect. Send me there. The madwoman snarled upon reappearing on the ground near Ryan's own location, daggers in both hands, his eyes lost in feverish madness. Send me there, you thief. You think you can keep it all for yourself, you miserable little punk. You think you can take this beautiful world from me. You selfish brat, you're violating my rights. Ryan stopped time for a second, the woman vanishing before the effect halted the clock. He immediately stopped the effect within 2 seconds, deciding to stick to short bursts as a defense. The woman reappeared, aiming for his chest, but this time he anticipated her. While she managed to put a dagger in his stomach, Ryan grazed her left shoulder with his own knife, barely missing the neck. Showing extreme nimbleness rivaling his own, she backflipped to safety, standing beneath the rain while the courier remained safely below the rusting husk. Ryan examined the wound, realizing he couldn't remove the blade without bleeding out. The situation wasn't good, he only had one hand left, and he took more damage than she did. To add insult to injury, the acid droplets seemed to avoid hitting her body, leaving her impeccably dressed even in the middle of a downpour. Acid Rain licked her own wound, her face one of blissful happiness. It's so warm, she enjoyed getting hurt. My compliments to the chef, Ryan deadpanned dryly. May I suggest some fava beans with your drink? Instead of quipping back, the madwoman let out a maniacal laugh. I'll hurt you for this, she snarled, her expression a mix of anger and pleasure. Oh yes, you will squeal. I'll knife you until you squeal, you little piggy. She immediately disappeared from Ryan's sight as he activated his time stop, perhaps returning to a safe house to grab weapons. The courier didn't mind dying now, since his perfect run towards Len would require an Augusty loop, but he would rather perish with dignity rather than die to this discount joker. Ryan searched inside his trench coat and brought out the plushie. It felt so tiny in his hand and yet so dangerous. I want you to know this, the courier said as time resumed, trying to flip the hidden switch on the plushie's back. You forced me to do this. You forced me to do th. Another mental signal followed, and a grenade appeared right in front of him. 2 words came to mind. Meep, meep. Ryan's vision turned white, his hearing went deaf, and his back hit the ground. He felt the plushie slip through his fingers, far away from him. When he regained his sense of sight and his ears started to make sense of words again, he laid helpless on his back, half his body burned, the rest bleeding out. Acid Rain towered over him like an angel of death. I'm going to knife you to death, she said with an angry face, and then I'm going to get inside your bowels. I'm sure you keep the map to the purple world there. Yes, you thief, I know that. Your intestines will look so tender and beautiful. This woman had serious issues. Ryan sighed and tried to come up with famous last words when Acid Rain glanced away from him and towards the shore. Who are you? She hissed. Another thief, how many of you? A stream of pressurized water targeted the psycho, who teleported away long before it could hit her. Ryan frowned in confusion as he heard heavy footsteps on the ground, powerful enough to overshadow the noise from the downpour. Something big had emerged from the sea and moved on to the shore. Although Ryan's vision was starting to blur, he could see it approach. A towering figure of bronze alloys, carrying some kind of flamethrower device. The figure looked like a mix between a diver suit and advanced armor, smaller than Vulcan's, yet as thick as a tank and painted crimson. Its helmet's single opening projected light like a lighthouse, illuminating Ryan as it glanced down at him. His eyes widened behind his mask as he recognized the design. Len, the Iron Giant, didn't answer, but although the courier couldn't see the person within due to the lighthouse visor, he immediately recognized her posture. The way she moved and carried her weapon, the slight concern when the Titan observed him. It was her. She was out of jail and free and alive and well. Ryan's heart beamed with happiness. Maybe she had always been there, watching him from afar. Mine, Acid Rain snarled, teleporting so quickly she seemed to be in a dozen places at once. Mine, I am filled with disdain and fury. Len, don't, Ryan pleaded as the bronze giant raised her weapon, realizing the danger. Get away, too late. When Acid Rain ended her teleportation onslaught, she had replaced multiple raindrops with grenades. A rain of bombs fell upon the duo, with enough explosives to wipe out an entire city block. Ryan activated his time stop in a hurry, trying to drag Len away or remove the bombs, but his body collapsed under the strain of his injuries, his face hitting the bloody sand. Len, time resumed, and this loop ended in a cataclysmic blast. It was May 8th, 2020 for the 7th time, the 8th. Ryan had lost count, though like always, he opened the day by ramming his car into Ghoul's back. You guys, Ryan sighed, climbing down from his car as Renesco's bar erupted into chaos. You guys are real assholes, you know that, I hope you do. And since they insisted on making his life difficult, the courier would return the favor tenfold this time around. I'm calling security, Renesco complained behind the bar counter, while the bar's customers watched on. Ghoul was trying to get back on his feet, dizzied by the blow. Calm and hopeful after seeing Len again, Ryan grabbed the Fisty Brothers and put the gloves on. But I am an optimist, and since this should be my perfect run, I think we can let bygones be bygones, he said as he playfully approached Ghoul. Start anew, play tennis, even become friends. Do you want to be my friend, Ghoul? Who the hell are you? Ryan's sucker punched him in the stomach, the psycho falling to his knees with a groan. I think we will do it the anime way. Ryan grabbed Ghoul's head with the Fisty Brothers and brought it closer to his own. The psycho's eyes widened in confusion. I beat you up, you will develop Stockholm Syndrome, and then you will become my Robin. Quick save in the Ghoul wonder. We're going to have merchandise, comics, television shows, sitcoms, and pointless derivatives. Everything that makes life worth living. We'll be together forever. The people in the bars looked at Ryan as if he were insane. We'll have our faces on every fast food. McDonald's, KFC, Burger King. We'll get Happy Meals, Ghoul, free Happy Meals. Ghoul just stared at him with straight-up terror in his eyes. It's a whole new franchise. What a bright day. As Ryan drove towards the ship graveyard in Shroud's warehouse, he felt utterly happy with himself. The courier had the intuition that everything would turn out well for him this time around. I feel like you're my lucky charm, my friend, Ryan told Ghoul, like a rabbit's foot or a four-leaf clover. I should have kept you ages ago. The psycho's bodiless skull glared at him, hung on the rear mirror by a rope. Surprisingly, it had cost Ryan less money to convince the private security to keep the psycho for himself than imprisoning it. He guessed it cost more to feed a prisoner than to just ignore a vigilante. Like all loops so far, Wyvern visited him, although she sounded a bit less enthusiastic this time, for some ghoulish reason. She had also insisted he deliver Ghoul for safekeeping, as a sign of trust and for his own safety. Vulcan followed with her own recruitment pitch, putting him firmly on the Augusty path. So far, so good. Ryan stopped in front of the warehouse, grabbed Ghoul with Fisty, and then stepped out of the car. I will kill you, Ghoul snarled. I will kill you, I swear. He never finished his sentence, as Ryan started juggling the skull while whistling. He looked through the warehouse's window, seeing neither the servers nor the friendly neighborhood assassin. If he didn't have absolute trust in his power, the courier might have mistook the events of the previous loop for a feverish dream. Instead of breaking in this time, Ryan knocked on the door, Ghoul's nauseous skull under his arm. Hey, can you let me in? I have a car window problem. Ryan shouted. Shroudy repair, Shroudy replace. He waited a full minute before the door finally opened, revealing a glass man and servers on the other side. How did you know? The carnival member asked, glancing around as if expecting a hidden camera. Oh, I'm alone, my carnival friend, Ryan said before showing him the skull. Except Ghoul Wonder here, but it's a package deal, like Dresden and Bob or Laurel and Hardy. Get in. Ryan walked inside, the shroud closing the door behind them. The genome remained fully visible this time, perhaps believing the courier didn't know about that trick. He sat in his chair, the screens of his many computers showing a map of New Rome with multiple locations marked. Most seemed to be Augusty fronts, like the Bacuto and Renesco's place. A cup of chamomile tea waited near the keyboard. Quick save, how did you know? Shroud asked him again, skipping the pleasantries and being all business. You don't ask a magician to reveal his tricks, Ryan replied, glancing at the cup. Like this one, tea. He shook Ghoul's head in front of the teacup until the skull let out a puff of white mist. The liquid turned cold, ice cubes appearing on the surface. Iced tea. True genius, Shroud replied with heavy sarcasm, although he didn't touch the beverage. He also works with fridges, and it's eco-friendly. I will rape you, you maniac, Ghoul snarled. I will kill you, and then I will rape your corpse while it's still warm. You deserve the pain, asshole, the glass manipulator replied, completely unsympathetic to the psycho's plight. You killed at least 17 people, according to my files. Only 17. The psycho laughed before bragging. I killed hundreds. He sounded really proud of it too. You would think Ghoul would know better than brag about his body count while in his current position, but nope. Shroud observed the psycho with cold disdain before turning to Ryan. What do you want me to do with him? Why, interrogate him, of course, Ryan said, caressing the back of Ghoul's skull. Isn't that right, Skellington? You'll tell us everything about this big bunker your big bad boss wants so much. A bunker? Shroud asked, instantly interested. Bleep you, quick save, bleep you. Shut up, slave, Ryan replied before slapping Ghoul. Why, you slapped me. The talking skull complained. You slapped. And Ryan slapped him again, the psycho glaring at him with fury and humiliation. Everything you can do to me, Adam can do worse. Oh, really? Accepting the challenge, Shroud separated a glass shard from his armor, shaping it into a thin needle. The object floated right in front of the psycho's skull, lining itself with his left eye. If you don't tell me everything, that needle will work its way into your eye and then the brain. Slowly, painfully. Then I will work on the other. I have survived decapitation, bitch, Ghoul replied, unimpressed. He stared at the weapon as it came closer and closer without faltering. Ryan sighed, putting his hand on Shroud's shoulder. What, the glass manipulator asked, stopping his needle as it reached the cornea. You believe he doesn't deserve it. I know you want to play Jack Bauer, but that's not how you torture a psycho, Ryan replied, searching inside his trench coat while putting the undead skull on a corner of the desk. Ghoul's eyes changed from confident to mesmerized as the courier revealed a green potion put inside a perfume-like receptacle. Dynamy's logo was plastered on it, alongside the concoction's name. The Hercules knockoff elixir made in Dynamy's. Ryan advertised the product, dangling it in front of Ghoul. The skull tried to take it with his teeth, but obviously he couldn't do it without legs. You like it? I bought it this morning. It grants superhuman strength and stamina, and I heard it feels like drinking a liquid orgasm. Give it to me. Ghoul snarled, his junkie addiction taking over. Give it to me, damn it. It's contraindicated for quadriplegics, Ryan taunted him. I guess I will have to flush it down the toilet. Why, you monster. The psycho sounded genuinely horrified. You won't dare. Do you know how much they cost? What do they cost? The courier exploded into maniacal laughter, chilling Ghoul to the bone. It made him laugh even more, with Glass Man looking at the scene in disturbed silence. Life isn't about money, it's about having fun. You have to stop him. Ghoul snarled at Shroud. You Glass Man, you have to stop him. He's mad enough to do it. I don't think I can restrain him unless you give me information, Shroud replied, removing his needle and switching to good cop mode. I barely have any control as it is. Ryan opened the bottle, letting Ghoul smell its sweet perfume before tilting it sideways. Some of the product fell on the ground, the undead letting out a snarl of horror. Stop, stop, Ghoul quickly caved in. There's a place below the junkyard. A place, Shroud asked, unimpressed, while Ryan kept slowly spilling the product. That's not enough, a bunker below the trash tower, Ghoul said, his desperate eyes on the elixir. It's full of robots and laser turrets. They shoot at genomes on sight. We came to New Rome for it. This time Ryan stopped spilling the knockoff on the ground, having kept half of the bottle. Ghoul let out a breath of deep relief, which was odd since he had no lungs. What's in the bunker? Shroud asked, his tone dangerous. Adam won't tell us, Ghoul replied, sounding truthful. He only told a few. He doesn't want word to get out, so you throw yourself at a fortified place without knowing what's inside. Shroud deadpanned, although he sounded more and more interested as he listened. Forgive me if I find that sketchy. Adam knows best, Ghoul replied. He always does, and he's obsessed with it. He says it's, how does he say it, the future? Yes, the future. The automated defenses sense genomes, and we lost a few people to them, so Adam decided to send normies in, even dogs. Another question then, Ryan said. How about the sweet supply of elixir you psychos are high on? I don't know, all right. Ghoul snarled, Shroud listening like a hawk stalking a dove. Sishak handles it for Adam. They distribute knockoff elixirs regularly, so long as we play by the rules. If we disobey or we look into it, we're cut from the supply. It would be impossible to generate a supply of genuine elixirs, considering their rarity, Shroud mused, his arms crossed. Do they come from Dynamys? If they are knockoffs, I would assume so. Are you deaf? I already told you I don't know. I don't give a bleep where that sweet nectar comes from, so long as it flows. Ryan turned towards the glass man, very proud of himself. See, that's worrying, I will grant you that, Shroud admitted. I will look into it. Can I keep Ghoul for further interrogation? Sure, I have the rest of the body in cold storage in my trunk. Ryan chuckled at his own joke, doubly so when Ghoul sent him a death glare. Though I would like it if you kept me updated on your progress. I promised someone I would get the meta out of Rust Town, and I will follow through. Shroud tilted his head to the side but didn't ask for details. Ghoul, meanwhile, grew even more agitated. Give it to me now. I told you everything. Ryan looked at the skull and into his tiny, adorable eyes. No arms, no elixir. The undead let out a snarl of pain and anger, which warmed the courier's heart with twisted schadenfreude. Hopes are like breakfast eggs, he told Shroud as he put the knockoff on the other side of the desk, too far for Ghoul to reach. You can't start the day without crushing them. Instead of responding, the glass man detached a part of his glass armor, reshaping it into a jar to imprison Ghoul's skull inside. Why are you giving me this information? What do you want in return? Ryan put his hands behind his back and leaned towards Shroud until their heads were within inches of one another. Where is Len? The glass man didn't answer the question immediately. His brain seemed to have frozen in place, failing to compute Ryan's words. That makes no sense, Shroud finally spoke up, shaking his head. That question, that whole situation makes no sense. What do you mean, Mr. St. Gobain? I believe it should be clear enough. It is clear, but you shouldn't he seem to reach a eureka moment. Is your power truly stopping time? Ryan said nothing. I always wondered why you called yourself Quicksave, Shroud said. You seem extraordinarily lucky, as if you always know how things would turn out, as if the world itself would bend to your whims. You're clearly insane, yet somehow, you always get away with all the messes you leave in your wake. You knew where I was without me leaving any hints that the psycho's intel would interest me and that I had the information you needed. It can't be a coincidence, therefore it isn't. Oh, Ryan looked at Shroud with curiosity. Please do go on. You're not actually stopping time, Shroud argued. Instead, I think you peek into various alternate realities, then select one that favors you and overwrites the current one. Advanced reality manipulation. The transition just looks like a time stop to outsiders. Ryan listened to his rambling with great patience. He had to admit it was a plausible theory, especially as far as violet genomes went. Though Shroud made the error of believing Ryan had only one visible power, instead of one power having multiple applications, the courier decided to be careful in his next loops to make sure the glass manipulator never guessed his ability's true nature. So am I right? The vigilante asked. Who knows, the courier replied with a shrug. But if you're right, certainly you should listen to my wise words. Also, bet on the T-Rex tonight, and the orange is in the hen house. The orange is in the hen house. Shroud asked, confused. If you remember these words, then you're safe. This confused the genome greatly, much to Ryan's amusement. While he mentally pondered on the matter, the glass genome turned toward his keyboard and started typing. A map of the West and the Tyrrhenian Sea appeared on the screen, and Shroud put his finger on a spot in a maritime area roughly equidistant from New Rome, Sardinia, and Sicily. She's there, the Vavel of Basin, Ryan mused, his heart skipping a beat. The deepest part of the Tyrrhenian Basin, the glass genome confirmed. The Underdiver, as she calls herself now, has an undersea base somewhere in the area, 3 kilometers deep below the surface. Ryan gasped as he connected the dots. An undersea communist utopia. You think this is a new Kremlin? Shroud turned his head, quite surprised. She's Marxist-Leninist, Ryan replied, completely giddy. Finally, he had reached his goal. How do I get in? I don't know, the glass man replied, disappointing the courier. Even with diver equipment, the place is full of mutant fish and other hazards. I didn't look too much into it, since besides supplying and repairing their shipping submarines, she isn't involved in the Augusti organization. Wow, you actually told me everything. Shroud froze. Yes, and if Ryan had known it would be so easy, instead of having to attack a movie studio or follow a seminar, he would have done that ages ago. I hope you aren't planning anything harmful with that information, the courier said, changing the subject, because if you intend to do anything to her, then we'll have a problem. My only targets are the Augusti and Meta, Shroud replied, although I suspect you already know that part. If I targeted every private contractor in the city, half of New Rome would be wiped out, and she finances an orphanage in Rust Town. She ships them food and money every week. I won't attack someone trying to turn their life around. Ryan froze as a few things fell into place. The Meta gang intends to attack that place soon. Shroud immediately tensed. Why, you heard dem bones, they need normies to get inside the bunker. Apparently some places are too big for adults to crawl into, so you can peek into alternate timelines. Shroud took this as a confirmation of his theory, although he clenched his fists. You are a pseudo-precog, and you help me because this is the optimal scenario. Don't get too cocky, Windshield. I will take care of the orphanage, he said with firm dedication. As for reaching your friend, I cannot help much. The only person who remains in contact with her is Vulcan, since they have a technology trade going on. I can look into it if you want. Continue. I want you to stop your explosive assassination spree of the Augusti. And why would I do that? Shroud asked, his tone turning from cautiously friendly to cold. Because if I infiltrate the Augusti on your behalf, I don't want to get blown up by accident. The vigilante remained silent for a few seconds as he processed Ryan's words, then he laughed. You know that they have a truth teller. Luigi's my problem, Ryan replied, the vigilante a bit surprised that he knew the name. What you want is to cripple the Augusti organization, correct? Not cripple, Shroud replied. Destroy it utterly, which can be done without killing anyone, Ryan argued. Most of their revenue comes from bliss. Not all of it, Shroud replied. They have a finger in every pie. Prostitution, gambling, weapon trafficking, booze, but bliss is the cornerstone of their business and moneymaker. Yes, it's half their revenues. And correct me if I'm wrong, all the bliss come from their island superlab. Yes, Shroud confirmed. I don't know why, but they can only produce the drug there. Maybe they need a specific genome or environmental conditions. I haven't been able to get in or even close. Security is too tight. Well then, that's it, Ryan said, putting his hands on his hips in a Superman pose. I'll destroy this lab for you and cripple their business. Glassman remained skeptical, though. Assuming you succeed, which may be plausible, you want me to do what? Ignore the criminal syndicate killing people every day in the meantime. You don't attack the Augusti, especially Zambato, Chitter, or Sphere. He might have included Luigi in the group, but Ryan didn't like him and the truth teller could cause problems down the line, and obviously you won't go after me. Crippling their bliss supply won't be enough to destroy the organization, Shroud replied. It will weaken them certainly, but we want to destroy Augustus' empire permanently. Yes, but if an assassin targets them, then the Augusti will be on edge and increase security around the lab, Ryan pointed out, if they get no early warning and focus entirely on the meta. The courier let the sentence hang, while Shroud joined his hands to ponder the offer. Frankly, he had everything to gain with this arrangement. The Augusti and Meta gang would kill each other without him having to risk discovery, and he would have an agent inside Augustus Group supplying him with information. With his own access to Dynamy's servers, the vigilante could secretly infiltrate every organization in the city, fix the whole board. 3 weeks, said the vigilante. You have 3 weeks to destroy that lab. Afterward, the matter will be out of my hands and I can't promise anything. And in whose hands will it be then? Shroud remained silent as a tombstone. Perhaps he wanted to gauge the limits of Ryan's abilities, or he didn't trust him yet. Well, hopefully, Ryan would have met with Len then, and it wouldn't be his problem anymore. He didn't care if Augustus and the carnival fought one another, so long as he completed his own perfect run. He might even make another loop, just to bypass saying anything compromising to the glass manipulator. Don't bother coming back here, I will contact you, Shroud said. I will keep you informed of the meta investigation, and you will return me the favor as far as the Augusti are concerned. If you tell anyone I exist, I will learn of it, and the deal is off. Deal. Ryan presented his hand, Shroud shaking it. Don't take it personally when I say I hope we don't meet again. We both know this ain't happening. The glass manipulator dismissed him without a word, returning to his screens and files. Ryan turned away, reached the door, and opened it. Quick save, Shroud called him from behind. Ryan stopped on the threshold. I wish you luck for everything. You're doing good in the world, don't forget that. Ryan waved his hand at him without turning back, closing the door behind. He glanced at the sea beyond the ship graveyard where Len waited for him. Finally, the perfect path was clear. 4 years ago, Len Sabino woke up on a mattress, the room cold and chill. Water leaked from the wood ceiling, rain hitting the window. Thunder echoed in the distance, the storm getting closer. In spite of the noise, Ryan was soundly asleep next to her, snoring almost as loud as the lightning. Hey, Riri, you're sleeping, she whispered, but the boy didn't offer any response. Ryan was kind of cute when he slept, and completely in denial about the snoring. Len remembered the day she and her dad had found him, amidst the rubble of a village destroyed by marauders. He had hidden in the basement while his whole community had perished, their livestock taken. If she hadn't scavenged his house looking for supplies, Len may never have met Ryan. They stuck together for years afterward, never far from the other. They survived the wars, Dad's rampages, marauders, and genomes, always together, even sharing the same bed. They were siblings in all but name, though she wished they could become more, even if she was too shy to say it out loud. She never had a boyfriend, didn't understand how these things worked. If only he would make the first move. Len glanced around the room. It used to be some kind of hunting lodge near the Alps, a silent house of wood on a steep hillside. The locals must have abandoned it a few years ago, either chased away by marauders or moving towards the rebuilding cities for protection. Everybody spoke about New Rome, whenever she managed to talk to someone outside her family without Dad interfering. When Ryan wouldn't wake up, Len left the bed in her pajamas and searched the room. Her companion had left his pants on a chair, and while it wasn't nice, the girl looked into his pockets. The blue elixir seemed to shine, as lightning fell right outside the bedroom. It had been weeks since they left Venice, and so far Dad hadn't noticed the potions. He had left the kids alone 3 days ago to salvage stuff nearby. She hoped he wouldn't kill anyone this time. Len knew her father would come back. Ryan wished he didn't. He feared Dad hated him. Len understood. Dad was difficult. He was already drinking a bit too much after Mom left them for her other family, but he always did his best to raise Len and her brother. When Cesar died during the bombing, something broke inside Dad and never came back. The elixirs had just been the last straw that broke the camel's back, making him take out his pain on others. But in spite of everything, he was still her father. Len observed the potion with a mix of fear and hope. She knew how Dad might react once she drank it, but blue elixirs made people smarter, geniuses. Mecron drank one, and he invented killer robots and orbital lasers. If it gave her a smart power, maybe she could create a cure for Dad, make him normal again. Turn their group into a real family, instead of whatever they were right now. Len hesitated, briefly glanced at Ryan, then moved into another room of the lodge, the garage at the back. The place was complete chaos, a storage area where the previous inhabitants put everything they got their hands on. Books, car parts, tools, lamps, even an old fridge and washing machine long out of use. It had a workshop, however, perhaps used to skin hunted animals. Since electricity didn't work, Len had to light up a candle to see and provide some warmth. She sat behind the workbench and examined the elixir. The receptacle provided no notice, no information besides its helix symbol. It would be a leap into the unknown. A direct injection scared her, so she decided to ingest the substance directly. She had seen Dad do it before, so it should work. Breathing long and deep, Len removed the syringe and drank the potion whole. The substance tasted unlike anything she had ever felt. It mixed the texture of salt water with alien flavors, neither sweet nor salty, neither acid nor bitter. The liquid had no natural component at all. More strangely, the substance fused with her flesh. As she drank it, the elixir vanished before it could move into her stomach. It went straight into her bloodstream through the tongue and mouth, bypassing the normal digestion process. In the span of seconds, Len had swallowed it whole. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Len put the empty syringe on the workbench, wondering if something had gone wrong. Had age caused the elixir to lose its potency? And then her mind caught fire. A manic surge of divine inspiration possessed Len, ideas flowing into her head. Raw, pure information filled her brain like a torrent of water breaking through a dam, expanding her neurons, changing her whole understanding of the universe. She couldn't move, her consciousness freezing as it struggled to compute an enormous mass of new content. Her body went numb, a surge of blue energy phasing through her nerves, her bones, her organs. It was brief but intense, her entire self altered on a fundamental level. As the mutation continued, Len entered some kind of fugue state. The urge to create possessed her power demanded to be used, like a baby wishing to be born into the world. As the blue light left her body, Len's hands grabbed the remains of the fridge, the tools, the washing machine, and everything within reach. She didn't know how long she remained in that manic state. Maybe minutes, maybe hours. During that period, nothing else mattered, not Dad, not Ryan, not the world. She only needed to create something, anything. When the surge lessened and Len regained control of herself, she had transformed the fridge and random stuff into some kind of bulky bathysphere. She had somehow painted it red and even incorporated a hammer and broken sickle into the final design. Even in that fugue state, her personality had bled through. She understood her power's nature almost intuitively. It boiled down to one word: water. Her power was all about water, how it worked, how to understand marine life, and how to adapt land animals to survive below the waves. How to alter the ocean on a worldwide scale, how to make technology that resisted deep-sea pressure, how to create devices capable of causing tsunamis. She knew what creatures lived in the darkest abysses of the planet and how she could communicate with them. Her power provided her with all the information she needed, allowing her own creativity to fill in the blanks. For Len, who had always loved the sea and Jules Verne's stories, it was almost a dream come true. It made her wonder if the elixir granted powers based on the drinker's personality, providing an ability that they would like based on the selected color. But for all its wonders, her power wouldn't help Dad. It wouldn't help Dad. She couldn't imagine any way to cure him, even with her expanded intellect. She didn't even understand how his unique biology worked, let alone how to deal with his insanity. She could make submarines, tsunami machines, water control devices, but nothing that could help her understand elixirs, let alone the madness they caused. And Len turned towards the door, Ryan stepping inside the garage while still in his pajamas. He glanced at the mini-sub, then at the empty bottle. His mouth said nothing, but his eyes widened. "I had to," Len said, her voice breaking. "I had to." There was no condemnation in his gaze, only worry. Was it worth it? Len shook her head in defeat, crumbling on the bench. The creative surge had left her exhausted, as if she had run for hours. She felt his hand on her shoulder. She raised her head at Ryan, who offered her a warm smile. "Hey," he said, pointing at the bathysphere. "It's still beautiful. Now you can send fish to Siberia if they misbehave." The lame joke came out of nowhere but made Len laugh. "You're horrible," she replied, the tension evaporating. "I should send you to a gulag. We both know that will only be a temporary solution." "Seriously though," Len smirked, "we could travel. I can make a Nautilus from scrap parts." They heard the lodge's door open from the outside, the lock removed. "Len, Cesar." Bloodstream's voice echoed through the lodge alongside the lightning, Ryan's hand tensing on Len's shoulder. "Where are you? We have to go," hide, Ryan said, panic overtaking his voice. "You have to hide." "Where?" Len replied sadly. "There's nowhere to go. We have to leave. The homeless are revolting again. They killed my clone." When Bloodstream entered the garage, leaving bloody footprints behind, Ryan had moved in front of Len. The psycho observed his daughter without a word, the blood making up his body shifting like a raging ocean. "Len." Dad's behavior had suddenly changed from warm to tense. "What am I sensing, Dad?" "What am I sensing in your blood?" Ryan shielded Len like a knight in shining armor, protecting her from a furious dragon. But for all his bravery, he had no sword. You have lied to me," Bloodstream rasped angrily, his fingers turning into claws. "You lied to your own father." Len froze. She suddenly felt so small, the world so cold and unwelcoming. "The power isn't for you," Dad snarled angrily. "It was for me. It was always meant for me. Don't you understand, you stupid daughter? I took it for you. I took it to protect you from this sick world." "I know," the genius apologized, lowering her eyes. "I know, it was her fault. If she had been strong, Dad wouldn't have had to take those potions and transform into a monster. Ever since your mother abandoned us, it was my responsibility. Mine." Dad calmed himself, but the menace in his voice only grew. "You have to be punished. Dad, please. Don't touch her, Ryan tried to stop the psycho, but Bloodstream simply slapped him out of the way with a furious backhand, sending the boy to the floor. Her father moved towards Len, hands raised to strangle her. His daughter closed her eyes and didn't resist. She just waited for the inevitable, but it never came. She opened her eyes again, facing her father's featureless visage. His claws within an inch of his daughter's neck, Bloodstream trembled, as if suffering from Parkinson's disease. No, Dad suddenly held his head with both hands, fighting a headache. No, not her, not Len, I can control it, I can. Bloodstream walked away from the garage, his last embers of humanity struggling against the elixir addiction. Dad vanished inside the lodge, Len hearing him bang his head against a wall in a room nearby. Ryan had recovered from the slap, Len extending a hand to help get back on his feet. "You're okay?" she asked with concern. He had blood falling from his nose, not Bloodstream's, but his own. "Yeah," he said, although clearly shaken. "Yeah, you were very brave." She tried to cheer him up, blushing a bit. It was very heroic. Instead of answering with words, he kissed her. Len gasped as he pulled her towards him without warning, his lips against her. It was a kiss born of hunger, of a primal desire for comfort and human contact. It felt good. After all the fear and tension, it just felt good. They quickly broke the embrace as they heard Dad crawl back into the room, putting space between each other. Whether it was out of fear of discovery or embarrassment, Len couldn't tell. I am well, I see clearly. Bloodstream seemed calmer, but he didn't mention the incident. He didn't even acknowledge Ryan or his injury. "I see it clearly now. You are smart, Len. You're smarter now. You can make anything." "Why, yes, no, I mean," Len cleared her throat anxiously. "I can't make anything, but I can build stuff. We will leave," Bloodstream declared suddenly. "People are after me, after us. They destroy my clones and close in. You will make a sub and we will leave." It was getting harder and harder to find good places to crash in anyway. "Leave where?" Ryan asked, very careful. "How about America?" Bloodstream replied, joining his hands. "The land of opportunity, Hollywood. We will be stars there, stars. Like the Kardashians." That was insane, Len thought. They barely knew how things were in France, let alone across the Atlantic. "I will see Dad." "It's all going to be fine." Both Len and Ryan tensed as Dad put a hand on their heads almost paternally. "We'll always be together." Present day. Silence and darkness. The bottom of the ocean was the most peaceful place on Earth. You could always hear sounds of some kind on the surface. The singing of birds, the wind on the grass, the horns of cars, the moans of Rust Town's whores and addicts. Here, in the deepest abyss of the Mediterranean Sea, Len was alone with her thoughts. She liked it this way. Carrying a plasma torch adapted for the underwater environment and clad in her diving armor suit, the genius worked on repairing the base's outer shell. Some of the steel parts hadn't handled the stress of deep-sea pressure, weakening a part of the modular habitat. While she had designed the place to be highly modular, with each house independent from the others, any leak could cause a disaster down the line. If it was to house life one day, it had to be perfectly safe. Safe from the horrors and darkness outside. The antidepressants dulled Len's mind, made her numb after the initial manic rush, but her power allowed her to focus anyway. If anything, she only really felt happy while working. Using her power filled Len with euphoria, provided her with a sense of purpose and direction she lacked in her life. It must be night above the surface, the genius thought. "I wonder." Unable to suppress her curiosity, Len briefly activated her radio, listening to a conversation above the surface while working. Existence is subjective. Even now, hearing Ryan's voice startled Len and almost made her drop her tool. "Your question about whether I exist if you can roll back time." Len didn't recognize that voice. "A new one. We can never know we exist, so there is no objective truth to existence. You're still thinking it over. Yes, it's disturbing. You get used to the uncertainty." "No, you didn't. She couldn't." Len eavesdropped through Ryan's chrono radio for a while, then muted it. She had watched him from afar the day after he reached New Rome while he was close to the shores. The genius could have sworn he knew she was nearby, and it made her retreat beneath the waves. Ryan was looking for her. He had been for years, and she didn't know what to tell him. All was well so far on the Augusti path. Ryan had met Zambato as expected, beat up Sarin at the harbor, and now repeated the exact same conversation which would lead him to crash at Jamie's house. All was well and good, to the sound of crashing waves against the piers. "I have to be sure about something," Luigi asked the courier. "Are you a snitch or a double agent?" "Well, I'm not really on anyone's side," Ryan replied, but then his mouth acted on its own. "But I'm a carnival infiltrator, yes." Not. Everyone present turned to look at him, a tense silence settling in. The grunts raised their weapons, while Zambato's face turned from shock to disappointed and finally to furious. "Oh, okay, 2 lessons learned. 1. Ryan hated truth-tellers, hated them with a passion. 2. Zambato could make sashimi out of people with his laser sword. Ryan wouldn't look at sushi the same way ever again. But this time, it would be different. The courier had rehearsed the perfect misleading answers. Luigi's power compelled Ryan to say the truth, but only according to the teller's exact words. "I have to be sure about something," Luigi asked him again. "Are you a snitch or a double agent?" "I can't snitch on a group I haven't officially joined yet, and I am not a double agent." Technically, he was a triple one. Are you a mole? Of course I'm not a mole, I'm human. There, saved. He did it. Okay, I should work on my wording. Luigi sighed but didn't give up. Are you or do you intend to relay information about us to another organization? Well, yes, I intend to. Hell, I already did. Got him it. Okay, third time's the charm. Through timing and intelligence, Ryan had skillfully navigated through the chain of causality to avoid the fated question. He had put on the charm, befriended everyone, distracted the grunts with funny anecdotes. Now, the courier and Zambato prepared to return to the Plymouth Fury and go eat some delicious pizzas. Hey, quick save, Luigi asked as they took a few steps towards the car. Before you go, there are a few questions I must ask every new recruit. Luigi, seriously, please, don't do it, Ryan replied, his eyes pleading. For your sake, don't say this. It won't end well, I swear it won't. Sorry, protocol, are you a snitch? Yes, I am. Is that what you want me to say, Luigi? Is that what you want me to say? Quicksave breathed deeply, fighting off his rising frustration. Luigi, Ryan pointed a finger at the truth teller as everyone raised their weapons at the courier's face. We're going to have a problem, you and I, where's Luigi? Zambato asked Grunt One when the truth teller failed to show up at the harbor, leaving only the henchman to deal with the operation. Wasn't he supposed to take care of the shipment? Sorry, he was attacked yesterday night, Grunty said, carrying Luigi's cell phone. Apparently, he would have to fill in for the maid man. He's at the hospital right now and he'll be out of commission for a while. What? The news shocked Jamie, who clearly hadn't been informed. By whom? Some crazy psychopath with a hockey mask and stick, from what I heard. It's a very dangerous sport. Hockey, Ryan said absent-mindedly, looking at the sea. I don't recommend it. Yeah, that was crazy, Grunt One nodded. Apparently Luigi returned home late for a party. You know, perfectly normal. He starts opening his home's door and then bam, some. Friday the 13th crazy jumps out of the shadows, breaks his jaw with a hockey stick, beats him up for a while and then leaves. Why? Jamie almost chortled. Why, Luigi? Was it a robbery? No, the maniac didn't even take his money, Grunt One replied. Maybe it was a hate crime. The attacker looked really, passionate according to witnesses, Grunty said. At least from what I heard. Well, Luigi sleeps around a lot, a real homewrecker, Grunt 2 pointed out. Maybe it was a jealous boyfriend. It had to happen one day, or it could be the meta. Zambato crossed his arms, but then how did they learn where he lived? It actually took Ryan more time to find the hockey equipment than Luigi's address. Nobody played that sport nowadays. Quick save, you're staying at a hotel, right? Jamie asked Ryan. I think you should crash at my place for the night, just in case. The city isn't safe at all. You don't say, Ryan replied. After that, events happened as predicted. Jamie invited him home, they played poker, went to Vulcan's factory, and Ryan saved the pandas from extinction. Ryan's mind had long entered autopilot, as he let his sense of timing guide him forward. The autopilot wasn't really a sub-power, simply a state his conscious mind entered when he couldn't be bothered to live through the same events over and over again. It was no different than daydreaming while repeating a mind-numbing task. Humans were bound by the laws of causality. With a few exceptions, he constantly lived through an endless theater rehearsal. People held no mystery to him after a while, always reacting the same way to the exact same things they forgot him, and relearned the same information over and over again. They became machines, and Ryan the only human in the room. The repetition would drive anyone insane. But it was necessary suffering to reach the perfect ending, and soon it would finally end. Everything would turn right when Ryan found Len. He was certain of it. His cell phone beeping snapped him back to reality, interrupting the flow of causality. It took Ryan a second to remember when and where he was when he snapped back to consciousness. Extensive looping and repetition often eroded the genome's perception of reality, especially when his power noticed an alteration in his personal timeline. Ryan checked his phone, while Lenka had already left for Vulcan's factory, the laying defeated on the ground. The message involved a photo of Rust Town's orphanage intact and a text below. Sishak taken care of. Children are safe. Ryan lived for such surprises, good or bad. When he noticed Pluto and her bodyguard talking with Zambato, Ryan expected events to repeat until he met Vulcan. The Augustes underboss froze the exact same way upon meeting him, and said the exact same thing. You, Pluto asked, quick save. Moi, Ryan answered, preparing to repeat the same conversation. Have we met before? This surprised Ryan, as he didn't expect that answer. Possibly I'm unforgettable. I'm sure of it. We already met, Pluto replied, her tone turning from curious to confused. Who are you, boss? What is it? Her bodyguard asked Pluto, while Lenka stood still next to Ryan. The underboss, mere attention terrified her into silence. He's marked, Pluto said, but I don't remember him. And shit. Did her power somehow mark him across time? Is something wrong, boss? Jamie joined the conversation, carefully backing Ryan up with Kai-Young, who is your new recruit, Zambato. Ryan prepared to joke when Jamie invaded his personal space, putting a hand on his shoulder. You speak to her when talked to, he all but said out loud. Quick save, Zambato answered Pluto's question in the courier's place. He's a violet, time stopper, not a blue. Pluto observed Ryan with an intense stare, as if trying to peer into his soul. The courier couldn't explain why, but he felt a growing pressure around him. The air thickened, something weighing on his mind. Cancel would have noticed a memory alteration or info hazard, Pluto's female bodyguard pointed out. Maybe your powers interfere with each other somehow. Pluto didn't seem convinced, her eyes set on Ryan. The courier whistled and looked away innocently, while Zanbato came to his defense. Quicksave may be odd, but he is reliable, the maid man said. He helped us fight off Sarin Yester. What's your name, Quicksave? She asked Ryan, completely dismissing Zanbato's words. Your real name? Oh, I'm Ryan, he replied with mock reverence, alleviating the tension. Ryan Romano, I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. No one lives forever, she replied coldly. I've got places to be right now, but I will call you back soon to clear this up. Play stupid, play smart, run, or say no, and you will die. The way she threatened him, no, wait, that wasn't a threat, that was a statement. If Ryan didn't follow her order, he would die. The end. The courier and his group watched the underboss leave with her bodyguard in complete silence until they were out of sight. Nobody dared to speak up at first, so Ryan broke the ice. So who's up for Chinese, he asked. Shit, Lenka said, letting out a breath of relief. Blabbermouth, what the fuck did you do? What didn't I do? Ryan replied, just as confused. Or would you prefer Italian? This is serious, Quicksave, Jamie said. That woman is Pluto, Augusta's sister and underboss. Her interest is not a good thing. I suggest you follow her lead without question, Kai Jung said, her face full of concern she can kill with a thought. Why is she even here? Lenka asked her team leader. The boss gave the go to hit the meta gang hard, Jamie replied, his arms crossed. Vulcan will take command of the cleanup since she's been itching to test her new weapons in the field, and Pluto loaned her the Killer 7 hit squad. I say it's finally time we clean up the trash, especially after what they did to poor Luigi, Kai Jung said with a frown, to attack him in front of his own house if you can't feel safe at home anymore. Are we sure that it's the meta who did that, though? Lenka asked, skeptical. I mean, it was just a guy with a hockey cross. If it was a meta, there should have been a lot more casualties. It's probably an unpowered junkie they paid off, Jamie replied. The meta gang isn't a big group. It would make sense for them to outsource their dirty work. Ryan listened to the discussion, trying to puzzle out the sequence of events. It appeared Shroud had followed through with his promise and stopped targeting the Augusti with assassinations. With no one to divert their attention, the criminal syndicate had decided to focus entirely on wiping out the meta gang. Ryan wasn't sure how Pluto's newfound interest in him would play out, though. It could threaten his entire infiltration mission, and he had to figure out how she could identify him even after he altered the timeline. God admit, every time he made progress, a new problem arose. No, wait, it didn't matter. Ryan only had to play along until Vulcan told him how to contact or reach Len. He didn't have to stay with the Augusti longer than that, and if they tried to force him into one fetch quest after another, well, it wouldn't end well for them. They entered Vulcan's factory next, with Zambato lecturing Ryan on how he should talk to the capo once more. Ryan barely paid attention, having already disregarded the advice the first time, but the tense meeting with Pluto made the courier reconsider how to treat with the mercurial genius. With already one high-ranked Augusti suspecting him and his long-awaited meeting with Len on the line, there was no point in alienating another. Even if he hated it, Quicksave would have to behave. Ryan and Co. entered Vulcan's workshop, the courier's eyes immediately drawn to the enormous armor. It was odd to look at this enormous machine again after the genius tried to murder Ryan with it. Instead of teasing Vulcan about her height this time, Ryan focused entirely on the armor while Zanbato exchanged introductions with the capo. Vulcan, however, quickly noticed Ryan's interest in her work, impressed yet. She asked Ryan, clearly expecting him to flatter her. Interesting design, especially the miniature fusion reactor, Ryan replied innocently, but you should coat the joints with a protective anti-shock layer. Someone might break them by applying selective pressure. I thought of that, she replied, a bit surprised by his insight, but I haven't found an alloy composite which may resist the intense movement friction without causing an arm jamming. Considering its intended target, I favored speed over defense. Ryan remembered how Wyvern stomped on the machine last time, but kept that amusing anecdote for himself. Why not a plastic derivative then? Vulcan sat on her workbench, a flash of interest crossing her face. Are you a genius, Quicksave? Not really, but I have experience with genius tech. He absent-mindedly tossed her the bomb, and well, pretty much everything. Everything. Wyvern's nemesis observed the bomb with fascination. Such a beautiful design, except ice skating. Now that he thought of it, Ryan really should dedicate a loop to mastering that skill, in case he had to fight Ghoul again. You want to keep the bomb? Can I bribe you with it? I can keep it. By now, Vulcan looked like a child receiving a surprise Christmas present. Is that what love at first sight looks like? Lenka mused with a deadpan face. I thought it was a lie. Careful with your tongue, Sphere, Vulcan replied, keeping the bomb. Quicksave, I want you in my division. You start tomorrow. Wow, she was skipping a lot of steps there. Jamie immediately tried to defend his imaginary purity. I thought he might do well with Mercury. He cleared his throat, and Pluto wants to check up on him. She doesn't like him. Pluto, Vulcan shrugged. She's a paranoid bitch, but I know how to handle her. She didn't even want me on the team when I joined, and yet here I am. Don't worry about her, quick save, I'll cover you. Was she actually being nice? The contrast with the short-fuse, violent criminal who tried to murder Ryan a few loops ago couldn't be clearer. As for Mercury, I scouted quicksave first, and he'll be wasted on minion work, the genius added with smug disdain, brushing Jamie off. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not interested in long-term employment, Ryan replied. I'm looking for Len, black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist, the underdiver. I know she has an undersea base and you're in contact with her, Ryan said, putting his hands behind his back. If you could send me there, I would greatly appreciate it. You're well informed, Vulcan replied before making a strange face. Contact isn't the term I would employ with her. We're more like genius pen pals, trading tech sometimes. I can make a meeting happen, though not for free. Ryan thought she wanted him to invite for dinner as payment, but instead, she still ordered them to ruin Wyvern's movie for petty revenge. Some things never changed. Still, he looked around for hidden cameras or a bomb. Things couldn't work out so well, could they? Come back tomorrow when the work is done and your trouble with Pluto is solved, Ryan Vulcan said. I'll give you a reward and change your mind about the long-term employment part. The courier noticed she spoke to him on a first-name basis now. Nothing better than an A-bomb to earn a woman's affection. That worked out well, Lenka said when they left the factory, quite astonished. I thought you would fuck this up somehow, Blabbermouth, but she seems to like you. Are you all right? Jamie asked Ryan once they were out of the factory. Why the question, Yajimbo? The courier asked back. You look subdued, the swordsman pointed out. I can't say it's a bad thing, but you seem to feel down, man. Sharp. Truth, Ryan didn't feel so well because he was very close to reaching his goal. He had eliminated Shroud's interference. Things were moving smoothly, and unless Pluto decided to kill him outright, he should be able to meet back up with Len tomorrow. The path seemed clear. He thought he would feel excitement, joy at having overcome all obstacles in the way, but Ryan couldn't shake off a vague sentiment of unease, like someone having trained all their life to climb Mount Everest and having the summit in sight. He was afraid of being disappointed. And so Vulcan's biblical judgment was passed upon the heathens at Dynamis. Wyvern's movie ended in rats and pestilence, like the previous Augusty loop. It saddened Ryan to ruin Adam Cat's first movie appearance, especially after befriending him earlier. His adorable feline sidekick hated these commercial ventures, though, so no harm done. They would make up later. When the maid men returned to the house in his beautiful car, the courier almost expected Shroud to blow up the place again. Ryan had never gone farther than this moment, so he couldn't tell what would happen next. Kai-Yung didn't seem agitated in the Plymouth Fury's back, so her rat sentries should be fine. The courier almost wished for an unforeseen disaster to spice things up. When Ryan noticed Vulcan's enormous armor parked in the garden right next to a black Lamborghini and girls waiting at the front door, he realized someone upstairs had granted his prayer. Instead of summoning them to her lair, Pluto had decided to visit her employees herself. Besides her usual bodyguard and Vulcan, the underboss also enjoyed the company of a young woman Ryan hadn't seen before, a petite, smiling blonde with pale blue eyes who kept her hair in 2 braids. She wore a white sweater and pants, and Ryan guessed she probably had Slavic origins from her facial features. She brought 2 of the Killer 7, Chitter said, uneasy at the sight. You're ready for this? Jamie asked Ryan as the courier parked the car. Well, it feels like I'll have to pass hard speech checks or fight a difficult boss, Ryan replied. But that means I'm close to the end. You aren't going to beat that one. I can already tell you, Lenka said at the back, everyone getting out of the car. The group approached Pluto's own, with everyone tensing up as the underboss looked at them. Even Ryan remained quiet at first, mostly because he knew his long-awaited reunion with Len was just around that corner. Boss, Jamie cleared his throat. I didn't expect to see you here. That's the purpose of a surprise inspection, Pluto replied dryly, her eyes settling on Ryan. Our business is with him only, Zenbato. Your team can do as they wish. I'll stay too, Lenka said. Oh, I knew you cared, Ryan taunted her. If she kills you, Blabbermouth, I'll be the one saddled with corpse disposal, she replied. I would rather do less work. I guess I will stay too then, Kai-Yung replied, although she clearly didn't want to. A rat climbed on her shoulder like a Pikachu. Just don't mind me. Pluto shrugged it off and then immediately started barking orders. Sparrow, search his person Vulcan, check for any genius tech he might have. Cancel, you know the drill. I'm already on it, the blonde said with a Bulgarian accent before grinning at Ryan. Hey, I'm Cancel, but you can call me Greta. Nice to meet you, Ryan. Oh, hi, Greta. The courier waved a hand at her, surprised by her niceness. I'm Immortal, but don't tell anyone. Pluto's female bodyguard, Sparrow, immediately started feeling up Ryan with her big hands, searching everywhere. She removed his mask, his hat, his jacket, and then started to look into places better left unexplored. You know, lady, if you wanted to look at my underwear, the courier said as she checked a private place you could just ask. I'm young, easy, and available. I might take you up on that, Sparrow replied with an amused smile. Over time, a pile of weapons grew next to Ryan, Vulcan swiftly examining them one at a time like hors d'oeuvres until she hit the plat de resistance. How did you pack so many lasers inside such a tiny space? Vulcan asked, examining the rabbit plushie with astonished eyes. Even my armor doesn't have that many. One at a time, Ryan shrugged it off. What is this? Pluto asked, curious. Some toy? It's quite cute, Kai-Yung said. A toy with enough firepower to wipe out a small city, Vulcan said, more and more fascinated by the plushie's dark power. Can I? No, the courier denied her, but... No, Ryan said firmly, I'm not loaning it. A bomb's fine, but something this dangerous. No way in hell. It couldn't end in anything but tragedy. Vulcan looked deeply disappointed, but didn't push the issue. It's exceptionally lethal, she told Pluto, putting the plushie back on the weapon pile, but it doesn't cause memory alteration. None of his weapons can do that. Neither can his power, Cancel said. Or at least I don't think so. He's as violet as they come. Oh, you're a white. Ryan asked, the girl nodding. One of the mightiest. Pluto smiled at Ryan. Cancel can negate the powers of everyone within a certain radius. My brother accepted, of course. Ah, that's funny. Cancel immediately pouted. Why don't you check for yourself then, huh? Challenge accepted. Ryan immediately attempted to stop time, and nothing happened. No feedback, no world freezing with the power of his mind, not even an itching sensation. Nothing at all. His ability simply refused to activate. He tried again, but he kept having performance issues. His annoyance must have shown on his face because a smug, victorious smile appeared at the edge of Greta's lips. Well, that wasn't good. That wasn't good at all. His save point shouldn't be affected, but if Cancel negated the automatic trigger, then if Ryan perished close to her, he might die for good. Miss Pluto, have I told you I find you extraordinarily elegant and beautiful? Ryan said. When in doubt, flatter them. If it was memory manipulation, I should have purged the effect, the girl replied. Whether it was blue, green, yellow, or even violet. Pluto said nothing. Instead, she looked for a pocket inside her dress and grabbed a smoke sparrow, brought a lighter, and set it ablaze just as her mistress put the cancer stick in her mouth. I control death, Pluto told Ryan, Jamie's group freezing still at her words. The metaphysical concept of death, the end of life. While I cannot count them, I can sense the weight of a person's years. And if I'm not mistaken, quick save, you're the oldest person I've ever met, far older than anyone should be. Now that I've taken a good long look at you, I would peg you as... She breathed a cloud of smoke on Ryan's face, somewhere in the triple digits and closer to 4 than 2. Oh my, that long? Ryan had lost count after the first century. 3 digits? Kai-Yung frowned. That doesn't make sense. He seems a bit young for an old geezer, Lenka replied with a shrug. Are you sure, boss? I don't mean to doubt you. You are, Pluto cut her off, as sharp as a blade. She didn't raise her tone, but it silenced all critics. My power is never wrong, so Quicksave cared to explain this to me. The way she phrased it, Ryan knew that Pluto would either spare or kill him depending on the answer. No choice then. I knew this day would come. Everyone glanced at the courier, who did his best guilty culprit confession impersonation. Okay, I admit it, the courier let out a long sigh. I lied. I lied to you, to everyone. About my power, I suspected as much, Vulcan said, now listening with rapturous attention. I can't imagine how one could stop time and still be able to act. You should evolve in a lightless world where every item is a deadly projectile. So you lied about the nature of your power to keep an ace in the hole, Pluto asked, playing with her cancer stick. A sensible thing to do, especially with strangers. I applaud your caution. I guess you aren't as stupid as you look, Lenka teased him, Jamie elbowing her. How does it actually work then? Pluto asked. When I freeze time, I actually jump into another parallel universe, usually to avoid death, Ryan lied through his teeth. One alternate world very close to mine. I overlap with the me of that world and we become one. Ryan expected denial, but much to his surprise, nothing of the sort came up. That's awesome, Greta all but swooned. Does that mean you can become a woman, like fuse with an alternate version of you that is a girl? How does it work? Once I spent 3 months Chinese, Ryan lied, the bigger the better, and I became American twice. Wait, that's how you cheated at cards. Lenka immediately focused on the important tidbit. You asshole, you jumped universes whenever you had a bad hand. Huh, that's interesting, Jamie said, crossing his arms. That puts some of your comments at the casino in a new light. That explains the chronoradio too, Kai-Yung added. Chronoradio, Vulcan frowned. A radio that listens through time. Multiple pasts, Ryan corrected. You can't have more than one past, Lenka grunted in the background. A radio that can tap into alternate timelines. The more she observed his technology, the more Vulcan seemed fascinated with it. How does it work? It's really complicated, but... I'm a genius, she interrupted Ryan. How does it work? Observer effect, my smug friend, Ryan replied with a shrug, unwilling to elaborate much. The observed state changes depending on the observation method. It works with past events. Vulcan's eyes widened as she struggled to grasp the underlying theory. Meanwhile, Pluto's face was undecipherable. Finally, she uttered a single word, okay. Wow, you guys took it a lot better than I thought, Ryan admitted. People usually think I'm pulling their legs when I say that. My niece Minerva can interact with parallel universes, although she's a blue. I wonder how your respective abilities would interact. Could be interesting. The underboss examined the courier with a whole new look, trying to puzzle it out. So the abnormal number of years I sense is because you fuse with your copies and your metaphysical weight accumulates. Could it be that you marked an alternate version of him? Sparrow said. And your power followed him through his jumps. Possible, she admitted, though the fact I marked him at all is a warning sign. You mark every genome you meet, Vulcan pointed out brashly. It's quite vulgar, frankly. Pluto ignored the jab and observed Ryan closely, who gave her a smile in return. Search his car for any devices, she ordered her cronies next. I'm not entirely convinced yet. Sparrow examined the Plymouth Fury as thoroughly as she checked Ryan's body, searching under the seats, the trunk, and the hidden compartments. She clearly had experience with these things. Vulcan, meanwhile, examined the chronoradio, checking multiple channels. When she opened the car hood and looked inside, Sparrow's bored face turned into one of confusion, then astonishment. My God. What do Kai-Jung peeked inside and then screamed in horror. The rat on her shoulder was so startled, it fell to the ground. Jamie immediately rushed to his girlfriend's side, taking her in his arms and frowning at the car hood. Of course, everyone gathered to peek inside, much to Ryan's confusion. Why such a reaction? Even the unflappable Pluto had raised an eyebrow, and Lenka was at a loss of words. What the fuck? Ryan, Jamie looked at the courier as if he were deranged. Why is there a brain inside your car? Ryan peeked beneath the car hood and understood what they meant. Below the engines and near the heat pump, there was a hidden hatch which Sparrow had opened, revealing an elongated brain floated in a jar of green liquid, the spine linked to cables. Oh my, Ryan said, scratching his hair. I completely forgot about that. I will ask again. Jamie's voice had turned deadly cold, while Kai-Jung hid behind her boyfriend. Why do you keep a brain in storage? It's not in storage, it's connected to my car. I mean, how did you think the self-driving worked? The chronoradio. You believed it was magic or artificial intelligence. Seriously, Jamie was okay with Ryan keeping an A-bomb, but he drew the line at a brain-driven car. Where was the logic in that? That's so messed up, Lenka muttered to herself. You abducted a complete stranger and extracted his brain because you couldn't get a driver's license. Oh, I see where it's going. Ryan raised his hands. You think I abducted homeless people off the streets with the help of a creepy hunchback assistant, and that his name was Igor. It said something about Pluto and Vulcan that they looked more curious than disturbed by the possibility. And Greta kept smiling, fascinated. It should have looked cute, but now it seemed downright disturbing. It's not a human brain, Vulcan pointed out. The shape doesn't fit. It looks like a manta rays, but no, I don't recognize it. Some of the parts are clearly artificial. It's homegrown, Ryan replied. Entirely synthetic. Explain this, Pluto said. Now, I worked a few jobs for geniuses in the past, and usually they paid me with tech rather than cash, like my bomb. He drew quite a few angry glares at this, except Vulcan, who was more and more interested. The courier powered through. I couldn't get the chronoradio to work due to lack of processing power, and I wanted my car to drive by itself. A client proposed to solve both problems at once. By putting a brain in your car, Lenka deadpanned. One of his specialties lied in wetware computers, Ryan replied. He had like hundreds of brains in jars. He grew them like weed, so it's not sentient. Kai-Jung asked, looking at the brain matter with an anxious face. It's just a computer. Of course it's not sentient, Ryan protested. You think I would do half the things I do with my car if there was a real person inside? Do you take me for a savage? Nobody answered that. Jamie kept his arms crossed. I don't know how to feel about this. Me neither, his girlfriend admitted. Pluto, who had remained completely unflappable so far, threw her smoke on the lawn and glanced at Vulcan. What do you think? He clearly had multiple geniuses work on his car, and I think I see a miniature particle accelerator connected to the brain, the weapon designer replied before closing the car hood. It will take me a few days to review everything, but I doubt any of his devices can be used for memory manipulation. I see, Pluto said, turning to Ryan next. Quick save. Yeez, you're on probation for now. I'm not entirely sold yet, but I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Don't make me come back. She glanced at Vulcan next. Jasmine, he's yours to do as you wish. If he fucks up, I'll hold you responsible. Jamie seemed a bit disappointed in the background, perhaps believing she would assign Ryan to his own superior's division. But he knew better than to mouth off to that lethal woman. Without a word nor goodbye, Pluto considered the matter settled and moved towards her car. See you soon. Greta waved at everyone while she and Sparrow went for the Lamborghini. Crisis averted. No sooner after they left, Vulcan tried to buy Ryan on the spot. Okay, 3,000, she declared out of nowhere, unable to resist her newfound feelings for the courier. To work as my lab assistant and let me examine your rabbit. Does a toy warrant more attention than a brain-driven car? Kai-Jung whispered to Jamie, who shrugged his shoulders. He had long stopped trying to make sense out of the situation. $3,000 per month. Ryan smiled smugly at this cute offer. My, you're cheap. Per day, Vulcan corrected the courier. Half cash, half wired. Ryan merely raised an eyebrow. Lenka was the one who almost died of a stroke on the spot. Per day, for him, he cheats at cards. I will make you your own armor, everything else you want, Vulcan continued, completely ignoring the minion. Drugs, enough whores to break your nuts on, your own personal lab, and of course your girl. You grease the hinges, the door opens, Ryan replied. My main quest first, then we'll see about the side quests. All right, fair, Vulcan replied, moving towards her armor. We're going. To the moon? To your friend, Vulcan replied as if he was saying something stupid. There's a second seat in my suit's cockpit, so climb in. Finally, he was going to see Len at long last. When Vulcan said she had a second spot in her cockpit, Ryan thought he would have his own baby seat at the back. But as it turned out, the genius was more fond of motorcycle designs than cars. People are gonna talk, Ryan said, holding Vulcan by the waist with his chest against her back as the mech accelerated. The crazy woman had designed her cockpit like a motorbike, with screens and computer interfaces at the front. Bench seat did allow for 2 people inside, but Ryan had to lean on the pilot due to a lack of space. If outsiders could watch them, they would probably find their current positions suspicious. Let them, Vulcan replied. Due to the oceanic pressure, the mech had entered some sort of alternate mode to protect its weaker parts, contracting its joints, shielding the cameras, and using only sonars and thermal sensors for navigation. From outside, the armor must have looked like a bulky lump of metal. I don't give a shit. Interesting choice of design though, Ryan said, hearing the faint noise of the fusion reaction powering the suit. Was that a personal preference or? Dynamy's elite soldiers are trained to target the center of mass. Vulcan cut him off. Ryan had noticed that she was very fond of lording over her knowledge whenever the occasion presented itself. Since most armor cockpits are located there, this means enemies usually shoot straight at your vitals in a fight. I used to overcompensate for that with thicker shielding, but that's pretty limited when you fight someone who can bench press tanks. Ah, I get it, Ryan realized, as he felt the mech slow down. With your current design, the cockpit is actually located between the shoulders, thus away from the area where most soldiers shoot at. This improves the chances of successful ejection in a pinch, but you must also cut down cockpit space to avoid making the frame unwieldy. I use a neural interface to control most of the systems, she replied, briefly putting a hand in her hair. Ryan noticed some kind of black cranial implant hidden below her bun. This removes the need for systems in the cockpit, except emergency ones. Oh, so that explained how she could command her suit from afar. Ryan wondered about her range. I suppose it's an even trade in exchange for the close, uncomfortable physical proximity. If you use your hands to feel me up, I'll castrate you, she warned him. I can already feel your cock in my back. Gee, when you said you were easy, you weren't kidding. You don't want me to upgrade the difficulty to hard mode right now. Vulcan chuckled at the dirty wordplay. Ryan couldn't believe it, but the violent genius was quite lovely when nobody threatened her fragile ego. You're fucking shameless, she said. And here I thought you loved that girl though. I loved her once, yes, Ryan admitted. But that was a long, long time ago. Well, his devotion to Len had never wavered through the years, but Ryan no longer desired her romantically. He had been in romantic relationships in the past, all erased by time. At this point, the courier could settle for a friend, even an acquaintance who could recognize him. Someone with whom he could have a connection that would survive his endless travels across time, no matter how fragile. All Ryan wanted was someone who could alleviate his loneliness. No more, no less, the courier sighed. Moving kilometers below the sea gave him the blues. Are we there yet? Are you going to ask this every minute? Yes, until we are there. If you ask it again, you can say goodbye to another place, she replied. Are you coming on to me? The genius ignored him, the mech shaking. Ryan guessed that they must have landed somewhere. Are we? He started, Vulcan glaring at him over her shoulder. Friends yet? You must have a death wish, the genius said, the cockpit ceiling shifting. And as a matter of fact, we're here. About time. A hatch opened above the courier, alongside a mini ladder. Ryan could see a red lamp outside the metal suit, enshrined inside a rusted ceiling, but little else. I'll be waiting here, working on other stuff, Vulcan said, as Ryan started climbing out of the cockpit. Since you guys need some time alone, just don't take too long or I'll leave without you. You did your job, I did mine. I ain't a fink, Ryan. Well, I certainly appreciate a woman of her word. It saddened Ryan a little since he might bypass all these fetch quests in the future, depending on how things turned out now. He would have to find a way to balance the scales. The courier climbed out of the mech, standing atop the suit. The room looked like an airlock, albeit one big enough to house something as large as Vulcan's suit. Walls of steel surrounded Ryan, thick enough to withstand the undersea pressure outside. Vulcan's machine stood with its boots in a puddle of water, enormous closed gates at the back, a smaller human-sized door at the front. While a lamp provided a dim crimson light, Ryan didn't notice any camera. Shorty, he asked before leaping off the mech and onto the puddle. When he received no answer, he moved towards the smaller door. No sooner did he approach it than he heard a sound coming from behind. The gate opened on its own, spurred on by an automatic mechanism. Carefully, Ryan stepped out of the undersea airlock and into an apartment. Well, it looked like an apartment, albeit one sparsely furnished. It was around 50 meters square, including a main resting room, a small kitchen, and doors leading to what Ryan assumed to be a bedroom and bathroom. The walls were painted blue and red, her favorite colors. The whole place smelled of her presence. Where's that Jamaican crab to sing a song when you need him? Ryan whistled to himself, finding this place too silent for his liking, yet he didn't see any stereo nearby. The courier moved towards the kitchen, noticing a fridge. When he opened it, Ryan found an assortment of tasty dishes straight from the sea: crabs, fishes, algae. A tube seemed to provide the food from another part of the complex. The courier tested the sink next. It worked perfectly, but clearly hadn't been used much lately. "Shorty, where are you?" Ryan then wandered towards the main resting room, made of a sofa and a plastic table. Instead of a TV, the main room's sofa faced a massive porthole, allowing sitters to see the world outside, namely, an undersea abyss as dark as the blackest night. Strange fish looked on the other side of the reinforced glass, perhaps curious or attracted by the strange house's warmth. The courier noticed a pile of books on the table, including Vingt mille loups sous les mers, the exact same book Len found in Venezia all those years before, alongside Karl Marx's compiled Des Capital and Hegel's Elements of the Philosophy of Right. Some things never changed. However, much to his alarm, the courier also noticed a large amount of medications next to that mini library. Ryan quickly analyzed them, identifying the products as Dynamese-made antidepressants and anxiolytics. Powerful ones too. Ryan didn't know Len's self-medication treatment details, but it was clearly unhealthy. As the courier walked in front of the porthole and peeked through, he noticed other sources of light in the darkness. On a closer look, they came from other portholes in sphere-shaped structures, an egg nest at the very bottom of the abyss. A complex set of corridors linked the structures together, forming a vast community. Did Len build that? Certainly not in 6 months, even with Vulcan's help and funding. She must have spent at least a year slowly building this place, going to New Rome when she needed specific technology she couldn't manufacture herself. If each habitat was a self-sufficient apartment, then there was enough space to house hundreds of people. Silly Len, she was building her own undersea Khrushchevka, but still, this place felt like it lacked a soul. There was no personal touch, no warmth to it. All the accommodations were utilitarian, meant to cover a human being's basic needs without any aestheticism whatsoever. Besides the books, Ryan didn't notice any source of entertainment or even a photo. This place was a brightly colored undersea tomb, nothing more. He heard another door open behind him, perhaps the bedroom's one. She didn't make a sound at first, yet he could sense her eyes peering at his back. She didn't dare say anything, so Ryan broke the ice. "Hi, Shorty," the courier said, looking over his shoulder. It's been way too long. It was her. She was both so familiar and yet so different, but it was her, unmistakably her. She wore a brown diving suit, albeit not the towering armor as in the last loop, alongside some kind of water rifle. Len had had a growth spurt since the 4 years they last met, although she was still small enough for him to tease her. Her teenage cuteness had blossomed into a true beauty, albeit one lessened by exhaustion and the pale complexion of her skin. She clearly didn't go out often enough. They both needed to take a vacation. Len smiled, but it was more sadness than joy. Her voice was music to Ryan's ears, yet she sounded so weak and anxious. It had been so long since he had heard that nickname that the courier had almost forgotten it. It awakened old emotions he had long since buried through decades of time looping. Happiness and sadness too. She looked so terrible, her eyes blackened by tiredness and antidepressants, that it made Ryan feel guilty not to have found her before. It was his job to make her happy, and she clearly wasn't. Ryan fully turned around to hug his oldest friend, but she took a step back when she saw him move from his spot. He froze in place, confused, while the sofa stood between them like an insurmountable barrier. Don't come closer," Len pleaded, a hand on her water rifle. She wasn't pointing it at him, but she didn't set it aside either. "Please, Shorty, what's wrong?" Ryan asked. This wasn't the reception he had hoped for, let alone expected. "It's me. I've been looking everywhere for you." "I know," she replied. "I know." Ryan tensed up at these words. For how long? His best friend looked away before finally confessing. 2 years. Ryan froze as his reality came crashing down. He had always refused to entertain the thought, even if deep down, he knew it was the only logical explanation. Ryan had made so many waves across Italy, he thought that if Len was alive, then she would have contacted him. If she didn't, he believed it meant that she was dead, captured, or in a terrible position. Ryan never wanted to accept the most likely scenario, namely that she avoided him on purpose. "Why?" Ryan asked, feeling as if he had been shot in the gut. "Why? Why did you avoid me?" She didn't answer immediately, not with her voice, but her body spoke for her. Her trembling hands, her unease in Ryan's presence. "You're the courier," couldn't believe it. "You're afraid of me?" "No," she said, "it's just your presence." "You have PTSD." Ryan recognized the symptoms, glancing at the pile of medications. Suddenly, it all started to make sense. "I remind you of the bad days. I remind you of bloodstream. I'm an open wound." "Riri, your power." Len shook her head. "It's done something to your mind. I can see it. You're not stable. Your behavior, it's not that of a sane person." Len, I'm not insane, Ryan protested. I just get the joke. You don't get anything, she accused the courier. You never did. You killed him, the words echoed across the undersea habitat, an awkward silence settling in. You led the carnival to us, Len accused him. You didn't pull the trigger, but you brought the gun. I did, Ryan admitted. He had an eternity to ponder his choice, and it had to be done. My only regret is that it separated us for years. More silence. Len had never been good at articulating her feelings, but all these years had only worsened her social skills. He wondered if she had any people to talk to. Len, the courier said, your father was never going to get better, and one day he would have killed you. He almost did. I spent years studying the nature of genomes, trying to find a solution to the psycho condition, see if I could have made it right. But there is no cure, or at least none I could design with the means at hand. Even Ryan, for all his power over time and causality, hadn't dared take 2 elixirs for powers worked on a level far greater than mere gene manipulation. Another elixir would cause his original power to mutate, maybe create another save point or permanently leave him mad. If Ryan ever became a psycho like Bloodstream, with his save point, no one would be able to stop him. It would be an unending nightmare for himself and countless others. I know, Len admitted, I know. But he was still my dad. That wasn't your choice to make. Ryan put his hands behind his back, studying her for a moment. Then he removed his hat and mask so she could see his true face, the gnawing unhappiness beneath the smile. I apologize, Ryan said, and he meant it. I'm sorry I hurt you. Len looked into his eyes and then glanced away, unable to hold his gaze. The sight hurt way worse than acid rain's knives. He bore witness to the end of his main quest, and it wasn't a happy ending. Why did you make this place? Ryan asked, glancing at the habitat. Perhaps there was something he had overlooked, a detail that could let him salvage their friendship. For me, she said, then for others. The orphans above, Ryan guessed. That's what this place is for. Yes, she said, looking at the distant lights through the porthole. I want to bring them here when it's finished. Give them a place where they can belong, begin again, make it right. Then you can't retreat from the world, even if it's harsh and absurd, Ryan said, or else you will lose part of yourself too. Look at you, you're miserable, Len. You're not happy living like this. Riri, there's nothing above for them, or for me, Len argued. There's just violence and psychos and powerful bastards kicking down the little guy. I thought the bombs had wiped the slate clean, but more than a decade afterward it's more of the same. If that's how you feel, then let's make it better, Ryan said. I can help, I've got all the time in the universe to fix it. I can make everything right. I'm already fixing it. I'm making a new, better place. A place where everyone is equal. No, you're running away from your problems, just as I did, Ryan argued. The medications are dulling the pain, but they won't make it go away. No matter how many times you repeat the same process, the outcome won't change. Neither will this place help you. It's sunken. You're literally sinking, Len. He extended a hand. Let me help you, the courier asked her, begged her. Once you wanted to explore the world. We can do it. Travel together and look beyond the horizon. There's still so much to do, so much to learn. I've seen things you can't even imagine. I can show them to you. We can start over. Len looked at his fingers, and for long, agonizing seconds, she looked tempted to take his hand. If only she would, then their days of loneliness would finally end. But she didn't take it, held back by her own fears. Crushed at the sight, Ryan realized it wouldn't do. She was too hurt, too wounded to take the risk. Their friendship was an old wound she feared might fester again and sink her deeper below the sea. He was just making things worse. The world is absurd, Ryan declared, but it's not hopeless. She frowned at him, confused. I've faced the same situation over 10,000 iterations and made a different choice each time, he explained. If it was all hopeless, then nothing should have changed. A single man can't make any difference, right? That's fatalism for you. Well, fatalists are cowardly crybabies. Every choice I made led to a different outcome. Sometimes it changed little, other times it changed everything. Sometimes I killed people and other times I saved them. Where I don't understand, where are you getting at? That in the end, my decisions changed things, Ryan said. Even if I was the only one who could see it. It doesn't matter if the change is big or small. The change exists. Yes, bad things often happen for no reason. And sometimes good things too. While not guaranteed, justice is attainable. Nobody is in control of anything, but that doesn't mean your actions have no impact. So please, Len, don't ever say it's hopeless. If time travel has taught me anything, it's that everything can change and the perfect ending is always within reach. Time travel. Instead of burdening her with his own issues, Ryan put the quick-save mask and hat back on, then walked towards the hatch's door. She didn't make a move to stop him, even if she seemed to hesitate. No matter how bad it gets, Len, I won't give up on finding happiness, he said, looking over his shoulder at his old friend. I hope you don't either. Ryan walked away, his silent steps echoing below the sea. It was a bright new day in New Rome. The sun was rising, bullets were flying, rats were singing. Standing at the balcony of Jamie's apartment in casual clothes, a coffee mug in his right hand, Ryan glanced at the rodents occupying the area. Kai Young's rats seemed to be doing some stretching exercises while dawn rose beyond the horizon, showing incredible levels of flexibility. They were cute for enormous mutant rodents, but Ryan was a cat person at heart, and he was in a foul mood. He grabbed his cell phone with his left hand and played pre-recorded music he had prepared just for the occasion. The terrible noise of felines meowing echoed across the apartment, startling the rats and sending them into a frenzied panic. They immediately dispersed, hiding beneath the sofa. "Ryan," Kai-Jung shouted from the kitchen, busy making breakfast. "Stop it." "What?" he asked innocently, the rats glancing at Ryan upon realizing his trick. "It's not forbidden to listen to cat music." "I'm not forbidden to throw you off the balcony either. What is all the racket?" Jamie emerged from his bedroom, wearing only a shirt and boxers. Without his armor, he reminded Ryan of a grizzly bear emerging from his cave. The first thing the mob enforcer did was to kiss his girlfriend, then join the courier at the balcony with a coffee cup of his own. "Nothing," Ryan replied, hiding his cell phone. Kai-Jung's rats emerged from their hiding spots to gather behind his back, glaring at him. Seeing a dozen rats in that position may have frightened a normal person, but the courier just meowed at them. "You're impossible," Jamie replied, his eyes blinked as he slowly woke up. A rat jumped on the balcony's ramp, the genome scratching it between the ears. "How are you feeling?" Whimsically peachy. "Ryan," Jamie looked at him in the eye. "How do you really feel? Was he that bad at hiding it?" Ryan looked at the distant, warming sun. "I don't feel anything. Anything as in." "Nothing," Ryan replied with a sigh. "I feel empty." Well, to be precise, he felt like someone whose years-long quest had ended disastrously. Ryan had expected a happy reunion that would make everything better, and he had only found more tears and sadness. Emptiness had been his natural state for years, until learning of Len's survival had given him a newfound direction. His endless existence finally had a purpose, except Len didn't want Ryan in her life. Hell, she was an even bigger wreck than he was. "But I'm used to it," the courier replied with optimism. "That just means I've just got to find something to fill the void." Even that stunt with the rats was an attempt to get his mind off Len. He had found chaos and whimsical jokes a welcome distraction when in a bad mood. Confusion energized him, while introspection made him feel stale and restless. Jamie shook his head before looking at the sunlight too. "I'm sorry." "About what?" "About your girl." "I'm sorry she broke your heart." "I haven't been dumped," Ryan protested since he clearly had misunderstood the situation. "I know rejection is painful," Zenbato consoled him, digging himself deeper. "And that's okay, it happens to everyone. She wasn't the right person for you, or perhaps now was not the right moment. You're still young, you will find someone." For empty platitudes, Jamie managed to make them sound inspired, maybe because he earnestly tried to cheer him up. "The worst part is," Ryan said, letting out some frustration instead of bottling it up, "she's in pain and I don't know how to help yet." His words seemed to resonate with Jamie, who opened his mouth without saying anything, seemingly rehearsing his words in his head. He glanced at the rats and told them to shoo away. The rodents let out a vengeful screech at Ryan and then moved to the kitchen. "You know, one day, a former friend and I found someone having an overdose. A homeless woman." Jamie spoke once the rats out of earshot, his voice breaking. "She would have died if we hadn't been there." Ryan could sense the sheer emotion brimming in Jamie's voice and said nothing. It clearly came from the heart. "Even when she was out of the hospital, I considered her my responsibility. I tried to help her clean herself up. It was hard. It was really hard. It took months to deal with the relapses, the bad habits, and help her find a job. A lot of my friends, they didn't understand. They thought I was just wasting my time, that she was hopeless, but she wasn't. It worked out. It was hard, but she recovered." Ryan glanced at the kitchen in Kai-Jung's shadow. "People take time to heal," Jamie said. "And from what I heard, that girl seems to have pretty deep scars. Don't give up and do your best, but don't beat yourself over it either." Ryan nodded but didn't respond. "I talked with the others," Jamie said, swallowing his coffee without savoring it the way Ryan did, "and we will organize a party next Thursday at the house. To welcome you in New Rome. A Hugh Hefner party or a friendly house-warming party. Genome only, most of whom are single." "Hugh Hefner then." "Wait, are you going to whore me out? Am I to pay the rent in my flesh and blood?" "Don't worry about rent. However, everything that will happen during the party will stay at the party. You may see. Weird stuff." The more Jamie spoke, the more embarrassed he sounded. "Stuff that would shock most people. I think you're pretty open-minded, but I'm not sure how much." Since genomes were naturally immune to most diseases, including STDs, and had a high drug threshold, Ryan had a pretty good idea of how the party would degenerate. "Oh, you know, without arrogance," the courier smiled, "I've seen everything." "Okay, good. No bliss or cats allowed, and you help clean up tomorrow morning," Jamie added firmly. "Also, no matter what happens, don't fuck Vamp. You can hook up with anyone but her. A forbidden romance route. How can I resist?" "By reminding yourself that she's a goddamn succubus who will drain you to death if you fall into her arms," Jamie said with a hint of dislike. "She's a nasty shade of green. Why invite her at all if you don't like her? She's part of the hit squad, and she takes it personally when she isn't invited to group events. Trust me, it's less drama that way. And Livia," Kai-Jung shouted from inside the apartment. "Don't forget to tell him about Livia." "Will die." Jamie didn't know anything about reverse psychology, did he? Now the courier wasn't in the mood. I think I will pass on the matchmaking attempt, Ryan said, bored with romance. I've had my fair share of hookups. Really, Jamie didn't hide his surprise. I didn't take you for a party animal, or at least not that kind. At one point in my life, my motto was, try them all until you find the perfect one, Ryan explained. But afterward, it became stale and superficial. It was just doing the same thing over and over again. I think I see what you mean. Also, why are you advocating for me to fight for true love, and then try to hook me up with someone else? No, I said you don't give up on helping your friend with her issues, but if she isn't interested, take the hint and look for companionship elsewhere. Jamie put a hand on Ryan's shoulder, overflowing with warm dad radiations. I know it's a leap of faith, but I'm sure you will find someone that can make you happy at that party. That's all I wish for you. Ryan turned towards the apartment. Kai-young, yes, she replied, busy making lunch. If you don't marry this man, I will do it myself. I don't share, she replied with a deadpan tone. I told you that you had the same sense of humor, Jamie said, putting a hand on Ryan's shoulder. Both genomes returned to the kitchen, putting their empty cups in the sink. By then, Kai-young had cooked a big brunch for her man and herself. However, she also handed a lunchbox to Ryan. Here, she said, for midday. It's bibimbap, so I hope you like rice and vegetables. It's fine, I was going to grab a sand. Take it, she insisted, all but shoving the lunchbox in Ryan's arms. Knowing Vulcan, she won't let you out of her workshop until she has worked you to the bone. Gotta admit, these guys were so nice, it was almost oppressive. They were killing him with kindness. His lunchbox under his arm, Ryan prepared to leave for work but stopped in front of Lenka's bedroom first. Sleeping Beauty, the courier knocked. It's the police, wake up, hands on your head. He heard a groan behind the door, alongside the sound of empty bottles falling to the ground. Is it 3 in the afternoon already? No, then fuck off. Come to think of it, she remained awake very late into the night. She probably worked evening shifts. After putting on his quick-save costume, Ryan waltzed out of the house, put the lunchbox on the backseat, and then drove the Plymouth Fury away. Even at this early hour, traffic in New Rome was insane, reminding the courier of the worst hours of the pre-war era right after leaving the suburbs. He found himself trapped in a jam. The courier opened the windows and put on the radio, singing to himself when he found the Pink Panther's song, Tada Tada, Tada Tada Tada, curse Henry Mancini and his catchy tune. He needed a cheery song, especially after last night. The reunion's disastrous ending had gnawed at him all evening, as he tried to figure out a way to help Len get over her issues. Unfortunately, he saw none yet, or at least none that wouldn't make things worse. Ryan had gained a certain insight into human nature through his loops. His best friend seemed so far gone into her shell that forcing himself into her life would worsen things. She needed to reach out to others first. But if not him, then whom? The orphans. How did it fit? His main quest had ended in a disaster, and Ryan didn't know what to do next. Well, now that he had somewhat fulfilled his main goal, the courier could devote his time to do side quests instead of starting a new loop. He had promised different people to drive the meta out of Rust Town and to blow up the Augusti Superlab, and the courier would be true to his word. Afterward, though, he didn't know, finding Len had been the driving force of his existence lately, a welcome intermission in his meaningless wandering. If he couldn't help her, then. No, he couldn't allow himself to think this way. There was a way to solve this, he just needed time to figure it out. Don't turn around. Ryan turned around in the back seat but saw nothing. The green giant is in the garden, he said. The green giant is in the garden. No answer. You're supposed to say a code, Ryan replied, looking back at the road. What if I were a shapeshifter? You would have blown your cover. Frankly, you should leave the real work to professionals. The orange is in the hen house. See, you're learning. How was your reunion with Len Sabino? The shroud asked, clearly sitting in the back while invisible. The courier wondered if he had waited all morning just to surprise Ryan as he took off to work. Were you peeping? Ryan sighed. Not all that great, but I handled it like a champ. I am thankful you didn't rat me out once your goal was achieved, Shroud replied, blatantly ignoring the question. That makes me trust you a bit more. Is there an actual reason you want to visit me, or do you just spook people on principle? You wanted me to keep you updated on the meta gang, and you are supposed to report how things are advancing on your side. Shouldn't you already know? Ryan asked, quite certain the invisible jackass had kept him under tight surveillance. I'm in. You have infiltrated the Augusti, but not the right part of the organization, the glass man said. Bacchus leads the drug division, not Vulcan. The road to complete a quest often takes twists and turns, Ryan replied, raising his finger and delivering his wisdom. Sometimes you must wait for the right opportunity. Like your party, Shroud mused. I will wait longer, but the deal is off without meaningful progress. For an infiltrator, he wasn't very subtle about thinly veiled threats. How about our psycho friends? Ryan changed the subject. Did you clean out the trash yet? They have a sensor warning system or maybe a seer. Shroud sighed. Whenever I move too close to the junkyard, they send a heavy hitter after me. Neither invisibility nor disguises helped. All right, so no stealth mission. What else? Sishak, didn't you deal with him? Ryan asked, remembering his previous message. Yes, more than once. Ryan looked at the streetlight. Regenerators are annoying, aren't they? Yes. Then the invisible jackass dropped the bomb, but not as much as duplicators. Ryan didn't move an inch. I tried to capture him at the orphanage, Shroud explained, but he killed himself rather than become a prisoner. Impossible. The only thing nearly as strong as a psycho's addiction was their survival instinct, especially old ones like Sishak, who had survived for more than a decade, and less. You said they sent heavy hitters after you, Ryan guessed, including him, including Sishak, whose original remains are still in my possession. Shroud's visor became briefly visible, reflecting the dawn's light. That scenario should remind you of someone else. Bloodstream. Len's father had had an incredibly loathsome cloning power, as ghastly as it was effective. It had made him nigh unbeatable for years until the carnival tracked all his doubles down and managed to prevent him from duplicating. Sishak had seen it in action. Could it have inspired him? If his duplication works the same as Bloodstream, Ryan trailed, his hands clenching on the driving wheel. I'll take it personally. I can't confirm it, Shroud replied, but I thought you should know. If you learn anything new, please inform me, or I will deliver the pieces, Ryan replied. Anything else? Bacchus, alias Andreas Torque, is a blue, Shroud explained. He can drive others mad with visions and hallucinations, though I do not know what triggers his power. Tread against him carefully. I don't have a lot of information on his person, except that he is an excommunicated priest. He rarely leaves the Superlab and only to visit Augustus. If you want to get into the division, you will need to reach him through an intermediary. Great, a new chain quest. I suppose I won't get a reward for it. No answer. The courier turned his head around, touched the backseat with his hand, and sensed nothing. Not even a calling card. Wait, that bastard had stolen the lunchbox. Vulcan's workshop echoed with the sound of welding, while Ryan reviewed an armor sketch, ass on a chair and legs on the workbench. Ryan's job as Vulcan's assistant turned out to be more desk work than anything exciting like target practice. She handed him designs for new armor, guns, or vehicles, and then asked him to review and improve on them. As he examined her sketches, the courier realized that Vulcan's genius power was probably weapon creation. While it made Vulcan a devastatingly dangerous genius, you couldn't make a vehicle with just guns. She never patched her armor's joints' weakness, simply because her power refused to entertain innovative solutions in theory unrelated to warfare. No wonder Vulcan desperately wanted a genius assistant. She was a missile without a tripod. So let me get this straight, Vulcan asked, welding a new cannon to her armor's right arm. Underdiver doesn't want you in her life, and Zambato suggested you persevere. Pretty much, Ryan replied, scribbling notes on her sketch. He always found genius tech to be an interesting intellectual challenge, which was why he had devoted so many loops to studying it. Oh, and he's also throwing a party Thursday night. Well, Jamie doesn't know shit, the genius snapped back angrily. I fucking hate white knights, and Underdiver doesn't need one. She doesn't need anyone, I'm not sure. Can you even fathom that girl's sheer potential? Vulcan interrupted him. At least a third of the Earth is uninhabitable nowadays, and she can make self-sustaining habitats that can survive deep oceanic pressure. I'm making weapons, but she's building the future. I could do without her tech, yes, but the money I send her, it's an investment for mankind. She stopped welding, put her tool and iron mask away, and wiped away the sweat with her hand. White knights, they're smothering, she ranted, grabbing a water bottle and taking a sip. They don't help because they're nice, but because they're needy, they're oppressive. What your girl needs is self-confidence, and she's only going to develop that by building something that is hers alone. So if you really like that Len girl, don't get in her way. If you want to help, don't help. It didn't sound at all like psychological projection. Not at all. I'm sure there's an interesting story behind that opinion, the courier teased her. Wyvern was the worst of the white knights, casting everyone in her shadow, she replied, as Ryan had guessed. You think she's being a hero because she really believes in justice. It's all ego, self-righteousness. She wants the cheering children, people looking up to her without making the hard decisions. If she really wanted to change things, she would have ditched Dynamis long ago. But she didn't. But what did she do to you personally? Ryan asked, a bit confused. Haven't you been listening? She kept me in her shadow. When we started, I was the brain and she was the brawn. I gathered intel and made the plans. She's powerful, but she's a mace. All the force in the world doesn't matter if nobody can wield it in the right direction. The genius continued, going into a rant, venting off. Her voice dripped with bitterness and anger, her fingers crushing the now empty plastic bottle. Wyvern became famous because of me, but she was always the one in the field, the hero everyone talked about, and when we made a deal with Dynamis, it got worse. I wanted their resources to build myself a suit, make a name for myself, become Wyvern's partner instead of her sidekick, but they kept me in a lab, vetoed all my plans. I can make any weapon, the likes that rival Mecrons, but to the Manada I was just the girl making their soldiers' armor. Let's make a gun then. A gun, she frowned. A very big gun, Ryan said. A laser gun that can draw a logo on the moon. Why would I draw a logo on the moon? To copyright it. Vulcan raised a finger, remained silent as she considered his sentence in depth, and finally realized that she had no answer to it. I defeated you with logic, Ryan gloated. In response, Vulcan threw her plastic bottle at him, although with a thin smirk at the edge of her lip. She moved towards the courier and grabbed the sketch, reviewing his additions. Interesting idea, though it's useless in the rain, she said, before raising an eyebrow. Why is there a duck drawn in the bottom left corner? I got bored halfway through. She wanted him to review a stealth model of armor, capable of blending into the environment. Invisible Lunch Thief had given Ryan the idea to use optic cameras to record the wearer's surroundings, and then portray them on the surface. You don't enter a fugue state while working, she noted. Curious, curious. Nice work, a voice spoke from behind Ryan. I want one. A genome had entered the room, somehow without opening the only door. It was a tall, lanky figure whose costume reminded Ryan of a scarecrow. A ghoulish metal skull mask hid the face, and a black hooded cloak the rest of the body. Most importantly, that gentle devil seemed as fond of weapons as the courier, carrying guns on bandoliers and a sniper rifle. Not even spooked, the man complained. Although Ryan wasn't sure it was a guy at all, the skull mask digitally altered the voice, even if it sounded vaguely male. You're not fun. Mortimer, stop bullying the newbie, said Sparrow. As Pluto's bodyguard entered the room through the door instead of her absent mistress, she was followed by Cancel and a new face. Sorry, quick save, he gets off on startling people. Hi Ryan, hi Jasmine. Greta waved a hand at them with an endearing smile. Hi Greta. Ryan returned the greeting, though he paid more attention to the third person in the group. It was a young woman his physical age, and gorgeous. Not pretty gorgeous, but top model gorgeous. A hazel-eyed blonde whose hair fell down to her hips, with tan skin and a perfectly chiseled face. This Venus could probably bring any man to his knees in adoration. Even her bright white clothes and jewelry were the apex of new Roman fashion, things Ryan would have expected to see on an actress. Unfortunately, from the way she carried herself, her appearance had clearly gone to her head. She moved with such pompous pride and self-confidence, it was almost nauseating. But Ryan didn't care about her beauty. He cared about her resemblance to a certain feline. Unfortunately, she mistook his rapturous attention as something else. I'm Fortuna, the bombshell introduced herself, the courier immediately remembering the name as one of Adam Cat's sisters, the world's luckiest woman. Ryan chuckled. If you have met me, no, you aren't. Oh, really? She moved in front of a metal wall and put her hands on her waist. Shoot me. You're sure? The courier asked for confirmation. Yes, shoot me. Okay. Ryan immediately rose from his chair, pulled his Desert Eagle out of his coat, and then fired with enthusiasm. The suddenness of the gesture startled Fortuna's teammates, although they made no move to step in. When he ran out of bullets, Ryan didn't bother reloading. Instead, he threw the gun away, pulled another sidearm in his arsenal, and fired away. When he emptied the magazine, the cycle continued with new weapons. AMT Hardballer, Browning High Power, Beretta 92 FS Inox, gold-plated. Beretta 92 FS Inox, CZ75, Glock 17, 2 Glock 17L, System Occult Modelo 1927, Stekkin APS because the Russians made the best guns, followed by a Smith Wesson Model 629. He's persistent, Mortimer muttered, Ryan almost unable to hear him over the sound of gunfire. That's a lot of weapons, Sparrow noted. Where does he find the space? The only certainty in life is that when death comes for you, you will never have enough guns, Ryan shouted, his gloves fumed with gunpowder. At that point, armored guards entered the workshop, perhaps expecting a shootout. They looked at the scene, Ryan glanced back and froze time. When time resumed, the guards found their submachine guns missing, the courier wielding both as he opened fire on Fortuna. Vulcan raised a hand at the confused guards, who wisely returned to their post with confusion and sheepish embarrassment. When he ran out of small arms after 10 minutes of non-stop shooting, Ryan moved on to shotguns, bombarding the model with a Remington Model 870. Then he upgraded to his coil gun, and finally threw almost every single knife he had. He only had 2 surprises left. Ryan paused, as his hand didn't find the first of his prized weapons. Hey, where did my bomb go? I took it while you were busy shooting, Vulcan said, raising the metal sphere in her hand. I knew it would come down to this. Give it back, Quicksave pleaded like a child, but Vulcan kept the bomb out of arm's reach. Give it back, impressed yet? Ryan turned to look at Fortuna, who stood completely unharmed while the wall behind her had turned into Swiss cheese. She didn't have a single scratch, not a single one, and he was only 3 steps away, shooting at point-blank range. Gotta admit, now Ryan felt like a stormtrooper in Star Wars. That's a Pulp Fiction level of divine providence, the courier admitted, although the young woman replied with one of the smuggest grins the courier had ever seen. I have a secret technique, Ryan said, abandoning the use of nuclear weapons to get back to his trusty knife, which if I use will cut your hopes short. I must warn you, though, nobody ever managed to stand up to it. She silently told him to bring it. All right, she asked for it. Zawarudo. Time stopped, the workshop turning purple. Ryan quickly glanced at Cancel, as frozen in time as the others. As he suspected, her negation power offered no automatic defense. She had to switch it on and off. Good to know. Ryan memorized that information for later. He took 3 steps towards Fortuna, expecting to slip up through her ridiculous luck, but he didn't. His power trumped her own. The courier briefly wondered where he should hit her, hesitating about giving her a light cut, but that sounded a bit too savage. Instead, as Amerindians scalped their victims as trophies, he swiftly cut her blonde hair to shoulder length with his sharp knife, keeping the rest for himself. Zawarudo, hairdresser style. She may be lucky, but in this world of frozen time, the courier ruled without equal. Tokiwo Tamer, Ryan spoke in Japanese, quickly returning to his original spot in the nick of time, before his power ran out. When the clock turned again, Fortuna let out a ghastly wail of horror and surprise, which startled Ryan by its intensity. Greta didn't flinch. Mortimer glanced down at his teammate's hair with what appeared to be quiet satisfaction, and Vulcan. Vulcan didn't pay attention to the girl. She only had eyes for one handsome courier. "You cut my hair," Fortuna protested, her arrogance replaced with shock. "You cut my hair. What?" Her stylist probably did that every month, and that woman reacted as if she had been stabbed. "You asked for it," he replied, putting the cut hair inside his coat. "Now I shall keep your hair as a war trophy." "How could you?" she replied with noble indignation. "Have you no respect?" "Mademoiselle, I believe in true equality," Ryan declared. "Equality of gender, of religion, of race. All shall suffer without discrimination. I have no chivalry, no scruples, no respect for the elderly, and I'm utterly colorblind. Doesn't matter which gods you pray to, none of them will help. Beautiful or ugly, I shall torment without respite." Fortuna didn't share his civilized point of view, but Ryan guessed such was the lot of those ahead of their time. "Morty," Greta, Fortuna clenched her teeth, "say something." "Serves you right," Mortimer rasped, unsympathetic. "All the times you mocked poor Mortimer because he couldn't hit you. Not so smug now." "Wait, is this the first time someone managed to wound her?" Vulcan asked, curious. "I never use my power on my teammates," Greta replied, her expression ever cheerful. Ryan thought that her behavior had gone from endearing to positively creepy. "Hey, don't look at me like that," the courier told the crybaby, who kept glaring at him. "If anything, I'm the victim." "You," her glare morphed into a confused expression. "Yes, I grant you your wish, obey your command without flinching, and I only get ungratefulness in return. Truly, I don't think we'll ever be friends." Fortuna merely stared at him, unable to form a coherent answer. "All right, enough with the bullshit." Vulcan clapped to get everyone's attention. "Quick save, these are the Killer 7. Our organization's hit squad. I must be bad at math because I only count 4, Ryan deadpanned. "We're 6 with the Vamp and Night Terror," Sparrow replied. "The former isn't good for direct combat, and the latter's power only works in the dark." Wait, Ryan immediately asked the important question. "Why do you call yourself the Killer 7 when you're only 6? We started at 7 when Boss Pluto led us, 1 for each color," Mortimer answered. "But since she mostly does admin nowadays, we've rotated between 4 to 6 members depending on turnover." The name stuck though. "Killer 7 is catchier than Killer 6, you know. Only Mortimer and I remain out of the original lineup," Sparrow explained. "We were each a different color. We would need a violet to complete the set," Greta said, grinning at Ryan. "Want to join?" "I veto that proposal," Fortuna said immediately. "Me too," Mortimer added with a shrug. He's new meat. "But we don't have a violet to complete the rainbow," Cancel complained. "Greta, you cannot invite an unproven recruit," Sparrow said before looking at Ryan. "Nothing personal, quick save. Our missions are the most sensitive, so we only welcome genomes with an extensive history of loyalty towards our organization. Maybe in a few years. Don't poach my boys," Vulcan shot down the idea. "I'm sorry, but I can't get past the name thing," Ryan pointed out. "I mean, if you aren't able to commit to a theme, you should find another one entirely." "What next? You're going to tell me Sparrow's supervillain name has nothing to do with her superpower?" Sparrow answered with a forced smile. Ryan glanced at her with disbelief. "It doesn't, she shoots lasers," Mortimer said, "sort of. I find sparrows adorable," the genome replied, embarrassed. "They're my favorite animals, and the name wasn't taken." "What's wrong with you people?" Ryan complained, disappointed. "No respect for tradition and proper branding. I'll give you a brand," you crazy Fortuna mumbled, still reeling from the humiliation. "Enough chit-chat," Vulcan said, growing frustrated with the banter. "I gathered you to attack the Meta Gang today. We will drive them out of Rust Town, even if we have to fight them city block by city block." "About time," Mortimer snickered. "My Ryan may actually fulfill most of his goals in this loop. Could this run finally improve after the disastrous reunion with Len?" "What about our armor?" Sparrow asked the important question. "I've designed variants for each of you." Vulcan glanced at Ryan. "With one exception, I'll pass." Frankly, while he understood the appeal of armor, Ryan preferred mobility over defense since his power made death a non-issue. As for stealthy versions, well, he wouldn't dress in bright colors if he didn't want to be seen. Even one that enhances your power. Ryan squinted his eyes at the genius. "You can't." "Mecron could enhance powers," she replied, annoyed. "That's how he recruited his few living followers." "Yes, Mecron." It said something about Vulcan that she took the comparison to the world's most powerful genius as a challenge. "I can make armor which enhances the user's power, though I need to study it in depth. I managed to do so for our fireman division." They took the firebrand knockoff elixirs, which grants pyrokinesis, Sparrow said. You've probably seen one in New Rome. They're very popular. Maybe. He didn't pay attention to extras. How much firepower did they gain? They went from throwing embers to fireballs, Vulcan boasted, putting a finger on her chin. Now imagine what your power could do. This was a trap. Ryan had noticed it the moment Pluto interrogated him at Jamie's place. His power fascinated Vulcan to an unhealthy level, perhaps because she suspected he lied about its particularities. That was only an excuse to lower his guard so she may gather data. And yet, Ryan had struggled for years to explore his power, and he knew he hadn't tapped into its full potential yet. If he could enhance his power, create multiple save points, or move his current one further back into the past, I will think about it. Ryan thought his life was a role-playing game. Kill them all, a druggie shouted from atop a roof, hitting Ryan's car with a submachine gun, the bullets unable to pierce the shielding. Everywhere, the courier heard the sound of bullets flying. Kill them all, but somewhere along the line, it had turned into a FPS. Hiding behind his car with an earplug in his right ear, Ryan reloaded his pistol while mourning the Plymouth Fury's paint job at his side. Fortuna fired over her shoulder with a pistol with one hand and texted on a phone with the other. She didn't even aim, and her bullets always resulted in a headshot. At least she had taken to wearing a white, streamlined armor to protect herself. Seriously, one bad haircut, and suddenly the world wasn't safe anymore. In total, 12 people, Ryan and Fortuna included, hid behind the cover of half a dozen cars and SUVs. Most were henchmen wearing riot gear and carrying powerful firearms, with one exception, a woman in a suit of heavy, red-padded advanced armor whose design reminded Ryan of steampunk comics. That genome had drunk the firebrand knockoff elixir, and as promised by Vulcan, her armor boosted her pyrokinesis. Sometimes she looked over her cover to throw a car-sized fireball at the enemy. You know, texting while fighting is the first cause of bullet accidents. Ryan asked Fortuna as one of his car's windows exploded, shattered by a 20 round. I'm texting my brother, she replied dismissively, barely paying attention to the battle. The lucky genome didn't even bother to protect herself, the snipers having a clear line of fire to hit her head. Yet so far, every bullet had narrowly missed her helmet. Felix the Atom Cat, you know that? Fortuna groaned. I'm in the middle of a firefight and he won't answer his big sister. Having reloaded, Ryan froze time for 10 seconds and peeked over his car. Beyond the protective vehicle line, the welcoming committee had taken refuge inside two half-demolished apartment buildings, surrounding the main road leading to the junkyard. Most of the walls had fallen, but the remains provided snipers with enough protection. As for the road itself, the Meta's men had blocked it with a trash barricade, leaving only small openings to allow their machine guns to fire through. The Augustes firebrand genome had managed to set the road on fire, though, forcing the defenders to flee or die in the flames. However, it didn't look like the snipers would run out of ammo anytime soon. Ryan shot 2 of them, before taking cover as time unfroze. Far in the distance, west of his position, he noticed crimson beams piercing through Rust Town's polluted clouds. Sparrow's doing, probably. In total, Vulcan had deployed 300 soldiers to retake Rust Town, divided in groups all across the district. Most of them were non-superhuman paramilitary. Others were genomes having drunk a knockoff elixir. People like Ryan or the Killer 7, with original powers, were a minority in the squad. The private security had watched the squadron move inside Rust Town without reacting, perhaps hoping the Auguste and Meta would slaughter one another. Vulcan then deployed her forces all around the junkyard, where the Meta had established their headquarters. Unfortunately, as soon as Ryan's group approached the area's outskirts, they found themselves welcomed by armed men. Vulcan here, Ryan heard through his earplug. How's the situation? It's a camper contest here, the courier replied. It's the bad days of Quake all over again, but my car is all right. Yes, that's the important thing, Fortuna replied with a sassy tone. If someone could help us, that would be great. I've got a date tonight. You will wait, Vulcan replied, although she sounded quite blasé. Cancel and Sparrow are busy dealing with Gemini and Sarin, and I'm fully occupied dealing with cannon fodder. It's such a drag pursuing them house to house. No sign of Acid Rain or Atom, the courier asked. The Meta's leader was their main target, as Vulcan believed he alone held his group together. If he died, the psychos would splinter and become manageable. Scared, Fortuna taunted him, putting her cell phone back into one of her armor's pockets. Frankly, I could do without Acid Rain, Ryan replied, being in no hurry to die to her again. Our powers interfere with one another. She can predict my shifts and counter them. Then Fortuna will stay with you, Vulcan declared. Wise choice. No matter how powerful she was, Acid Rain needed guns, knives, and weapons to kill, and Fortuna's cheat code of a superpower allowed her to neutralize them. And no sign of either yet, nor of any of the big guns, oddly. Why do I have to stay with that maniac? Fortuna complained as their fire genome set a building floor on fire with a well-placed fireball. Can't you send me with Greta? You will stay with Quicksave because I say so, brat. I'm older than you. Don't waste my patience, Fortuna. Clearing out the outskirts is already more exhausting than I expected, so I'm not in the mood to hear your whining. Clearly, Vulcan didn't think the battle would last for so long. The meta had a lot more foot soldiers than anticipated. Ryan briefly froze time and glanced over his cover to survey the situation. Much to his horror, a new, scrawny sniper had appeared inside the left building, rejoining two other men with what appeared to be an archaic rocket launcher. Rocket launcher to the left. Ryan shouted a warning as time resumed. How did the meta gang recruit so many mooks? On it, a voice echoed through the earplug. Mortimer suddenly phased through a wall behind the sniper nest in the left building, taking them by surprise. Mortimer was the only member of his hit squad who went into the field without armor, perhaps because it interfered with his power. From what Ryan had seen, the killer could phase through surfaces, from cinder block walls to the earthly ground. In any case, Mortimer slaughtered the mooks with a submachine gun, then phased through the ground within the blink of an eye. The man with the rocket launcher fell through a destroyed wall, falling on the ground below. 13. Mortimer gloated through the earplug. I'm leading. Not for long, Morty. Fortuna fired one bullet. Two snipers fell from the right building's roof. Ryan was about to participate in the kill contest when the reality of the situation hit him like a deer in a headlight. She killed 2 people with 1 bullet. She killed 2 people with 1 bullet. How did it work? Ryan asked. How did it work? I don't know, Fortuna replied with a shrug, amused by his confusion. The world simply bends to my whims. Ryan stopped time and spent the entire 10 seconds looking at the scene and trying to puzzle it out. Did the bullet bounce back on one sniper's skull and killed a second? When he realized he had no logical explanation, he turned toward Fortuna as time resumed. Can I cut off your foot? What? Why? Because if it's anything like a rabbit's, I want some of that sweet luck. As a matter of fact, go bleep yourself, you crazy homeless, you crazy homeless. Ryan looked on at her pitiful attempt at improvisation, shaking his head. You're such a disappointment. Fortuna let out an angry snarl, rose up from behind the car, and unleashed a volley of bullets at the defenders. When she emptied her magazine, the fighting suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Ryan peeked over the car, as did the rest of the Augusti. They only faced corpses with holes in their skull. 18, Fortuna declared, smoke coming out of her gun's barrel. I win. I call hacks, Mortimer complained. You cheat. Their group had probably killed 50 people in total and lost only 1 henchman, shot at the beginning of the firefight. Such was the gap between normal human beings and genomes. Stay here and secure the area until I give new instructions, Vulcan ordered. I'll be done in a minute. The Augusti spread over the perimeter, but Ryan didn't join them. Instead, he focused on what truly mattered to him, his Plymouth Fury. My car is all right. Ryan let out a sigh of blissful relief after he reviewed the engine and key parts. The protective alloys had held against the gunfire. I will have to repair the windows, but none of the vitals have been hit. The vitals, Vulcan mused through the intercom. Does your car have a heart on top of the brain? All cars have a heart, but not everyone can hear it. Poetic. Ryan heard an explosion on Vulcan's side and then nothing. She must have gone Michael B on her enemies. All right, all clear on my end. Cancel, Sparrow. Sarin and Gemini retreated. Sparrow replied, ever the professional. We have control over the main roads, and they're mighty sore losers about it, Mortimer said, his voice turning raspy as he cleared his throat. Look at the skies. Ryan did so, noticing acidic clouds spread above the junkyard and extending towards the outskirts. Acid rain. Thankfully for him, the clouds moved to the west, so she was Sparrow and Cancel's problem this time. They sent weaklings to delay us until they could mount a counterattack with their heavy hitters, Vulcan guessed. But I wonder how they recruited so much manpower to draw upon. I miscalculated. That's trash mobs for you, Ryan replied. The courier was quite optimistic, though. If the meta struggled to mount a defense, it meant the attack took them by surprise. He could always refine the plan in a future loop, make it into a blitzkrieg. I don't understand Adam's plan, Vulcan muttered. Now that we have control over the roads, he won't be able to resupply and will call in reinforcements. How does he expect to break the siege? He's a camper, Ryan said. It's not about winning, it's about getting off on our tears of frustration. Chief, I only see mountains of trash from my rookery, Mortimer said. It looks like they're shifting, though. Do we advance? Sparrow asked. We could take them in a pincer attack. Vulcan shot the idea down. I'll fly by and do some recon first. Hold the road, there's definitely something fishy going on. Given an official order to laze off, Ryan whistled to himself, waltzing through the battlefield with his gun. Mortimer stood on the left building's roof, watching the road like a hawk, while Fortuna had again begun to text on her phone. The courier checked the dead mook's weapons, in case he found one badass enough to add to his collection. As he examined the various firearms, Ryan couldn't help but notice the Dynamy's logo on quite a few. It made sense since the company was the main weapon manufacturer in the area, but suspicious. As for the archaic rocket launcher, the courier found it oddly familiar. As if someone had pointed it at him not so long ago. A doubt crossed the courier's mind as he turned the dead sniper's body on his back to get a good look at his face. His balding, familiar face. Polly, Ryan said, astonished. Who? Fortuna asked, looking away from her cell phone. A Rust Town mechanic, the courier replied. But that makes no sense, he hated the Meta gang. They must have press-ganged him into their service, the pompous woman replied, her voice softening. My condolences, you were close. Once I threatened to throw a plushie at him. Fortuna immediately returned to her texting and did her best to ignore Ryan's existence. What the? Vulcan's voice turned from surprised to panicked. All units retreat. What? Fortuna asked, putting her cell phone away. But we're winning. Retreat. They have Mechron tech. Ryan heard the sound of an explosion, both in the distance and through the earplug. Then, without warning, the atmosphere turned oppressive. Ryan couldn't quite put a word on it, but he felt no longer welcome in Rust Town. He sensed hundreds, thousands of invisible eyes gazing at him in judgment. The courier's body entered a fight-or-flight response, his muscles tensing in alarm. He had entered the den of a mighty predator and now had its full attention. The psychic attack seemed to spread among the Augusti, Fortuna dropping her phone and suddenly collapsing to her knees. A cloud of yellow energy flared around her body, an ethereal field surrounding her. An invisible force pushed it back inside the genome, compressing the halo. Immediately afterward, tremors shook the ground before escalating into a full-blown quake. Ryan struggled to stand on his feet as some of the henchmen tripped and the road broke up into large rifts. It's the land. Mortimer warned through the intercom. Before he could say more, the building he stood on collapsed due to the earthquake, the hitman phasing through the falling cinder blocks and vanishing amidst a cloud of dust. Ryan had learned about her during the attack's debriefing. That psycho could fuse with an area, melding her body into it and gaining psychic control over a certain territory. Add geokinesis on top of that, and you had a truly deadly combination. But apparently their intel had miscalculated her power's range. The tremors spread all over Rust Town, collapsing every building in sight in a catastrophic domino effect and blowing dust across the district. Fortuna shouted a warning as the buildings collapsed, debris raining on them. The Augusti ran in all directions, Ryan included, but some of the henchmen were soon buried alive under cinder blocks anyway. What's happening? Fortuna panicked as the golden cloud around her started getting thinner and thinner, threatening to disappear entirely. Debris that passed through the yellow aura miraculously missed the genome, but those that avoided it hit her armor just fine. I can't get hit. Fortuna panicked, finally getting the memo that her life was in danger. Nothing can hit me. Get into my car. Ryan shouted a warning, rushing to his Plymouth. Above, advanced rockets pierced through the pollution clouds, falling down upon them like a rain of arrows. Ryan counted dozens, if not hundreds of them. While the courier reached his car's hood, Fortuna's field short-circuited and she tripped on debris. Before Ryan could even react, she was buried beneath a rain of stone and dust. She would probably survive with her armor on, but she would need help to escape. Whatever invisible force had taken over the area, it interfered with her luck. Ryan stopped time and, to his immense relief, found that his power hadn't been affected. It must have been a case of yellow interfering with another yellow, instead of something as threatening as Cancel's negation. However, even as he fired bullets at the missiles in an attempt to detonate them before they hit the ground, Ryan could only do so much in 10 seconds. Most of the projectiles landed when time resumed, the courier thrown backward by a massive explosion. Everything went white and silent for a moment, Ryan taking several seconds to regain consciousness. The left half of his body burnt, the flesh seared to the bone and dust seeped inside his mask. We need reinforcements, Sparrow shouted through the intercom, Acid Rain's manic laughter echoing in the background. Vulcan, I'm trying. Vulcan snapped back, her voice almost covered by the noise of gunfire. Ryan, Fortuna, answer, damn it. Everywhere, Ryan could only see burning craters, corpses, and shattered stones. Clouds of smoke filled Rust Town's polluted skies, turning the area into a vision of hell. The bombardment had savaged the entire war zone. And worse, his car, his beloved car, was a smoking wreck. Not again. What did the Meta have against his Plymouth? As far as he could see, Ryan was the only survivor. The Augusti's men had been blasted into burning body parts, even the armored one. Mortimer may have survived if he had phased through the ground, but he didn't answer through the intercom. The courier heard explosions both west and east, the Meta launching a counterattack. Vulcan, Ryan called through the intercom but received no answer. Must I call Wyvern for help? He only received a static noise for an answer. Something interfered with their communications. And then, emerging from the ruins and towering over the debris, the source of the attack showed up to finish him off. It was a colossal dark blue machine, 12 meters long and 4 meters wide. 6 metal legs carried its body, while a scorpion-like tail flung at the back, the tip replaced with some kind of laser cannon. Missile launchers covered the Warmech's back, while 2 flamethrowers and turrets formed the head. Wire tentacles wriggled through small cracks in the shielding. A silver gear with a stylized M at the center was painted at the front, Mechron's symbol. The enormous mech was clearly one of his robots, repurposed by the Meta into a weapon platform. From the wire tentacles slipping through the cracks, Ryan guessed that Sishak piloted it from within, using his peculiar biology to hijack the machine's command centers. But the robot wasn't scavenged. It looked pristine and straight out of storage. Little Cesar. Sishak's voice came out of the warmatch, startling the courier. What a surprise. I come with a gift box, Ryan deadpanned, struggling against the pain. Where's Ghoul? The psycho replied, wires coming out of a thin crack in the mech's shielding while its cannon aimed at quicksave. What did you do with the body? I gave him to dogs to play fetch with. Sishak responded to the joke by opening fire, the cannon unleashing a massive crimson beam straight at the courier. Having outlived his car and seeing no point in continuing after such a slaughter, Ryan made a dramatic pose and embraced the light. It was May 8, 2020 for the 9th time. Ryan didn't remember and didn't care all that much. He guessed the previous loop hadn't been his perfect run in the end, and there was clearly still room to improve. Vulcan's attack had gone terribly wrong, and now he had to consider what to do about it. He also now knew where Len was, and how to contact her without owing a favor to either the Carnival or the Augusti, a connection he had overlooked and now seemed so obvious to him. The meta subverting Rust Town's denizens, and having one of Mechron Warmech in reserve, was cause for alarm. They also clearly had access to Dynamis-made weapons, and the supply of elixirs implied a connection of some sort between the two organizations. Wait, the meta that Ryan had captured in the previous loop said robots protected the bunker they wanted to access, machines powerful enough to fight a gang of psychos, and Mechron was infamous for his robot army. I've got a bad feeling about this, Ryan muttered to himself. The meta wrecked his car, killed him multiple times, and finally erased the loop when he had finally managed to confront Len. Now was the time for war. Region of Campania, Italy, December 2008. Julie Costa tended to her garden, hastening the growth of its wheat. As a green aura flowed through the plant, it bore purple yields full of nutrients. She had spent weeks tuning the exact ratio of protein, improving its resistance to cold, and increasing the plant's ability to remove pollutants from soil. Julie's green power activated whenever she touched a living being, allowing her to intuitively understand how their body functioned, down to the genetic level. She could make minor edits to the DNA, breed new species from a single parent. This special plant was only one of many experimental crops growing inside the farm. Wheat capable of thriving in a polluted area, maize absorbing ambient radioactivity. Her personal plot of land was a strange, colorful assembly of unique floral constructs. Although the sun had already set, light shone upon her, making the 30-year-old biologist stop in her tracks. Julie, a man's voice echoed above her, sounding like embers consuming wood. Still working at this hour. Hello, Leonard. Julie raised her head at the man flying 4 meters above her, a human-shaped figure of flames and blinding light. I could say the same for you. Even when he toned down the light his body produced, it was difficult to look at Leo Hargraves. His red elixir had given him the ability to turn into a living sun, transforming his human flesh into solar flames and giving him control over his own gravity. Leonard had once told her that he always suppressed most of his power, lest he incinerate entire cities with his mere presence. Unlike many genomes, the Carnival's leader always used his real name, believing it made him accountable and more trustworthy. It hadn't stopped people from giving him a nickname, though, one worthy of his overwhelming power: Leo the Living Sun. Unfortunately, the poor man burnt his clothes whenever he transformed. Unlimited power came with downsides. Is your husband here? Leonard asked her. I have news. He's putting Julia to bed, she replied. You're finally moving on. The fiery man nodded with a hint of regret, his presence attracting a few gazes. At this hour, most of the community was still awake. Farmers patrolled the walls, tended to the fields, or just played dice outside. The Costa family's farm included a large house, shacks, a barn, farmlands, and several pens for animals. 24 people lived on the property, mostly refugees which Julie and her husband had taken in after the Genome Wars started. Over time, the community had built wooden walls and fortifications around the property to deter attacks from bandits and marauders. In fact, one such attack was how Julie met Leonard in the first place. His carnival had slain a genome bandit leader terrorizing the region, then stuck around to make sure the local communities could sustain themselves. Her husband Bruno, a muscled, handsome man with black hair and blue eyes, emerged from the barn, smiling upon seeing Leonard. He had many knives around his belt, for his power allowed him to turn any blade so sharp that it could cut through anything. Wood, steel, diamond, nothing could resist him. When they heard about his power, most people believed Bruno was some kind of badass killer, but they couldn't be farther from the truth. Julie's husband was the sweetest, most wholesome person on earth, and the only living beings he had used his gift on were cattle. It was that kindness that made her fall in love with him in the first place. Julie had moved to Campania in 2002 to investigate the high number of cancers in the region for her PhD thesis. She had interviewed Bruno as part of her research, and what had started as an academic project had transformed into a happy marriage. And then last Easter happened. That wonderbox Julie still didn't understand why her family had been selected to receive one. Why did a couple in the middle of nowhere receive elixirs? Why did that alchemist maniac even distribute something so dangerous? Before she knew it, Julie's world had been turned upside down. A madman had devastated Salerno in a power-fueled rampage. A totalitarian genome dictator called Mecron had taken over Central Europe, and all of Italy had been carpet-bombed back to the Stone Age. Since the family farm was located away from population centers, it had been spared from the destruction. Bruno had decided to hole up there, waiting until the dust settled. It never did. Bruno, Julie, it's been a pleasure, Leonard said, but unfortunately the day has come for the carnival to relocate, so it's finally time, Bruno said, clearly saddened. It has only been 2 months, but to me, you're part of the landscape now. Maybe one day, once peace returns, I will build myself a house nearby. Although she couldn't see his face through the flames, Julie was convinced Leonard was grinning ear to ear. Campania is such a beautiful region. It was. Even the rampant chaos couldn't change that. So this is goodbye, not farewell, Julie said with optimism. You're always welcome among us, Bruno said. Giulia will be the saddest. She calls you Uncle Leo now, you know. When will Uncle Leo come? Julie mimicked her daughter with a chuckle. Uncle Leo is best uncle, Leonard laughed in response. Stop, you're making me want to stay so much, he said before sighing. I promise I will return for her birthday. I will hold you onto that, Julie replied. Your daughter is the future in more ways than one, Leo said. We must fight so that our children may grow up happy, no matter the burdens they will bear. Yes, the burden of powers. Bruno and Julie had conceived their daughter soon after they each took their elixir. Their little girl hadn't manifested powers yet, but she already showed signs of secondary genome mutations. Resistance to sickness and toxins, hardened organs, accelerated healing, a second-generation genome. Julie suspected it had been the alchemist's goal all along, to foster a new race of superhumans capable of breeding a species that would soon replace the Homo sapiens, until the old humanity vanished like the Neanderthals. There's a new organization making waves in Calabria, Leo said. I thought you should know. Doesn't the Ndrangheta control the area? Bruno asked. The Calabrian mafia had taken over the region after some of their members received elixirs, overpowering the local authorities. They did, Leo replied. They have been wiped out. Wiped out, Bruno frowned, as in. Wiped out men, women, and children. Leo crossed his blazing arms. The responsible party is apparently an offshoot of the Camorra, but 10 times deadlier. It wants to unite the mafia families under one banner, and if met with resistance, its genomes leave no survivors. It has made it very difficult to track their members, and the communities they subvert won't even speak to outsiders. Will you fight these people? Julie asked him, worried. Calabria wasn't very far from Campania. The mighty red genome shook his head. Pythia wants us to move north and fight Mecron. She has seen him develop orbital weapons in a few years, with catastrophic consequences down the line. And a new psycho in France, Manic Plague, is a living pandemic whose danger grows exponentially the longer she remains active. As Julie feared, there were simply so many dangerous genomes around. Some of them were existential threats to mankind as a whole, and Leo's carnival couldn't be everywhere. Even now, Mecron, genome warlords, and the remnants of the pre-bombing military fought for control over the wasteland they had created. The Genome Wars, people called it. The fighting was way worse north of Italy, but it didn't mean the south was safe. With the collapse of civilization, mankind had embraced both its worst and better instincts. Marauders, psychos, and bandits roamed the countryside, but Bruno had welcomed many refugees inside the farm, and they had formed a stable community. One that hopefully would help the world heal. We'll be careful, Bruno promised, putting a hand around Julie's waist. Please do, Leo said, giving them a final nod. Kiss Giulia for me. And so Leonard Hargraves flew away, moving across the night sky at a fighter jet speed. He never was one for long speeches. Bruno held his wife in his arms. I'll miss him. Me too, Julie said. The region felt safe with the carnival nearby. Even while their community and neighborhoods could defend themselves, nobody dared pick a fight with a freaking sun. But so many people need his help, far more than we do. Her husband nodded, glancing at the crops. They're ready? Yes, she said. Once I would have said introducing new species into the ecosystem is a terrible idea, but I would rather have purple maize than glowing corn, Bruno chuckled, Julie shaking her head at his lame joke. He kissed her on the lips. I love you too. Times may be hard, but they would beat them. They spent a few minutes making out until someone dared interrupt them. It was Benny, one of the guards, the only farmer taller than Bruno, who never went anywhere without his trusty shotgun. Sorry, Chief, he apologized, but I gotta stop you before you move past second base. Bruno laughed, breaking the embrace with his wife. What is it? We have a visitor, a lone traveler who asks for hospitality. At this hour, Julie frowned. It often happened, but few people dared travel at night nowadays. What kind of traveler? Bruno asked. Clearly a genome, all shiny and chrome, Benny replied. It had to be to travel alone at night through unsafe roads. He says he comes bearing gifts and he brings a horse full of supplies, fuel, weapons, food. It wasn't the first time another community sent a trader to the Costa farm. More often than not, they exchanged food for scavenged tools. Unfortunately, some traders were marauders in disguise, scouting a community for a future attack. Once the farm let everyone in, but after an incident cost them 3 people, the group had grown far more careful. "We can't let him in," Julie told Bruno. "I'm sorry, but..." "We can offer him food and water, but no roof," Bruno told Benny. "That's the thing, he says he will just give gifts and then leave," Benny replied. "But he wants to talk with you personally, Bruno." "Me? Yeah, he has heard of your power and is curious to see it in action. Apparently he researches superpowers and he's curious to see if you can really cut anything." That was odd. Julie exchanged a worried glance with her husband, who was clearly suspicious. "How many people are awake?" Bruno asked Benny. "Pierrot, Donna, Alice, and Luca keep their weapons aimed at his pretty head," the man replied, putting his shotgun's barrel on his shoulder. "I told the others to ready their guns just in case." "Okay, I will meet him. Hopefully it's just paranoia talking." Bruno put a hand on Benny's shoulder. "I entrust my wife to you, my friend." "Why, yes, sure." Benny instantly tensed, taking this seriously. "Don't joke about this," Julie lightly scolded her husband, but he waved her hand before moving towards the camp's main gates. She looked at Benny, who fidgeted awkwardly. "Sorry, ma'am, I'm not good at casual conversation." "Benny, stop calling me that," Julie said, exasperated. "You've been there for 3 years. I believe we could talk on a first-name basis. And I will still call you ma'am until Giulia is old enough to take over." The biochemist shook her head before returning to her garden. With nukes and plagues having devastated the western coast, Julie hoped to introduce these new species to fight against environmental pollution. According to her projections, it would take only 5 years to purify Italy's air and soil back to their pre-apocalypse level, and 10 to undo the degradations caused by humanity's industrial activities. In time, all of Earth would become a garden. "I'll never get used to it," Benny said, as he watched her use her power on the wheat. "I'm not religious, but it makes me wonder if a god does exist." "That wasn't an act of God," Julie replied. She heard booming thunder, briefly wondering if a storm approached, but the skies were clear, cloudless. Odd, just an experiment from a brilliant but twisted mind. She couldn't explain it any other way. God wouldn't be so cruel as to create monsters like Mecron and unleash them on the world. And suddenly, lightning hit the farm. A crimson flash of light filled Julie's vision, as if thunder had struck the earth right in front of her. She heard a powerful boom, coming straight from the entrance while the farm trembled. She turned around, and when her vision returned to normal, there was a burning hole where the farm's main gates once stood. "Bruno," Julie immediately panicked, rushing towards the entrance before Benny could stop her. The farm's alarm system activated, signaling an attack while smoke spread in all directions. When Julie moved close enough, she was welcomed with a scene of horror, and Bruno was among them, both parts of him. A bolt had thrown her husband through the gates, tearing him in half below the waist. Julie let out a wail of horror as the farm descended into utter chaos. Guards rushed towards the breach with weapons, while non-combatants fled into the house. Crimson lightning surged from the smoke, dividing and bending around corners. The bolts slaughtered everyone in their path, incinerating hearts or detonating skulls before spreading from one person to the next. Julie watched 8 people she had known for years die in an instant. Another, mightier bolt hit the farm's main house, shattering walls and setting the whole place on fire. "We have to evacuate, ma'am," Benny shouted, grabbing her by the arm. "Giulia," Julie panicked. "Giulia is in the barn." An ivory statue emerged from the darkness and the smoke, confidently striding into the property. Its eyes radiated a crimson glow, its gaze blasting anyone it saw with lightning bolts. For a second, Julie thought it was Zeus himself, having descended from the heavens. For this man, this genome held a striking resemblance to the ancient deity. It was a tall, muscled figure pushing near 2 meters in height, with a long beard and a golden laurel crown atop his combed hair. He seemed in his middle age, combining the confidence of old age with the strength of a mature man. The intruder's entire body was an ivory statue. His hair, his flesh, even his eyes were an unnatural shade of white. Only his ancient toga, sandals, and laurel crown were made of normal materials. Perhaps his body had been transformed into an alien alloy, perhaps it was a stasis effect, freezing his body in space and time. Whatever the case, he kept his hands folded behind his back, like a conqueror overseeing his new territory. And then he noticed Julie. Benny immediately moved in front of her, shielding her with his body while he raised his gun. "Behind me, ma'am," the ivory man appraised the two with an amused look. It reminded Julie of a vulture glancing upon a dying camel of a killer toying with his victim before delivering the coup de grace. "Ms. Costa," he asked upon noticing Julie. His voice was deep and radiated authority. "Who the hell are you?" Benny snarled angrily. "Jupiter Augustus," the man answered. "You dare call yourself after a god?" Benny shouted, charging at the genome with his shotgun and opening fire at point-blank range. A volley from his firearm would have torn a normal man apart. Instead, the bullets hit the chest and flattened out on impact. No, of course not. The ivory man backhanded Benny with his left hand. The fingers went through Benny's body like an iron sword through paper, his flesh and bones turning as brittle as dirt upon impact. The backhand tore off the skull from the body and sent both flying to the side, killing the farmer in one blow. I am one. Julie froze in horror at the bloody scene. The biochemist had grown somewhat used to the sight of blood and violence, but she had never seen such casual brutality. That man had murdered her friend with the same care as one swatting a fly, and now that psychopath stared at her. Lightning manipulation and some form of super strength. Two powers at once. A psycho. No, not a psycho. In spite of his egotistic boasting, Julie saw no hint of madness in that vicious man's eyes, no craving for the blood of other genomes. She only saw sneering arrogance and a cold-blooded disregard for human life. Kneel, he ordered. Instead, possessed by vengeful anger, Julie rushed at this vile man and slammed her left hand against his cheek. He made no move to stop her, allowing her to activate her power. Although she had never used her power offensively, she would make an exception for this monster. She would cause his DNA to break down, destroy his organs, make him pay. Nothing, no feedback, that thing ignored her power. Didn't even register him as alive. That was no request, the man said, raising his hand in a karate chop, aiming for her left shoulder. Before Julie knew what hit her, his hand cut through her body like butter, the blow severing her arm and tossing her to her knees. A pain more terrible than anything she had ever experienced raced through her nerves, as a shower of blood flowed out of her veins. She let out a wail of agony, her body growing numb and cold. Saddening, the monster said, although there was no regret in his voice. If you had known proper etiquette, I might have let you live. I take no pleasure in killing one of the chosen ones, especially a young widow. Why, Julie asked, struggling against the pain and shock. Did you want to take the crops for yourself? The crops? Augustus glanced at her garden, an eyebrow raised. What about them? He didn't know. Then why? Answer me, the murderer ordered Julie without bothering to look at her. In his eyes, she was already dead. Julie's thoughts suddenly turned to Julia, sleeping. If she distracted that monster, perhaps she could get away. They can survive in toxic and radioactive environments. They can feed everyone. Help us save everyone you have. Crops that can feed everyone. He gazed at the garden with sudden interest. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth, if the crops could endure then. You have been lied to, Augustus taunted her with a soft voice, his eyes shining with electricity. The meek will not inherit anything. He blasted the garden with a crimson lightning bolt, setting it ablaze. The wheat, the maize, all the genetically enhanced crops Julie had spent years cultivating, all that work turned to ashes in an instant. After the horror of watching her husband burn alive, Julie thought she wouldn't scream again, but she did. She shrieked in despair as the very seed of hope went down in flames. The future came to me in these elixirs, the ivory man said, lost in his thoughts. Where the unchosen could not stand the power, I alone wielded it to its fullest potential. Such was the proof of the high esteem that fate had for my family that we were destined to rule the earth and the new humanity, once this trial had weeded out the unworthy. He finally deigned to look down on Julie, his towering body casting her in his dreadful shadow. If you ask me, Augustus said with a soft, serene tone, this planet hasn't been nuked enough. Why? Julie asked, pleaded for an answer, struggling against the blood loss and utter despair. What have we done to you? The ivory man smiled to himself, finding something funny in the question, yet he answered her request. There was once a fox that could never be caught, so a king sent after him a dog destined to always catch its prey. Jupiter, seeing the paradox, removed both animals from the world and turned them into constellations. What are you? That is the why, Augustus replied, glancing at her dead husband with satisfaction. That was me, removing a paradox from the world. An unstoppable force cannot coexist with an immovable object. An invulnerable man couldn't stand a blade capable of cutting anything. This brutal, cruel monster had murdered her husband, a kind man who had never harmed another human because he might one day become a threat. You fear? Julie glared at him. You fear death so much. Augustus' eyes flared with prideful anger, and he raised both his hands above Julie's head, clenching them into fists. His face was no longer one of false divine serenity, but hellish, demonic fury. He brought his fists down like a hammer on Julie's skull, and all went dark. Augustus spent the next minute scouring the farm in search of survivors. The Costa woman's blood dripped from his hands, tainting his ivory skin red. Anyone he found, he slew with lightning bolts, men and women alike. He had learned this lesson from his days among the Camorra. Leave nobody alive to pursue a vendetta against your own blood. No man, no problems. Besides, he spent enough resources developing a good reputation. No need to let anyone complicate the narrative with troubling tales. The genome didn't particularly take pleasure in this. He was simply protecting his family from future retaliations. Augustus might be invulnerable as far as he knew, but his kin weren't. Even if they had each taken an elixir, they could die. As the Augusti clan's patriarch, the future emperor of Italy saw no point in taking risks, but he didn't regret that massacre either. The very idea of this community filled him with revulsion. Genomes existed to rule over old humanity, not serve it. The apocalypse was a trial for all of mankind, a great cleansing meant to remove the corruption, the laxity and self-entitlement that had poisoned Europe for so long. To feed everyone would be to coddle humans, to prevent them from rising to the challenge. Genomes had been chosen to rule the new world, like the gods once guided humanity from Mount Olympus. Among the mundanes, only those who proved themselves worthy through skill and service would be elevated. Only the best would receive an elixir and be made. The rest would live to serve and offer tribute. Life should be earned, not given. A pity that woman couldn't see that simple truth. Once he had cleaned the surface of life, Augustus moved to the barns, ignoring the cows and the sheep. The place must have stunk, but the genome hadn't smelled anything since he consumed his 2 elixirs. Neither did he need to breathe, eat, or drink. He felt no taste or tactile sensations, to the point his beloved wife's embrace gave him no pleasure anymore. Even his hair and beard hadn't moved since that day. Such was the burden of invulnerability. It protected the genome even from other elixirs, preventing him from consuming a third, but Augustus could live with it. The heavens had smiled on him enough, and they abhorred greed. Once, the people of Italy had built the greatest, most prosperous empire the earth had ever known, and it was Augustus' destiny to raise them back to glory. Guided by his power, the genome found a hidden trapdoor at the back, tearing it off with his bare hands. As he did so, he noticed a tiny speck of the Costa woman's brain matter stuck to his impermeable skin. Augustus wiped it away dismissively, though it would take a dedicated cleaning to remove the blood. He stepped down a wooden stair, entering an underground basement below the barn. Most of the floor seemed to be bedrooms, to host the vulnerable members of the community away from sight. Smart choice in these troubled times. Augustus ignored the empty rooms, stopping in front of the only occupied one, the place where the last survivor hid. Slowly, the warlord opened the door and entered a small children's bedroom. Since there was no light, Augustus activated a light bulb with a jolt of lightning, casting light upon the room. Its walls were painted blue, and a tiny shape cowered beneath the bed sheet. "I see you, child. I know you aren't sleeping." Augustus could sense electricity in all its forms. Though he could not manipulate weak currents, he could easily detect the presence of living beings. The energy flowing through their nerves gave their presence away. The child, a little girl no older than 3, peeked over her sheet, terrified by this strange man moving inside her bedroom. Her eyes were oceanic blue, her hair brown. Augustus appraised the child, recognizing the facial features from his previous victims. Mercury had warned him that the Costa couple had a daughter, though the warlord hadn't expected her to be so young. "Shush," Augustus said, sitting on the bed. "Did your parents have powers when they conceived you?" The girl said nothing, too intimidated to make a sound. But as Augustus examined the odd currents flowing through her body, so different from a normal human, he identified her as a genome, a second-generation chosen. "If there is even a small chance that you inherited your father's power," Augustus said, kindly stroking her hair, "then I cannot let you live." The girl began to cry as the genome put his hand around her mouth to silence her. It would be quick. He would simply fry her alive with lightning or snap her neck. An instant, merciful death. If she survived, she would surely try to do her duty and avenge her parents. Better to kill her now before she became a problem. And yet, as he looked into these blue eyes, the mobster couldn't help but feel a hint of shame. Such an alien feeling had no place within him, yet he couldn't expunge it. "You remind me of my daughter," Augustus admitted as tears rained down the child's cheeks. "She has the same eyes as yours." Augustus had no scruples murdering a child, just not his own. And when that girl looked at him, it felt as if he was about to strangle his own blood. Even covering her eyes with his hand didn't ease his mind. Come to think of it, his lieutenant and good friend Mars had told him about a certain problem recently, an issue this child could solve easily enough. Perhaps this was a sign from the heavens. Gods were cruel, but they could also show mercy. "I won't kill you." Augustus gently carried the crying whelp up the stairs, his hands still red with her mother's blood. Something better comes to mind. After attacking Ghoul with his car in all his previous restarts, Ryan thought it had grown a little stale. So this time he hit the Psycho with a truck instead. Ryan couldn't find a Japanese one, but the one he borrowed did the job, crashing through the walls and tossing Ghoul against the counter. The courier climbed down from the vehicle, carrying a black cane he had purchased at a shop down the street. "Ghoul, there are a few things I can't tolerate. The mass murder. I've seen worse. The child abductions. Now it gets my blood boiling, trashing my car thrice." Ryan shook his head. "I can't let that slide, Ghoul." As it turned out, a truck did a lot more damage than a Plymouth Fury. Some of Ghoul's bones had broken upon impact, and he struggled to get back up. "Who the hell are you? You see this?" Ryan pointed at his hat. "This is my normal magician's hat, the happy hat." He tossed it away and showed Ghoul a new black bowler hat. "This is the war hat." Ryan put it on and suddenly looked far more intimidating. You know me, Ghoul. I'm a model of mental stability and composure. I'm well adjusted. But now that I'm wearing my war hat, oh boy, no more Mr. Nice Guy. I will do great and terrible things today. It's going to be terrific. What are you? Ryan hit Ghoul's knee with his cane, causing the broken psycho to fall helplessly on the ground. Bartender, a Moloko plus. The courier ordered the frightened Renesco before kicking Ghoul while he was down. It's going to sharpen me up for a wild night of mindless property damage, because this restart was going to be an espresso. Short, but intense. After paying off the private security, Ryan moved to Rust Town and stopped his car in front of Polly's place. Ghoul's head and torso were on the backseat, the courier having tossed the rest in a dumpster. As it turned out, the psycho had great difficulties channeling his ice power without his arms and lower parts. Or maybe it was learned helplessness at work. I have something to confess, Ryan said, looking at his captive in the rear-view mirror. I've been feeling down lately. The stuff with Len really weighed on my mind, and I still have a lot of work ahead to make up with her. I was aimless, with no main quest or distraction, nor any clear path ahead. I had no distraction to fend off the boredom and existential dread. The helpless skeleton looked at him with a mix of abject terror and confusion. But now I'm rested, Ryan said, turning his head to look at the skeleton dead in the eyes. I'm pumped. I'm on top of my game again, and I've got a new main quest. To give your whole gang a wedgie they will never forget. What are you going to do to me? The psycho asked, more and more frightened the longer he listened. We're going on a trip to Hapaland, my droog. Ryan grabbed Ghoul's skull, bringing him close to his own face. Hapaland, somebody help, Ghoul shouted as loud as he could. Somebody save me, but nobody came. Ryan stepped out of the car, wielding his cane, and waltzed into Polly's place. Since it was the loop's first day, the meta gang hadn't pressed the shopkeeper into service yet. He raised his eyes at Quicksave, his gaze turning into a glare upon recognizing him. Hey, Polly, my old friend. Ryan announced his unforgettable presence. It's me, Quicksave, you? The shopkeeper raised his archaic rocket launcher at his future client's face. You dare show your face here? Yes, I know we had our differences, but ooh boys, Polly, do I have a deal for you. Ryan slammed the ground with the tip of his cane. How much for that facehugger missile? As it turned out, when Polly learned what Ryan had planned, he gave away the rocket launcher for free. It took 30 minutes for the courier to prepare. It wasn't the first time he did a suicide run, so it was a well-oiled routine, but he only tried that kind of stunt when he didn't risk facing a genome capable of permanently killing him. While Sishak was dangerous, the courier was confident he could take the maniac out or kill himself before being brainjacked. From the intelligence he had gathered over the previous restarts, the meta didn't have anyone else capable of threatening future loops. As far as Ryan knew, the circumstances were right, especially if he could take out Acid Rain early. Since the meta had struggled to organize a counterattack when 300-foot soldiers had invaded their territory, then logically, they shouldn't expect a lone wolf. After all, who would be mad enough to attack them head-on with no backup and no chance of survival? Don't tell anyone, Ryan said, driving straight for the junkyard with his trench coat closed to hide the surprise underneath. The rocket launcher waited on the seat next to him, alongside 2 submachine guns, and the courier had put the Fisty Brothers gauntlets on his hands. But I'm immortal. Chained to the car hood, Ghoul let out a shriek of horror as the courier drove through the streets of Rust Town at full speed. Besides avenging the 3 times the meta trashed his Carno score was too small to settle, Ryan thought they simply deserved to be wiped out. They kidnapped children, including orphans under Len's distant care, enslaved civilians, murdered people without provocation, and just made the world a worse place to live in. While neither Dynames nor the Augusti were perfect, some of their members were good people. The courier couldn't say the same for the meta. It was the last loop that settled it. These psychos were simply too dangerous to be left alone, and Ryan needed to check on that famous bunker for himself. Stealth was a lost cause, from what Shroud had told him, and the meta gang would quickly organize a defense if a large group moved into their territory. A lone wolf suicide attack, fast and unpredictable, seemed more likely to succeed in gathering intelligence. As he approached the junkyard, Ryan briefly raised his mask to consume red pills. They were doses of Rampage, a genius-designed, combat-enhancing drug. It boosted pain tolerance, reaction time, accelerated the production of adrenaline, and hastened the metabolism for 4 hours. It was powerful enough to affect even genomes. Well, afterward the drug made the user vomit for days and increased the risk of strokes, which was why Ryan never took it during normal runs. Thankfully, that wouldn't be a problem for this one. After passing the dilapidated neighborhood without being interrupted, Ryan finally came into view of the junkyard. Stacks of cars, piles of trash, and cranes overshadowed a 3 meters tall fence topped with barbed wires. The metallic items seemed organized into hills of various sizes, with the biggest one at the center. 2 psychos protected the entry point in the fence. One was some kind of humanoid lizard, 2 meters tall, with scales of various colors. The other was a pale woman, whose whole body, from her long hair to her creased face, were as white as milk. Her shadow, however, was that of a monstrous demonic creature. Ryan identified the woman as Gemini but didn't recognize Lizard Boy. "Ghoul," Lizard Boy shouted upon seeing the car approach, his yellow, reptilian eyes widening upon realization. In response, Ryan screamed like a berserker and accelerated. Valhalla. Gemini instantly disappeared in a flash of light, but Lizard Boy wasn't so quick. Ryan ran him over, the body letting out a thump as it went flying against the fence nearby, his body jolting from an electrical current. Ryan drove inside a labyrinth of trash walls with forking twists and turns. Rampage drugs started taking effect, accelerating his heartbeat, sharpening his senses. He quickly crossed paths with a few psychos scavenging the area, Mongrel among them. The mutant raised his head in shock upon seeing him approach, his teeth sunk inside the carcass of a large rat. Ryan opened the car's window, grabbed a submachine gun, and fired at anyone in his path. The fastest meta members dived to the ground to dodge a hail of gunfire, but Mongrel took a full volley to the face for his trouble, collapsing on his back. "I thought life was meaningless, but I was wrong," Ryan shouted to Ghoul. "It's your suffering. Causing you pain is my reason to live." As he drove through the labyrinth in search of the bunker's entrance, Ryan heard the sound of bells echo through the junkyard. Someone had sounded the alarm. Immediately afterward, he sensed an invisible pressure weighing on his shoulders. The same effect as during the last loop, before everything went to hell. The feeling of someone judging him, the land, so that settled it. The meta used their new recruit as a censor, but as Ryan had guessed, it wasn't a perfect spying method. He doubted anyone could oversee an area as vast as Rust Town and pay attention to every single detail. It clicked during the visit to Polly's place. Mosquito ambushed him the last time Ryan went there, but no welcome committee had interrupted the courier today. This implied that since Ghoul was nearby, the censor didn't pay much mind to the Plymouth Fury. She must have mistaken the situation for a return trip, especially since Bone Daddy had gone on an assassination mission hours before. The trash walls started to tremble and rain debris on the Plymouth Fury, though Ryan dodged them with driving skills honed over countless loops. The courier guessed the land couldn't cause an earthquake inside their HQ, and her geokinesis didn't seem very precise. However, acid clouds had started to appear in the skies. Ryan had expected something like this. Considering her power, acid rain was only effective in an open space, and thus would be assigned to defend the surface. Moving towards the center, Ryan tossed grenades behind him, causing trash piles to fall and condemn the roads behind him. Eventually, after a wild ride, the courier finally reached a 20-meter-tall tower made of rusted cars, debris, and domestic items like washing machines. As he had thought, the base of the landmark had been dug up, revealing a tunnel leading down below the earth. Mosquito and Acid Rain guarded the entrance, the psychotic woman already drawing 2 knives. Instead of paying attention to her, Ryan focused on Mosquito. Having emptied the submachine gun, he tossed it through the window, then drove straight at the insectoid monster. Mosquito looked up, saw death approaching, and extended his wings. But while he may have the appearance of a genuine bloodsucker, he couldn't move faster than a car racing at 240 kph. Ryan grabbed the rocket launcher, opened the door, and then jumped out before the collision. Ghoul let out a final scream as the Plymouth Fury hit Mosquito head-on before he could fly away. Squash. Mosquito perished the way of his kind, stuck to a windshield. The Plymouth Fury finished its course inside the trash tower, sending pieces of Ghoul flying in all directions. Ryan himself had managed to roll over the ground, but the collision with the ground had torn some of his trench coat. A normal human would have had their skin torn off, but for a genome, the wounds were superficial. "I'm sorry," Ryan apologized to his car as he rose back to his feet, the Plymouth Fury buried alongside Mosquito's remains under a pile of debris. "I will make it up to you later, you teasing thief." Acid Rain shrieked, charging at him with astonishing dexterity, knives raised. Toxic raindrops already fell on the ground, eating at Ryan's hat. "I'll tear you apart. Duty, honor, courage." Ryan pointed the rocket launcher at her pretty face and pressed the trigger. SCMPERFI. A missile with a smiley face painted on it flew straight at Acid Rain, who teleported atop a wall of cars. The rocket switched directions and pursued the psycho. Acid Rain immediately teleported to another trash wall, only for the facehugger missile to chase after her with relentless, implacable ferocity. Ryan rejoiced at the sight. He had had the idea when Polly warned him his facehugger missile could track him down in a previous loop, even if he could stop time. Acid Rain wasn't so different from Quicksave as a fighter, except she moved through space instead of frozen time. The missile would keep tracking her until it either caught the psycho or ran out of fuel, which could take minutes. By then, Ryan would hopefully be in the bunker, the absence of rainfall negating Acid Rain's power. Still, Ryan hurriedly rushed towards the tunnel before the acid rain could turn into a downpour. He tossed the rocket launcher away before bringing out his coil gun and Desert Eagle from under his coat, wielding one in each hand. He descended into the tunnel, fires spreading in the labyrinth behind him. He didn't know how long it would take for the psychos outside to clear the way after he had collapsed some of the trash walls, but he might find himself surrounded anytime soon. He had to keep the initiative and adopt an all-offense strategy. When Ryan had advanced far enough, though, the earth walls around him trembled. The land must have figured out his intentions and tried to block the entrance by collapsing it. If she hesitated so long about doing so, it meant a lot of her teammates were inside and risked being trapped as well. Just what I was looking for, the courier said, victims. Rushing against the clock, Ryan quickly arrived in front of an opened blast door with Mecron's symbol on it. The thick steel construct probably weighed more than 24 tons and wouldn't disgrace the Cheyenne Mountain bunker. The meta had clearly forcefully opened it with a laser weapon of some kind, removing the joints and putting the gate next to the entrance. A pack of 4 Dynamese drones protected the area, immediately charging at Ryan with their weapons raised. The genome stopped time and shot each of them with the coil gun, the electromagnetic projectiles piercing through their metal shells. When time resumed, the various machines crumbled into scrap and screws. Ryan loved to challenge himself, but sometimes it was relaxing to play life on easy mode. The courier rushed past the blast door before the tunnel collapsed behind him, entering a long metal corridor. The second he walked inside, the invisible pressure vanished. For whatever reason, the land's power didn't carry inside the vault. She probably needed dirt or earth to serve as a relay for her sensory abilities. He briefly tested his time stop, just in case a power negation effect covered the bunker, but thankfully his ability worked perfectly. Reinforced glass windows on both sides of the path allowed Ryan to peek inside underground hangars below the junkyard. The one on the left held the mecha which Sishak piloted in the previous loop, waiting on top of a platform. Ryan noticed a closed door embedded in the ceiling, perhaps to allow the robot to quickly move the surface. The hangar on his right, meanwhile, housed some kind of sci-fi submarine, halfway submerged inside a large pool probably leading into the sea. Like its brethren, Mecron's symbol was painted on the back. Normal humans whom Ryan assumed were engineers worked on both of the vehicles. So they had already unearthed these mechs prior to the courier's arrival to New Rome. That made his plans for a blitzkrieg much more complicated. The meta had forcefully opened each gate on the path and didn't bother to close them afterward. The distance also muffled sound from outside, so Ryan simply walked in the room at the end of the corridor without anyone bothering him. He eventually entered some kind of atrium, which the meta had repurposed into a recreational area. Well lit, the room included an assortment of pastimes, such as a pool table, a bar stand, and Street Fighter's arcade game. Considering the number of doors on each side, it seemed to be some kind of hub room. He also noticed an elevator on the other end of the atrium, leading to levels below. A group of psychos, Saren included, were in the room. Hazmat Girl was currently wielding a cue stick and sending a ball into a hole, much to her fellow mutants' frustration. Hey, what was the cause of the racket out? Saren asked as she raised her head from the pool table, trailing off as she didn't recognize Ryan, sighed. Ryan raised his guns. Do you have a boyfriend? Hazmat Girl looked at him in confusion. Who are yo? Don't break my heart like that. Ryan shot her in the chest with his Desert Eagle, the impact propelling her backward. I'm a sensitive soul. And then the courier opened fire on the surprised psychos while laughing like a maniac. For the meta, the survival horror had only started. Ryan counted 6 future victims in the atrium as he opened fire, Saren included. Some took cover while others immediately charged at him. All were psychos and soon they would be dead. One was a featureless woman made of black ink with a rather sexy silhouette. Bullets phased through her easily, although the attack's savagery had briefly stunned her. Another was a deathly pale guy without any hair, wearing only black pants while looking sickly. He had the muscles of an Olympic swimmer. Unlike his fellows, he didn't take cover, instead dodging the bullets with supernatural reflexes. The 4th psycho in the room was a humanoid in a suit without any facial features, not even ears or eyes, and the 5th a humanoid jaguar hybrid. Unlike his kindred, that furry took a few bullets to the chest but survived them. As for the tentacled psycho behind the bar, no, not tentacled. On a closer look, what Ryan mistook for tentacles turned out to be translucent arms of crimson energy. The courier counted dozens of them, lifting a disembodied woman's head with Asian features and long black hair above the ground. Her name was probably Fuckface or something. Miss Chernobyl, I once told you that no matter what, I wouldn't take you seriously, Ryan said, shooting Saren again before she could recover and blowing more holes in her suit. Due to her overwhelming offensive power, he had to take her out first. Guess what? I still don't. Saren, who the hell is this guy? The ink woman asked, her body turning from black to crimson while she charged at Ryan. It briefly reminded the courier of Bloodstream, much to his displeasure. Your ex, I don't know all right. Saren protested while crawling on the ground towards the closest door, toxic fumes flowing out of the holes Ryan shot in her suit. The gas ate away at the metal walls of the bunker, rusting them. I'm leaking. You can turn to ink and change your color. Ryan asked the ink woman. What's your name, Inky Winky? Ink machine, the woman replied with a hint of wounded pride, turning her hands into axes and attempting to behead the courier with them. I guess you weren't good enough to call yourself Murder Machine, Ryan taunted her, stopping time for 3 seconds to sidestep out of her way. Considering her power, his bullets wouldn't do anything to her, so he decided to focus on the others first. Surprise wouldn't last forever. A teleporter, someone screamed as time resumed. Incognito, go down and call Frank, we'll make that faggot sleep in the dirt. Fuckface opened her mouth and spat a stream of fire at Ryan. The courier dodged, the attack hitting a wall and starting an isolated bonfire. It's an enclosed space, you stupid whore. Pale Guy snarled, grabbing numbered pool balls and tossing them at Ryan with deadly accuracy. The meta may work together, but clearly they had no teamwork nor respect for one another. Stopping time for 5 seconds yet again to avoid the projectiles, Ryan took the opportunity to stomp on Saren and then cut off her retreat. Seeing the faceless man in a suit, Incognito, run towards the elevator, the courier shot him from behind with skill honed over countless restarts right as time unfroze. 4 bullets, 2 from the coil gun, hit his skull and chest from behind, the corpse collapsing to the ground. Critical hit. However, the courier ran out of projectiles for his guns, forcing him to toss them aside. Fuckface snarled and flew in his direction, her telekinetic crimson arms lunging for his neck while Inky Winky flanked him. Ryan opened his trench coat, revealing the explosive belt around his chest, and not the kid-friendly kind most madmen used, the adult-only stuff. Nagasaki, he shouted, rushing at the flying head like a bull towards a cow in heat. Fuckface immediately stopped her attack and backed off in fear, leaving her open for attack. Ryan gave her the full fisty facial experience. The gauntlet sent her crash against a wall, the crimson arms popping out of existence along with her consciousness. Just kidding, Ryan taunted her. I have to say the safe word first. But he was having so much fun. It was way too soon to end it with a blast. It's not teleportation, Pale Guy said, throwing more pool balls at Ryan's head with incredible skill. Even with his enhanced sense of timing, the courier needed short bursts of time stop to avoid headshots. Neither did Inky Winky make his life easy, harassing him with her axe hands. He's messing with our perception, paralyzing us. My power can't see him clearly. A blue then, Inky Winky replied, turning her head at the Jaguar man. Rakshasa, don't just stand there and call reinforcements. The beast man let out a mighty roar, having somewhat recovered from his bullet wounds. As he did so, tiny furry creatures appeared around him in a flash of violet light. They appeared to be cute gremlin monsters, with long hair, sharp teeth, and adorable eyes. Time to commit goblin genocide. Ryan looked under his coat to grab a new gun and shoot them all, but Pale Guy managed to hit his hand with a pool ball, sending the weapon flying into a corner of the room. Inky Winky then attempted to behead the chronokinetic with her axe arm, and while she missed, she sliced some of his hair. To make matters worse, the gremlins charged at Ryan like a pack of rabid rats, and their master kept summoning more. Arg, the psychos had recovered from the surprise and were taking back control of the fight. Since they outnumbered Ryan in an enclosed space with reinforcements on their way, he had to settle this quickly. Desperate times called for desperate measures. You want a furry contest? Ryan asked, drawing out his secret weapon from his trench coat. I know I should say it isn't personal, but guess what? He flipped the plushies on button. It is, and then he tossed the terror amidst his enemies. Ink Girl was the closest, and thus got the first view of the plushie. The plushie looked up at her with its tiny blue eyes, the very picture of innocence. Its body let out violet sparkles, energy suffusing its limbs and fur. Ink Machine didn't understand, and then she exploded as 2 crimson laser beams disintegrated her torso and blew 2 holes in the wall behind her. The rest of her ink body collapsed into a puddle. I love you, the plushie said with its cute pre-recorded voice, its blue eyes now crimson red. The toy turned toward the gremlins and vaporized them with a look while they rushed at it. The shadow it cast on the walls wasn't that of a rabbit, but of something bigger and not of this world. I love you so much. Then it ran straight at Jaguar Man at incredible speed, jumping at the surprised psycho. Knives appeared from its tiny paw, and it leaped at the psycho's stomach, tearing a hole inside. Let's go to Disneyland, it said while burying itself inside Rakshasa's chest, the jaguar wriggling in terrible pain as the plushie moved through his chest. Ryan heard voices coming from the shadows, voices not from this world. They spoke in hushes, making death threats in an alien tongue he could barely understand. If it had progressed this far, then the effect might start spreading outside the bunker. And it would only get worse with time. What is this? Pale Guy stared at the rabbit, making its way into his teammate's stomach. It's not a rabbit, I can see something else inside. Oh, my Pale Guy had some kind of sensory power. No, don't look at it with your ability, Ryan warned him. It's a terrible idea, you can't handle its true for. He didn't listen and he saw. Pale Guy let out a scream of pure horror as his mind confronted a truth so horrific that the psycho's remaining sanity could only break. He immediately grabbed a pool stick and charged at Ryan with murder on his mind. "Stop it. I can't. You have to throw a child at it first," Ryan taunted him, barely dodging a strike aiming for the carotid artery. He couldn't find any opening, though, as the maddened psycho relentlessly tried to stab him. The younger, the better. Plushie would imprint on the first preteen it found as its best friend, but well, that would solve the problem by causing a new, even more interesting one. The courier stopped time, cut the stick in half with his hand, and stabbed Pale Guy in the left eye with the tip. The killer let out a scream when time resumed, before attempting to engage Ryan in hand-to-hand combat. The courier backed away, more worried by his own creation than the psycho. Once unleashed, there was no putting the genie back in the bottle. Unless he could flip off the switch by surprise, Ryan had no way of controlling that murderous rabbit. The plushie had emerged from Rakshasa's corpse drenched in blood, reshaping his intestines into a thick noose. It then leaped on Pale Guy's back before he could react, put the organ garrote around his neck, and then started strangling the psycho. The killer tripped while desperately trying to throw the rabbit off his back, gasping for air. "Let's hug," the plushie said. Its white fur was now tainted red. It looked so happy and peaceful strangling Pale Guy. "I'm your friend." The worst part was, Ryan didn't program it for such violence. It just loved killing. Except for Pale Guy, only Saren was still alive, but she couldn't keep the gas making up her body inside her suit. It looked like someone bleeding to death, except gas instead of blood. Without waiting for reinforcements to arrive or the plushie to turn its deadly attention towards him, Ryan moved towards the elevator, called it, and entered. There was only one other floor available, and down. Pale Guy raised a hand at Ryan, his eyes pleading for mercy while the plushie choked him to death with a blissful expression. "Why?" he managed to rasp while the courier pushed the down button. "Why, you wrecked my car," Ryan replied, abandoning Pale Guy to painful death as the elevator's doors closed. The transport system went down multiple floors, making Ryan wonder how far the bunker went and how large it was. Did it span all of Rust Town? The elevator eventually reached its destination and opened its doors. Ryan walked inside an underground chamber of thick black metal walls. At the center of the room, a projector provided a source of blue light, alongside a holographic bust of Mecron, an old man in his 70s, with wrinkled skin, unkempt hair, and a white beard. One could have mistaken him for a Gandalf or Dumbledore type, if not for the cold intensity in the hologram's gaze. Two blast doors stood on opposing sides of this room, although only one was opened. The debris of broken robots covered the ground. Some looked like black metal humanoids, equipped with laser rifles, while others were bulky, spidery assault drones. Ryan recognized the designs as Mecrons, many of these machines having massacred entire communities during the Genome Wars. In some spots, the courier noticed traces of dried blood and moss. Bodies had been left to bleed out and decompose in some corners before being moved away. The meta had clearly fought a hard battle for the floor and only bothered to remove the bodies of their own. They probably harvested them for the elixirs within their blood. "Anyone there?" Ryan shouted but received no answer. Once confident no one would ambush him, he examined the room, finding a map of the complex in front of the projector. As Ryan had worried, the installation was large enough to encompass most of Rust Town, although located so deep below the earth it couldn't be accessed except through the main entrance. The upper floor, which he had just left, was actually the living quarters and the smallest part of the complex. The rest, far better fortified, was a labyrinth of corridors and rooms with worrying names written in Bosnian. Laboratory A and B Quarantine Area, Nanobot Factory, Robot Production Facility. Army Storage A, B, and C Robot Maintenance Center, Armory, Munitions Depot, Weapon Testing Ground, Matter Replicator, Orbital Communications Center, UB Command Center, Reactor Core, Forbidden Area. It wasn't a survival bunker, it was a weapon production and research facility, one of Mecron's facilities. Even 6 feet under, that megalomaniac had left a mess behind. If so many robots defended the less important areas, then there must have been a whole army in storage below New Rome, an army without a master. A chill went down Ryan's spine as he finally understood the Meta Gang's plan. These bastards sent people to their death in an attempt to break past the defenses, all to access the command center. If they took control of Mecron's robots and whatever weapons the genius had left, they would be able to take over New Rome, or at least contest it to the other factions. Hell, the armory alone would give the psychos a tremendous boost in firepower. Dedicated to causing as much destruction as possible in the time he had left, Ryan moved through the only open door. He walked through a tall corridor, noticing a large window to his right. He peeked through, observing what appeared to be an infirmary, albeit the asylum kind. The room had clearly been left to rust for years, the white walls having lost their color, though Ryan noticed crates of medical supplies piled in a corner. 2 people, 1 man and a woman, were strapped to different operating tables. From the spots on their skin, they were bliss addicts. Sishak was busy brainjacking the man, his wire tentacle shoved through the druggie's mouth. The woman, meanwhile, seemed sedated, her gaze. The psycho raised his head when Ryan stepped inside the infirmary. Little Cesare, If he was afraid or surprised, he didn't show it. How strange, too. Amiwamu Shindaru, Ryan cut him off in Japanese. What very poor choice of last words. The courier froze time, closed the gap between them in 10 seconds, and then punched him the second the effect ended. Sishak's head exploded in a shower of brain matter and other fluids, his wires thrashing around. The one inside the captive slipped away, the tentacles laying on the ground like a squid's corpse. Are you all right? Ryan asked the captive, although he didn't move to remove the bindings, since the run would end in a few hours. The man responded by shaking in place, something wriggling below the skin. The skull shifted in shape and the eyes turned white. Is this a drug withdrawal thing? The courier asked. Ryan's reflexes saved him, as a wire tentacle erupted from the man's chest and nearly smashed his skull. The courier backed away as more cables emerged from the body, with the exception of the skull, which underwent a biomechanical metamorphosis. Soon, a monstrous amalgam of wires stood over the drug addict's husk, cold eyes peering at Ryan. I have your father to thank for this. Ryan's eyes widened in shock as he faced a reborn Sishak. When he gave me those wounds during our last encounter and showed me his true power, I wondered what if I had misunderstood my ability's limits. Could it allow me to transcend mortality itself too? His tentacles lunged at Ryan's head. The courier, using a brief burst of time, stopped to leap towards a corner of the room. I can do more than read minds, Sishak ranted while continuing his assault, tossing the operation table at the courier. Ryan lowered himself to dodge the projectile as it hit the wall behind him, trying to make sense out of the situation. I can reshape them, rewire their brains, make them into vessels for something greater. Assume direct control. Every time he died, Sishak possessed a thrall whose brain he had tinkered with. The courier remembered the battle at the orphanage, how the psycho had forcefully connected with his hostage, and how the medics noted her abnormal brain waves even after the madman's demise. You tried to do that to a child, Ryan realized, horrified. Which one? The chilling response filled the courier with fury. Ryan froze time and punched this soulless monster's face into a fine paste with fisty, without giving him any chance to defend himself, no matter the consequences. Immediately after time resumed, the second captive started undergoing the same ghastly transformation. Ryan spared her the misery with another deadly punch, disgusted. I'm killing you in every single restart now, the genome promised the corpse, as soon as he figured out a way to negate this horrifying ability. It was bloodstream all over again, although thankfully, Sishak needed to die first to activate this ability. The similarities with his save point also made Ryan somewhat uneasy, and all the more determined to get rid of the maniac permanently. The courier moved towards the medical crates, breaking them open to peek inside their content. His suspicions were immediately confirmed. Dynamy's knockoff elixirs, dozens of them. If all the crates contained more, then the number increased to the hundreds. Okay, that settled it. No way a theft of that magnitude wouldn't have made it to the news or caused a retaliatory strike from Dynamys. Adam Cat had guessed correctly. Someone within the company supplied the meta with their fix, weapons, and information. Why? To have them weaken the Augusti while maintaining plausible deniability, make villains for their heroes to arrest. Or were the meta exploring the bunker on behalf of their client instead of pursuing their own interests? Who was the supplier? Enrique. His father Hector, or someone Sishak had brainwashed with his loathsome ability. Ryan heard heavy steps coming from the corridor and quickly exited the infirmary. Sishak and a new meta walked at the end of the hallway, opposite of the entrance. The other psycho was a 3.5 meters tall colossus, a towering monster entirely made of rusted steel. The upper body was larger than the lower half, with the arms slightly longer than the legs. The US flag was painted on his chest. The creature looked more like a humanoid tank than a human being, with even the face was replaced with a masked device that reminded Ryan of a famous Star Wars character. Oh God, Ryan loved Star Wars, even the prequels. He was glad the old world ended before anyone could make cash grab sequels though. They would have sucked. He knew it deep within his bones. It's useless, Cesar. I have hundreds of vessels around. Sishak glanced at the enormous psycho. Frank, kill him please. Yes, Mr. Vice President, he replied with a deep voice, having to lower his head to move inside the passage. Mr. Vice President, Ryan asked. The Vice President of the United fucking States of America, the greatest nation on Earth. The giant lunged at Ryan and holy shit he was fast. Ryan would have died without his time stop, Frank's enormous fist stopping within an inch of his face. The courier quickly flipped away while throwing knives at the giant's eyes. When time resumed, Frank's fist hit the ground with enough force to shake the entire floor, the hand punching through the alloy ground up to the forearm. As for the knives, they went through his eyes, literally. The psycho's body absorbed the metal knives into itself. After the initial push, humans let me in. They want it, Cesar. Exploiting the narrowness of the corridor, Sishak used his tentacles to hang from the ceiling above Frank, moving like a biomechanical spider. People want to be my slaves. The burden of thought, of individuality, it oppresses them. but I get inside their brain when I remove the confusion and replace it with my will they become truly happy. Deep down, you want it too. You are a living birth control, Sipsy. Every word he spoke was somehow worse than the last. It took a lot of effort to make Ryan truly hate anyone, but Sishak had won the lottery. I'm going to free you, Cesar, the madman said in response, Frank managing to free his hand from the hole he had made. I'm going to free you from yourself. You know, killing me is only going to be a temporary solution. Ryan shouted, grabbing a grenade under his coat and tossing it at the two. Only therapy can help you with your problems. The grenade exploded right in front of Frank's face, unleashing a powerful blast, and it did. Absolutely nothing. The giant didn't even flinch, and Sishak had retreated behind his bodyguard for safety. Worse, a crimson aura surrounded Frank's body, and the psycho seemed to grow a few inches taller. Oh, Pearl Harbor. Frank trembled as if having a PTSD episode. It's Pearl Harbor all over again. I'm sorry, Ryan asked. I will never forgive the Japanese. He snarled, raising his fists in fury and hitting the ceiling, causing the hallway to shake. I'll never forgive them, never ever. Ryan started to understand why they called him Frank the Mad. However, if he could shrug off grenades and absorb metal, then the courier didn't have anything that could take that guy down. Except maybe the A-bomb, but obviously it would end the run here and now. Ryan had to think of a solution, and fast. The lights started to malfunction, and tiny steps echoed in the hallway. Ryan worryingly peeked over his shoulder. The plushie walked inside the corridor carrying Pale Guy's scalp, its eyes shining maliciously. Do you want to be my friend? The plushie's words echoed in the corridor, while Ryan found himself trapped between two monsters. On one side was a ruthless abomination against nature, and on the other, Frank the Mad. Sishak remained in the background, carefully waiting for an opportunity. The plushie and Frank locked gazes, two apex predators recognizing each other. The tension grew palpable, the rabbit throwing Pale Guy's scalp away while Frank adopted a Krav Maga fighting stance. Eldritch whispering voices echoed through the hallway, promising sweet destruction to all living creatures. Behind me, Mr. Vice President, the giant told Sishak, warily gazing at the rabbit. It's an Afghan hare. A tense silence stretched for several agonizing seconds. No one was brave enough to take the first step. The plushie's ears turned towards the psycho ever so threateningly, while Frank's fingers fidgeted. Ryan held his breath, knowing the following seconds would decide the fate of the entire run. And then it started. The rabbit leaped forward, knife claws extended, while Frank let out a bestial roar and charged. David versus Goliath, robot versus robot, man versus rabbit, of this epic battle. Of this epic battle, nothing would be said, for Ryan ran away. Realizing he would die if caught in the crossfire, the courier stopped time for 10 seconds. He ran towards Frank, slid on the ground between the giant's leg, and then quickly got back up and fled towards the other end of the hallway. I love you so much, he heard from behind him, and the clock was still stopped. Unfortunately, the moment time resumed, Sishak whipped Ryan in the torso with his tentacle arm from the ceiling, having attached himself to it like a spider waiting for his prey. Rampage drug. Ryan didn't feel the pain, but he heard one of his ribs break under the strain. The blow propelled him further down the hallway, brightened by flashes of crimson light. The bunker trembled as Frank frantically hit the ground and walls in a fruitless attempt to catch the rabbit. It seems you are quite the glass cannon, Cesar, Sishak mused, leaping with his wires and attempting to pin the courier to the ground. You can dodge 1,000 times, but you can only stumble so often. Ryan managed to roll over to dodge the attack, quickly getting back on his feet and running away. Sishak pursued him, with the two demons remaining behind to fight. Ryan eventually exited the hallway to enter another underground chamber, with lamps embedded in black panels all over the walls. Blood had recently been spilled on the ground, leaving spots on the metal. 7 vats full of colored liquids, one for each elixir, were lined up on a nearby wall. Linked to strange-looking machines, 3 of the containers held mutated animals. Ryan struggled to see them fully through the liquid, but identified some strange hybrid of a lizard and dog the size of a Doberman in the violet tube. The laboratory had 2 other blast doors, one opened, one closed. Sishak's tentacles launched themselves at Ryan, who had finally recovered from his cooldown. The courier dodged with a leap to the side after a short 2 seconds time stop, the drug in his system helping him fight off the pain of the broken rib. That's all you got, Ryan taunted Sishak as both he and the psycho faced one another. Guess it's easier with Japanese schoolgirls. Classy, the wire squid replied, launching one of his tentacles. This time, instead of dodging, Ryan grabbed it with his hands. With the strength boost from the rampage drug, he rotated on himself and tossed Sishak against a nearby wall. The psycho managed to recover but quickly turned still. Heavy steps echoed close from the open blast door, something huge moving into the underground lab. My, a playful voice with a thick New York accent interrupted the battle. What do we have here? A massive figure, not as tall and massive as Frank but close, stepped through the broken blast door. Obese psycho with the power to turn his skin into an indestructible black carbon alloy. He was already transformed when he showed up. The man was heavily mutated, his face heavily scarred and possessing prominent teeth like a hippo. He dressed like a man from the 50s, though his clothes had fuming holes in them, probably from lasers. And his brown eyes shone with a mix of fiendish cunning and malignant narcissism. He briefly glanced at Sishak, who instantly submitted without a word. "Big Bad Adam," Ryan said dramatically, "we finally meet again in the fat. Oh my, we've got a new Mark Twain here." The living balloon mocked him back. "Such a razor-sharp wit. You make Oscar Wilde proud, laddie. He was the worst kind of criminal, the one with a sense of humor. You've been making a mess above, chump," Adam said, keeping his left hand behind his back and his right one exposed. "I've been looking at you through our cams for a while. Sorry not to have welcomed you myself. I was busy doing important work. Well, Fatus, now that we got to know each other better, perhaps we can discuss your plan to conquer New Rome with a robot army over dinner." Adam chuckled. "You're wired," he mused. "They're always wired when they say that. Sorry, mate, you warrant no exposition from me." "Well, it was worth a shot." "Wait, witty wait, you said we meet again?" Adam snapped his fingers. "Your bloodstream's kid, Cesare something." Cesare, Sishak said, clearly itching to attack Ryan, but wise enough to humor his boss. "Is that the reason for all this fuss?" Big Fat Adam asked the courier, raising an eyebrow while explosions echoed through the hallway nearby. "A score to settle. It's old news, mate, old news. It was an impulse thing, really," Ryan shrugged. "Well, whatever the case, when you invade my home and start killing all my men, I take that real personal, mate. The ride's over, boyo. Oh well, I had fun. I guess I'll just blow myself up then. Mate, we'll survive your pretty belt." Adam grinned, though his smile never reached his eyes. "You won't. A fight to the death then." Ryan did some footwork and shadow boxing. "I'm pumped for a few rounds. There won't be a battle, kiddo. You see, you're mistaken about something. The media call me Big Adam because they don't want to face what I am, but my real moniker." He smiled, showing 3 rows of sharp teeth behind his lips. "Is Adam the Ogre." He revealed his left hand, and Ryan flinched. Adam held a beaten and bloody teenager no older than 14 within his fingers, probably some Rust Town denizen, clearly of Arab or Turkish descent. The prisoner had tears of terror at the edge of his eyes, pleading Ryan to save him with his gaze. "And though I prefer to eat French," Adam said with a vicious smirk, holding his captive with both hands like a sandwich, "I can settle for a kebab." He opened his mouth and prepared to bite his captive's head off. Time seemed to slow down as Ryan frantically thought of the situation, and it wasn't even his powers doing. It was clearly a trap, a cruel blow to unbalance him mentally. The courier had gone far enough anyway, and trying to rescue the teen would probably fail. He had everything to lose by making the attempt, instead of sacrificing the hostage and making a getaway to explore the bunker further. But there were some lines Ryan couldn't cross, even without consequences. Afterward, it would be a slippery slope. The courier froze time and charged at Adam, punching the ogre's hand with all his might. The fist broke, his own, that is. Fisty and Ryan's bones shattered on impact. When time resumed, the courier didn't even see Adam's fist hit his chest. He just heard the impact, alongside his ribs and spine breaking under the strain. The blow didn't detonate the explosive belt, but sent the courier flying against the blue vat. The glass cracked on impact, drops of liquid falling off Ryan's body, the effects of Rampage spared him from the pain, but the courier didn't feel his legs anymore. He coughed blood, a warm fluid filling up his lung. "You martyrs are all the same," Adam taunted him, scratching his prisoner's hair with his finger like a pet. "I knew you would do that when you stopped your rampage to save our testers. Sishak, pick his brain open before he bites the dust. I want to know who sent the laddie after us." "Shut your eyes, Cesar," Sishak said with relish, his tentacles swirling around Ryan's neck and lifting him above ground. "It's easier when you look away." This was the end. Well, it was fun while it lasted, even if the last seconds sucked. Ryan shouted his safe word, "Jar Jar Binks." The belt let out a beep before blowing him and Sishak up in a fiery blast, and so ended Ryan's vacation. As he returned a few hours earlier, driving towards Renesco's bar, the courier felt like someone commuting to his job the day after a massive bender. He had his fun, but now was time to get serious again. Should he do another Dynamis run, dig deeper into the meta connection? He had the feeling it would come into play, even if he somehow managed to wipe Hanifat Lecter and his goons from the face of New Rome. However, Ryan only saw one way to kill Sishak permanently yet, and the option was Augusti exclusive. The courier had already progressed rather far on that path, and he wished to see how this party would unfold. And so Ryan prepared to return to the Augusti path, until he remembered he would have to visit Len again. To maintain the sequence of events, he would have to say the same things, make the same moves, go through the same heartbreak until it became routine. Every feeling, every special moment, emptied of their substance and uniqueness. An ancient bond turned into a formality, just like everything else. Ryan parked the car in the first spot he found, his hands on the driving wheel. He stayed there for a few seconds, trying to gather his thoughts. He activated the chrono radio, put some post-apocalyptic blues in the background. Len the courier said suddenly, "I know you're listening, Shorty. watching me. You've got to somehow. He received no answer, no change in the world around him. But Ryan carried on. You have a table near your sofa in your undersea apartment. You're currently reading Karl Marx, Hegel, and the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea book you found in Venezia. You kept them all these years because you're a ship geek and that will never change. Ryan glanced through the window at the sun shining upon the peaceful Mediterranean Sea. He couldn't see anyone peeking over the water. Maybe she was, maybe not. I know because I was there. Just as I know you give the orphans in Rust Town supplies and money, and that you want to take them to your complex under the sea. Before you believe I've teleported there or that this is a horror stalker movie, I'll tell you a secret. My secret. Ryan inhaled and dropped the bomb. Len, I can time travel mentally. Not far, but I can relive the same events over and over again. I drank the violet elixir that fateful day, and it granted me that power. From your point of view, it has only been 4 years, but for me, it's been many lifetimes. I'm probably older than most countries by now. I've forgotten more than you will ever learn, but never once did I forget you. Here he was, getting all mushy-mushy and sentimental. It felt so strange, as if the courier unloaded a burden which had weighed on his shoulders for days. Ryan struggled to find his words since they came from the heart. He was never good at this, even before the loop. I know why you don't want to see me. You told me in another history, now erased, why I hurt you with my mere presence. You hate me for what I did to your father and how I remind you of the bad days. And I understand. It still hurt just to remember that conversation, but he understood. I want to help you, Len, because I care for you, but I don't know how I can help. I never did. Some say I should persevere, others that I should let you pursue your own destiny without interfering. And I don't want to learn the best way, Len. Because it means going through countless trials and errors. We will have the same conversations over and over again. You will forget everything, and every special moment we have will become routine to me. You won't be a friend, you'll be a goal. Still no answer. I don't want to do that to you, Ryan persevered. So if you're listening and there is any chance we can make up and find a way around that curse of mine, please give me a sign. If not, I will let you be. I will still take action to save the orphans from Adam and his band, but you'll never hear from me again. I'll be gone from your life, because otherwise it will hurt too much for the both of us. He looked back on the driveway. So please, I beg you, Ryan pleaded, please give me a sign. Anything. His forehead hit the driving wheel. Don't leave me alone again. Seconds, minutes stretched, with only the noise from the cars around him. Hearing no response, Ryan sighed, regained his composure, and prepared to run over Ghoul yet again. If the courier waited longer, he might arrive too late to prevent his killing spree. Her voice came out of the chronoradio. Meet me at the orphanage.